outbreaks and conduct contact tracing.
The president once again met with retail and medical corporations to applaud their roles in ramping up testing across the country. Gernal Scott, Fox News.
Texas Governor Greg Abbott says he will let his stay-at-home order expire.
We're not just going to open up and hope for the best. Instead, we will put measures in place that will help businesses open while also containing the virus and keeping Texans safe.
Restaurants, malls, and retail stores will be able to open Friday, but at 25% capacity. The next phase would be to open bars, gyms, and hair salons by mid-May, as long as there's no spike in cases. Also at the briefing, President Trump was asked about Kim Jong-un. The North Korean leader hasn't been seen for weeks.
I do have a very good idea, but I can't talk about it now. I just wish him well. I've had a very good relationship with Kim Jong-un.
There have been speculation about Kim's health, but there's also been pushback with Kim's private train spotted in a resort area of North Korea. Police in Chandler, Arizona say a suspect's in custody after shooting and wounding 3 police officers, then barricading himself in a home. The incident began after police say he fled the scene of a house fire this afternoon. America's listening. Fox News.
This is Truth Frequency Radio.
The wicked ones obviously under heavy Masonic influence.
Astronauts to the moon.
Ten, 9, ignition sequence starts. 6, 5, 4, 3, 2,
Not to get off track here, but I feel like we're in the Truman Show, and we're in a snow globe, and we just shook it up.
Welcome to reality.
And good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Jeranism RAW, your current, reigning, defending, and without any question, the #1 show on Truth Frequency Radio on Monday nights from 6 to 8 p.m. Pacific. That's 9 to 11 Eastern. I am your host, Jeran from Jeranism. Very happy to be here and joined by many a guest, many a co-host. Let's start out first with the man, the myth, the legend. He's deep inside his quarantine in Connecticut, along with Kim Jong-un, I'm told. David Weiss. Dave, how's Kim?
Jeran, you're not supposed to say that on the air, but I'll say he may or may not be fine.
Okay, good. I'm sorry, I didn't know that was private information. But welcome to the show. Good that you're here. And we also have joining us the great Jason Lindgren. Jason, are you there?
I am. I missed you last week, man.
Oh, we had a great time without you, actually. Almost too good.
Well, I hope you had a good time.
No, it was a great time, and that was because joining us from your side to our side is Rose 777. Rose, how are you?
You're on mute, Rose.
Uh-oh.
Sorry, we'll figure this out.
There's always one.
She's on the call. I might have to go fix it for her quick.
Well,
all right, I will go check on her. She's in the.
Oh, it could be a while. We saw what happens when those two get close.
Mercy.
We'll see you in 45 minutes.
4 or 5 minutes, you mean?
Oh, sorry. My bad. All right. Well, everybody, we do have Rose joining us. We might have some other guests. And, of course, we're going to be taking your phone calls. So if you want to get in line now, I already see people calling in, believe it or not. 213-233-3998. You can ask us any question you want, or maybe you've got a comment, or maybe you've got an update from your quarantined area.
We're hearing you now.
You're hearing them now. Hello, TFR land.
There you are.
Go back. I'm just kidding. I'm just pretending like I'm whispering.
No, it's got you loud and clear. Welcome to the show again for the second straight week. We appreciate it.
I'm very happy to be here. Thank you.
Anytime. And Jason will be back eventually, I guess.
You know,
There he is. Jason, I don't know if I ever thanked you enough for when you saved my soundboard. Do you remember when I had so many issues with my soundboard? And it's expensive. I want to say it's $300, the soundboard that I use and plug everything through. And I had some connection problems, and I was like, Jason, I think I'm going to have to throw this thing away. I think I'm going to have to get a new one. And Jason told me, don't do that. Go get this one can of something that was like $9 on Amazon.
Yeah, Deoxit. I remember that.
Yeah, I don't know if I ever
I actually meant to ask you if it worked, and I completely forgot about it just because I get distracted with so much stuff anymore. But it worked then.
It worked perfect, and it has not had one issue since. And that's why, today as I was plugging everything in and getting ready to go, I'm looking at the soundboard like, oh my goodness.
Can I ask a question?
No, I'm talking. But what, Dave? Go ahead.
Was the problem with your soundboard that some of the connections oxidized?
You'd have to ask Jason that. He's the expert.
Is that what it was, Jason?
Yeah, what happens with no matter how expensive or not expensive, potentiometers, buttons, and things like that just eventually do start collecting moisture. It's more of a problem in Louisiana. The reason why I know this is because when I moved to Louisiana, a lot of the musical instruments and equipment I brought with me started having that problem. And they told me when I started working at Guitar Center, they're like, Deoxit is your best friend here. So every guitar that comes in with a scratchy pot or anything like that, you just spray it out. And unless the potentiometer is really shot, as long as you do it a couple times, get that stuff in there, it fixes the connection. It cleans it all out and makes sure everything is flowing smooth again. So it's a really, really simple thing that a lot of folks just don't know about because you don't normally deal with it.
The reason I asked is because I wanted to see if that product had the perfect product name, because I know nothing about this, but I knew exactly what the problem was by the name.
Right. Yep. Well, oxidation is definitely part of the problem. Sometimes it's just moisture that gets in there. It could be several things. Sometimes things just rust, and that'll help clear it out. Just depends upon the problem, but that fixes a lot of things. I had a $2,000 Bose system that would have been a very costly repair, except for the $9 can of stuff.
So, and based on Trump's recent recommendation, I've actually created a vaccine from that stuff, and I'm going to be injecting it this week.
Nice.
It's my system. You never know. You never know what's going to work. No, I'm just kidding, of course, giving Trump a hard time. So anyway, I just wanted to say thank you for that, Jason, because you're right. I have my mixer sits right next to the window here, and it gets very hot, well over 100 during the summer, and that must have been the issue. And I was plugging everything in and looking at it saying, oh my goodness, I just haven't even noticed that this thing hasn't had problems in, seems like, I don't know, 6 months, maybe longer. So
thank you. A lot of work, brother.
Thank you. So if anybody has any audio issues, because Jason used to be and still is, I guess, an audio expert, reach out to Jason. He's more than willing to help. There, how about that plug for you?
Well, we've actually got some really good things going on in Rose and Jason land that's going to kind of make me a professional in that business again.
Nice. Anything you want to tell about?
Yeah. We finally signed the papers. We've been looking for a house, and because I went from working for a corporation, like a salaried, normal, everyday job kind of thing, to being self-employed, I couldn't get a mortgage. And we've been looking for a house that we can mod and make everything accessible for Rose and all that. And we had one that was actually built with the floors and everything just the way we wanted, and we just couldn't get the financing to go through without a cosigner, and no one's going to cosign a $250,000 house for us.
Right.
So we thought we were just going to have to wait till next year, and I file my second round of taxes from being self-employed, and then I could hypothetically qualify for a mortgage. Well, my realtor, who's become a pretty good friend of ours, very nice lady, she came up with this thing in Louisiana, and I think different states have this, just called different names. But here it's called a bond for deed, which basically means the seller is backing you. And they wanted to get rid of this amazing house that's like 2 streets over from us. It's in the same development where we live. We're only moving around the corner. And not only is it really nice and big and spacious for what we need, there's what they call a mother-in-law cottage. It's basically the other, like a third of the house is sectioned off, and it's a bigger room, a smaller room, a closet, and a full bathroom that I'm going to turn into a full-blown recording studio. So I already actually bought the website and everything. It's going to be called, and I hope you guys love this, Simulated Space Studios.
Hate it.
I knew he would.
I actually thought you were going to say that you were going to have David Weiss move in.
Right now, there's plenty of space.
Well, I wanted to say that we were going to fly David over, but Jason got mad at me and told me not to bring it up.
He said, leave David in Connecticut, please. Don't have him come see us. Great. Well, congratulations, guys. It's very exciting news. And yeah, when you're self-employed, life gets a little bit more difficult in this world we live in. They're like, how dare you ask for something and make your own money?
But you know what, Jeran? We have to thank you, too, because remember when Jason first started, I was the one that was going to try restreaming for him, and I got set up on my computer, and I spent 40 minutes talking with you on Skype, and I recorded our conversation so that I could become an expert and do all that for him. Well, anyway, I didn't understand it, even though I thought I did, and he ended up having to, listen to the whole recording of you and me, and then he couldn't figure it out, and then you had an additional conversation with him. So thank you.
Good. Well, I still have my mistakes and errors, so don't worry. It's if you don't get it all the time right, I can't explain it. Thursday,
yes,
Friday
thank
show.
You for that. I don't know if I ever did get around to thanking you for that. So absolutely, she's totally right on the money there.
All right. Well, see, we're all helping each other out, except for Dave.
Thank you.
And that is the way it should be. And this is what I'm always telling everybody: stop calling people shills and pointing fingers and screaming, yelling about bullshit. Everybody, we're all on the same freaking team here. Just because you don't 100% agree with anybody, and this is something that I've been harping on about for ages, just back off, man. Take a chill.
It's okay. We don't have to agree on everything. We're all searching. This is all a journey through the truth for each of us. It's all very different. We're all at different parts. Well, Dave, when you and I were talking yesterday, I think, and I even told you, I'm like, what were you asking me about? You're asking me, it's just like when you showed me the Gaddafi thing, and you're like, you haven't seen this? I'm like, dude, I'm only 5 years new to this. I mean, like,
right.
I came to 9/11 so late compared to everybody else. I've tried to get caught up on all this stuff as much as I can, but Dave asked me something the other day. I'm like, Dave, how many times do I have to remind you I'm new to this? I haven't seen everything that you have. You've been at this much longer than me. So
and I see new stuff every day. It's overwhelming, the amount of information coming out.
And the one thing we should have learned, and we've all learned, is that how many things did you hear of the first time and you're like, absolutely not, there's no possible way. And then you look into it. And then you look into it some more and you do your research. And then you're like, oh, God, if I was that guy, keyboard warrior, in the chat saying, this is bullshit, I don't believe this. This is, this guy's a shill. But then you come to that realization in a couple months. And I've learned that from Flat Earth to 9/11. I mean, my buddy told me that, and I told him to shut the hell up and to never talk to me again about 9/11 simply because he told me it was an inside job. And that was back in, 2005, 2006. I said, don't talk to me about that stuff. That's ridiculous. How dare you? I felt like Greta Thunberg right there. It's like, you've taken away my childhood.
Paige and I are down to 2 friends now, so we're taking volunteers or any applications.
Rose and I are your friends. It's all right. We all hang out together.
Okay, right.
That's
maybe
4.
more than 2. Just 2 local friends. How's that?
I was going to say Bob likes you, so that's 5. You can count more friends in there. Come on, Dave.
Right.
Local friends? Yeah, I can't say I have very many local friends. We kind of like I said, I kind of liked the neighbors across the street until I saw them both wearing a mask at the grocery store. I'm like, okay, now these guys.
Want to hear my mask story?
I love mask stories. Here we go.
So I told you the one in CVS. I told the girl to go away, and she did. So
just like, go away.
I was going to the Home Depot. I was busy over the weekend, and in the parking lot, there's a lot of stress build up in me, and it was the stress over having to put a mask on because it's mandatory here in Connecticut now, and then I started thinking about, the people that believe what's going on here, they're in their home. They're locked in their homes. They're in fear. They've lost their jobs. They have financial fear and physical fear. They must truly be dying. It must be like killing them, because just the fear of going into the Home Depot and having to put that on was really making me feel ill. Am I coming through all right? Because I'm hearing a little feedback. Am I good?
You're fine.
You sound great.
All right.
You need some deoxit.
Yeah, that might work. So I tied a bandana around my neck, didn't even bring it up to my chin, and it was raining, so I had a hood on, and I walked by the checker at the door with my head down, and then I just flipped off my hood, and I'm walking around the store. I have it around my neck, not even on the bottom of my chin, and no one's saying anything to me. I'm not even getting any dirty looks. Everyone's actually afraid to make eye contact with anybody. But then I was standing in the aisle, and this woman, maybe 40 years old, looks at me, good-looking woman. She goes, well, why aren't you wearing a mask? And I wanted to say, because I don't want to look like a effing idiot like you do. But instead I said, because I haven't lost my ability to think rationally. And her eyes bugged out a little bit, and I walked away.
Well done, because I've already got a prepared response that's very, very blunt and rude. If anybody should be stupid enough to ask me that,
I had the rude one ready to go. It's just like, because I had several swear words in it, but I refrained because
mine's simple, man.
Put me on the don't swear routine. Isn't that right, Paige?
That's your Jake.
Oh, mine's easy because I'm not retarded.
Okay.
But Jason, I kind of wish that you had gone into that supermarket instead of just seeing the sign and then turning around.
Well,
Gross said that Kim
money. Like, I'm not going to give. I saw the sign big and bold out front, and then of course there was a chick standing out front with her mask on, and I barely got halfway across the parking lot to go in the store and get a bag of coffee for us, and I saw it turn around, went back in the car, and was like, "Yep, they're not getting my money."
Yeah.
I get it. And isn't it like, it's very stressful. Hey, just an idea, when anyone calls in on the second hour, if you have, if you can come up with what would you say if someone says, why aren't you wearing a mask? I'd like to compile some answers.
It's good. You said it's a very stressful situation. It was stressful for us today. Missa had another doctor's appointment. It's the last one we have to go to before we switch to midwifery care, whatever you call that. But we went today just to get her blood test results, and we walked to the door, and they're doing the temperature check thing, right? It's like, you just picture me. I'm thinking, if they read my temperature as 101, I'm going to turn and bolt the other way so fast. So I'm afraid if they would
leave your pregnant wife there.
Yeah, because if they said 101, I can just picture 3 orderlies come out. They strap me to a gurney, take me into a hospital room, strap me to a ventilator. I get no visitors, no guests, and I pass away due to them sending ventilators through my way. So
luckily, we have the flu police now? Is that going on in California?
Oh yeah, 98.6. So thank goodness for that. And they handed us both a mask, and we were the only ones in that entire place walking around holding masks. And nobody actually came up to us and said anything other than them giving us a mask at the door, saying, "Here's your mask," and we just didn't wear it. Nobody said a word.
Isn't that strange? It's just so much about obedience, and that you've just agreed to have this symbol of, I don't know, I just feel like it's a symbol of surrender.
Absolutely. Of servitude, of basically being a slave, of slavery. It is a definite
shame.
I feel like we have an unresolved issue here, David. I know that you don't like the Simulated Space Studios name, but I just want to clarify. I just want to clarify that Jason is kind of doing a guerrilla warfare tactic with that, just like with his band name. People ask, why do you have Saturn in your band name? But he's doing it kind of so that people who are maybe not aware of these different ideas will kind of look into it more. Is that right, Jason?
Simulated Space?
Simulated Space Studios.
Yeah, what Dave, what don't you like about it?
I just wanted to
I thought you guys would be all over that.
I didn't even listen to the name, to be honest.
Oh, okay.
You're just being facetious?
The only thing better would have been Fake Space
You
Studio.
affected me.
I would have had questions behind it. Fake Space Studio. The hell kind of business is this? But Simulated Space Systems, I like it. Or Studios, sorry.
Well, it has as with all things I do, or most things, I try to always put multiple meanings in things just so that there is a meaning behind it. I'm just not making crap up. The other reason, obviously, simulated space means, hey, I question the nature of space. Obviously, everybody knows that. That's why I'm here and friends with all you guys. But the other thing is, a lot of what I do, I have a lot of high-end virtual gear, things that are in the digital realm, that as opposed to miking up a whole bunch of amps and things like that, I have one of the best guitar processors on the planet that sounds like the real thing, or I've got one of the best modeling microphones by Antelope that I can do all these vintage mics, so I'm not spending hundreds of thousands of dollars buying vintage mics. So a lot of what I'm doing, I have a Roland V kit, which is running high-end software. So it's like everything I'm doing is simulating the real thing, but technology is so freaking good now as far as music stuff, you can't tell the difference anymore.
Would your stuff work in a 0G vacuum?
Huh. Well, most of it's going to be bolted into racks, so yeah, I don't see why not.
How about Moonrock Studio?
Moonrocks. Yeah, but I don't want a bunch of petrified wood around. It's heavy.
Yeah, and also, doesn't Fetzer already have that name? Fetzer has Moonrock Publishing for the
something like
San
that,
Diego.
yeah. Right. Moonrock Books or something?
The question is, will you have the 666 in your logo like CERN and Google? That's really what I'm looking for.
Oh, hell no.
The logo I have in mind is, and I'm drawing heavily off of late 60s, early 70s decor and looks for everything, the color scheme, and I am pulling on like the Apollo NASA. I'm going to use the logo that, the font that NASA was using, which is called Futura. I'm going to use that as a motif to tie it all together.
Nice.
So again, I'm poking them in the eye with what I'm doing, and if anybody has half a brain who comes in there, they'll probably start picking up on it real quick. So yeah, I'm going to be doing all these things to have multiple meanings. And as Rose was saying, I call my podcast Secrets of Saturn for obvious reasons. But then I call my music project, music I put out, I call Cult of Saturn, because one, it sounds like a trippy 60s name, which is where I draw most of my inspiration from. But second, that's what the bad guys are. So if somebody hears one of my songs, likes it, and they Google it, or search engine it, I always try to break my habit of that, they're going to find more than just a rock band. They're going to find that the Cult of Saturn is this real thing, and they're bad people. So everything I do, I try to layer different things in it to educate people.
Hey, we have a small window of opportunity here. My question to you guys is, how far down the road do you think they're going to kick the can for going to the moon due to COVID-19?
I looked that up a while ago, and
yeah, they already did.
They already did, because the Michoud facility, Michoud, is actually a NASA rocket building, and some of their other hardware is built in New Orleans. I've actually driven by it, and I have pictures of it because it amused me. And they closed most of it down for this nonsense. So I already said, like, I don't even know, maybe 3 or 4 weeks ago, I remember talking to Crow about it, and a couple other people. I'm like, here's their kick the can. Boom. They've already got it. So there you go. They're using this across the platform like that.
You know how they say that this whole China virus thing is a way that China's using it as a weapon to beat us because they're opened up and we're shut down and they want to take over the world? Well, they're also doing it on the moon. Jeran, tee up the graphic of our next caller. And
it's ready.
Live from the backside of the moon, we have Commander Li Fa Q from the Chinese moon mission. Commander, are you there?
Hello, you guys. You hear me?
Yes.
Hello, is that you, Dave? Yeah, this Commander Li Fa Q, Chinese astronaut. Happy to talk to you guys today. I tell you what, I'm happy to talk to you flat earthies to promote goodwill between the nations. And that's part of our Chinese Republic Astronautical Protocol, or CRAP, as we like to call it.
I said no wasabi.
Wasabi, what's up? Yeah, hey. I talk to you from a dark side of the moon. So I hope you pick me up, okay? From here. It's a long way to go, speak.
I'm taking it we only have a limited time because it must have something to do with some satellite trajectory.
Yeah, we got a window. We got the window open for you, Jared. But
are we time traveling too? Because I don't hear any delay.
Well, yeah. Okay, we can do delay, of course. Well, we got another mission here to boldly go where no Yankee has ever gone before, really, because everybody else go to the sunny moon. But as you know, China, we go to dark side of moon. Of course, the USA not come to moon for how long? 50 years now. But of course, you're not able to go anymore because a sad face. You can't go to moon anymore, sad face, because you used to, but you destroyed that technology, and it's a painful process to build it up again. Oh, boo!
Can I ask you a few questions?
Well, of course. Hang on, delay.
What?
Yes, you ask me anything at all. Of course, we come here all the time. We're always on the dark side. We always come here because we grow the vegetables. You remember the story? We grow the vegetables. We got potatoes. We got the beans. We got a various vegetable. Dave, can you hear me, Dave?
I can hear you. What is your job description? What do you do all day?
Well, basically, asshole note. There are a couple of asshole notes here with me. We got, just the two of us, because of budget, we have to do less now, like everybody. But we're all worried about the coronavirus, of course, but mostly on Earth is all over now. It all finished, and happy days again. My other asshole note, delay. My other asshole note, you remember his name? Ask me his name.
What is his name?
Malcolm.
Malcolm?
Well,
is he in the middle?
He come in and he got a bit of a temperature. Oh no, very bad temperature. Bit of a cough in his helmet. So I think maybe he got the COVID. So I put him in the quarantine. So I put him outside the door. I shut the door, and only for a few hours because he started to turn blue, run out of the oxygen. So he banged on the door, and I let him back in. But Malcolm, okay now.
Commander, fuck you. We only have like 1 minute before we're going to commercial. Is there anything else you want to tell us? And I have one question: is before you go to the moon, where do you park your car?
Where do I park my car?
Does Elon Musk?
Right across the road here from the studio in the car park. You got me there, baby. Yeah, I tell you what, I go now because we lose the opportunity to speak. But anytime, I love you guys. Anytime you want to have Lee fuck you, you just call. You get Lee fuck you. Okay? Fuck you out now.
Oh, Commander, fuck you. That was great.
Commander Lee, fuck you.
Oh, Lee, fuck you. I'm sorry. How dare I get that wrong? And you forgot to ask me.
I think that was fake news. I'm not buying it.
You don't think that was?
There was no delay. Jason called it out early.
Checkers.
We were talking to him live. How could it be faked?
The moon, where no man has gone
TV?
before.
I think it was fake news.
I'm going with real on that one. I mean, I was talking to him myself. My grandfather built the engine of the Saturn V.
My grandfather built one of the screws that goes in the door.
Are you
My
calling?
grandfather put a bolt in a satellite.
Get crazy.
We'll be back.
Right back, guys. Jeranism RAW.
Extendivite, a 7-herb combination made from garlic, cayenne, hawthorn, bilberry, ginkgo biloba, valerian, and milk thistle. Extendivite feeds our body with the right nutrients to keep us healthy. Just listen to what Arthur has to say.
I was just calling to tell you what a great product you have. I had used this about, 10 years ago after I had congestive heart failure. And it fixed me up and got me going for the last 10 years. Lately, I've been having heart trouble again, so I placed another order because the only sort of thing that ever worked. And I just wanted to let you know that you have a great product.
To order, call 1-877-928-8822. That's 1-877-928-8822 or visit heartdrop.com.
Extend your life with Extendovite.
This is iHeartRadio.
iHeartRadio.
iHeartRadio makes you want to move.
When you have a great melody,
a song lasts forever.
Instantly connected.
I love it when the beat goes.
Did you know you can listen to Truth Frequency Radio on iHeartRadio? Just download the app to your smart car, smartphone, or smart TV and get the best of TFR wherever you are.
iHeartRadio.
I'll see you there.
So, you love talk radio? Then you'll love TalkStreamLive.com. TalkStream Live is always on 24/7 with the best streaming talk shows. Find your favorite talkers and discover some new ones. It's free, readily available online or on mobile with any smartphone or tablet. Finding your favorite talk shows all in one place has gotten a whole lot easier. Just go to TalkStreamLive.com. Be sure to download the free apps from Google Play or the iTunes App Store.
Once in a decade, a true story comes along that remembers the future. After 6 Amazon bestsellers, I have completed the epic Birth Trilogy, a true story of Earth. By reading the Birth Trilogy, you will journey with the characters from the origin of Earth to its final destiny in a white-knuckle ride that combines the intrigue of Tom Clancy with the epic scope of Prometheus and Interstellar. You will learn more about the purpose of life, the mystery of death, and the true nature of your soul than you thought possible. The Birth Trilogy is now available on Amazon and Kindle. The audio version is a free bonus when you buy the paperback, so even if you're not a great reader, don't worry about it. I read it for you. Use the Amazon app today and buy the Birth Trilogy, spelled B-E-A-R-T-H, or search for my name. I'm Brooks Agnew.
No hype, no fear. We are TFR. Frequency Radio.
All right, welcome back. You are listening to Jeranism Monday Night Raw. Hopefully you guys enjoyed the first segment. We had Commander Lee Fuck You from the back half of the moon, and we all should say some prayers for poor Malcolm, who's outside right now. Probably not. He didn't wear a mask, and he's not saving lives. This is what happens.
This happens. You're not going to believe what happened during the break.
Okay, I probably won't.
I got a phone call that said Langley, Virginia. And I'm like, who the heck is this? I'm thinking, maybe it's Mark Sargent. I don't know. And I answered it, and it said, is this David Weiss? I'm like, yeah. And they're like, are you on Truth Frequency Radio right now? And I'm like, yes. Could I ask what this is about? And they said, please stand by for the President of the United States.
Oh, my God.
Mr. President? Hello?
Hello, I'm right here. You guys, you're always on it. You know everything. It seems like you know everything. I'm just catching up. But I heard that before. You got the Chinese guy on. Don't listen to that. That's fake news. You know how I can tell that's fake news? There's only one thing worse than fake news, and that's Chinese fake news.
I told you, Jeran. You're such a sucker.
Guys,
I'm gonna have to take a step back. I thought that was real.
You're the conspiracy guys. You're the guys who say, like the pyramid was built by the Mormons or the Martians or whatever. Atlantis is under Lake Erie. I don't know. Melania sometimes listens to. I don't know. Sometimes I find her. She's listening. What are you doing, honey? She's listening to TFR. She's listening to Truth Frequency Radio. So she loves you guys. I'm not so sure, but I don't want you to worry about anything. I know it's fake. The Chinese guy on the dark side, because we got the Space Force, and that's how we know. We know everything. You don't have to worry about that. We know what's going on. We know about the robotics and the AI. That's what we're doing right now with the Space Force and their surveillance. And it's all, I got to tell you, because can I talk to you guys just one-on-one?
Sure, we'd like to ask you a couple of questions too.
It's okay. It's all Mike. It's all Mike Pence. He's like, he's the dark state. He's like Garth. He's like Garth to my Wayne in Wayne's World. That's how I like to see it. But any questions? I got a little bit of time for you people. I've flown a lot, and I got some ideas that it might be flat. I don't know, but you can convince me. Maybe tell me a few things. And you don't have to worry about the masks, Dave, and the corona thing. I'm pretty sure it's all over now. And like I was saying, you can just you can stand under a light, you can open a window, and you're going to be fine. I think you just take a couple of aspirin, and call me in the morning. It's probably all gone. I don't think you have to worry about that. Very busy. I'm signing stuff right here. So you ask me a question, I'm signing. Okay. Anything you want.
You guys have any questions? Well, one question I have is what's up with you think the Earth might be flat? What are you doing with the Space Force? Why are you pushing the Space Force?
I told you, Space Force, it's so important to be in space, don't you think? And it's all about robotics and AI and, what you're doing. And you talk about something, your iPhone picks it up, and there it is. So I sign and I hold up the thing. I got this. So I'm pretty busy, but I can't go into it right now. But there are a lot of secrets.
Do you have any other suggestions for using disinfectants to make yourself healthy?
Whatever works. We don't really know what we're doing. You know that. You can tell. So you can stand under a light from IKEA. You can have some aspirin, disinfectant, wipe yourself down with the baby wipes. I'm pretty sure it's all going to go away pretty soon. That's why they don't let me say anything. But I got 3 more things, and then I got to go.
You guys have a question? Because I have questions.
Kim Jong-un right there with you? That's my question.
He's not such a bad guy. He's not such a bad guy. Yeah, I've spoken to him. I don't know where he is. But if you guys know, you can call me. Because, they don't tell me anything.
Maybe you can give him some hair advice.
Frequency radio.
Fade? Oh, man, that's a lovely haircut.
I'm going to have to go now. I love you guys. And you take care and explore it for me. Get back to me and let me know why it's flat. Send me an email or something. Okay.
All right.
Now. We got today. Goodbye.
Thank you.
Zip Trump? Wow.
That's all we got. That's it.
Like an important phone call, but I guess important enough.
He's a fan of the show. It's the number one show on Monday nights at 9 p.m.
Yes. I need to email him. I want to tell him why it's flat.
Yeah, he said he'll only come on if Rose is on. I think that's...
I was hoping Rose would ask him a question.
Big Rose fan.
All right. Well, that's enough of that.
Huge Kelsey fan, I heard.
Yeah, that's probably it. Yeah.
I can understand why the president would like that.
I was going to ask him if he wanted her number.
I think when I said it was fake news, that triggered him, and he had to call in.
Possibly, yeah.
But I have to take a step back because I did think that the commander from the Dark Side of the Moon was probably legit because I was talking to him. I don't understand how you can fake that.
That's fair.
Right? Yeah, but then having to hear Trump tell me that it was fake news, well, now I have to take a step back.
But Trump calls CNN fake news, so I don't know, if that helps or hurts.
No, that helps. It must mean that the commander wasn't calling. And I think what gave him away is that his car is parked outside the studio. That seems to be... I don't know. It doesn't seem to jive with the backside of the moon. But what are you going to do?
All right. Keeping it light. So that's nice. Under lockdown, quarantine worldwide.
Having a little fun.
Can I confess that I haven't felt very quarantined or locked down? Just irritated that I can't go into a Starbucks?
You mean you have to go through the drive-thru?
Well, we tried today, and the one ding-dong Starbucks that's opened shortened its time to 5 p.m., and there was a line literally out to the road. And I was like, okay, well, we're not doing this.
My wife drives for DoorDash, and we were doing some deliveries the other day, and the only ones we kept declining were the Starbucks one because the line was like 20 cars long.
Yep.
It's like, here, make $7 for sit in line for 45 minutes.
You can order from your app and then just go right to the door and pick it up.
No, he wouldn't let me. I tried.
Yeah, not in California.
Not this one anyway.
California shut down.
Here.
Only drive-through. You could probably order and pick it up from the drive-through if you feel like waiting for 25 cars, which not. So it is crazy out there in the drive-throughs and the nonsense people are putting themselves through. It's pretty scary. This whole alarmist attitude, scare tactics. How many people are going to die? It's going to be 2.5 million, 1.5 million, 500K, 100K, 60K. And now they're saying, well, no. See, it's because of all these draconian measures that we took. That's why we've saved lives. I don't know. Did you hear? I think it was on the Corbett report where he was talking about the eclipse scam. I thought it was so good. It's like, yeah, it's exactly the same. It's like them saying basically thousands of years ago or whatever that, if we all dance and worship me and do these sacrifices, that the snake won't eat the sun tomorrow during the eclipse. And people all worshipped and danced and sacrificed. And then when the eclipse came and went as it was scheduled, then they said, well, see, the reason we saved so many lives and it didn't eat the sun was because of all the stuff that you did in the worshiping. And then the worshiping went on. And it's the same thing going on now. It's just, no. If we didn't do all these draconian measures, then millions of people would have died. And even though the numbers now look close to the flu, and look what was shut down, what was because of it, look at the outcome. Look at the people who have lost their jobs, lost their livelihoods, and sadly lost their minds.
So are they done with the whole calm before the storm idea? Or are they doing both at the same time, which they do tend to do?
Yeah, I don't know. Because David said it earlier many times where he said, I think that they're going to take this all the way. And a lot of people say, no, this is just the test and will it come back? But I kind of lean towards David where I'm like, man, I can't see them. If they pull this back, then they have to let it come back so they can say, nope, it's because of the fact that we opened too early. It's because we listened to these protesters. It's because
Right.
I could see that happening.
I'm going with that. I think that they can come back full force in the fall.
I've got something I can share with everybody there. I'm not going to tell you the source because I don't want to get them in trouble, but someone I know who works for a major institution of higher learning, shared with me a report that obviously I shouldn't have been given, but he's a good friend of mine. And it said that there are several options, one of which is that this is going to happen again in the fall, and they might not be able to have school open as a result of it. This is already being considered for about 3 weeks now.
You mean school coming back after the summer?
Right, like for the fall semester.
Right, fall.
Got you.
So
Institute of Higher Learning seriously considering not being open.
So Rose and I saw PK put out a video. Rose, did you watch it?
Oh, yeah. I looked into it. I have things to say.
Yeah, so I'll tell the gist of it, and then you can tell me what you found. Basically, he found a CDC listing for jobs for a what was the title of the job? It was pandemic manager or whatever.
It was a recruiting for a quarantine program.
And it started 6 weeks before the Wuhan flu broke out, and the application process ends. You have to have it submitted by midnight on May 15th. Yeah,
right.
May 15th. So, what does that mean? That's the application. So, are they getting these people in place for when they bring it back in the fall?
It could be, but the way I saw it, it was a little bit triggering because it reminded me of like auditions that for parts I never got. It seems like a very classic kind of ad for a part, more like a part than it would for an actual thing. We're looking at the qualifications required, and the language is so ridiculous. Specialized experience is experience, which is directly related to the position, which has equipped the applicant. They just keep going on and saying this is that and this is that. And they're using these phrases like GS9 or GS7. And I looked at, it says minimum qualifications, GS9, but then the first sentence is applicants must have at least 1 year of specialized experience or equivalent to the GS7. So the GS7 just is basically the 7th pay grade of any civilian government employee, which is basically the entry-level position. And then GS9 is just mostly employees directly out of school who have a master's degree, but then in the fine print, again, all of this academic experience can be replaced by specialized experience. So it's all bullshit.
Rose, did you see the series and grade code? GS 9/11.
Exactly. I didn't look up 11.
Come on now.
Yeah.
Imagine that. We got a couple super chats. Thank you. Sherlock Bones says we should ask NASA for a daily YouTube show where they need to float and flip all while wearing different clothes each time. Really make them work climbing in and out of the harness. Get our money's worth. Yeah, it's just, at this point, once you see the deception, I don't see a point in making them continue. Here, jump through these hoops over and over and over again. With $56 million a day, they can do it. Cleary sent a $2 super chat. Says Gatesgate. Hashtag Gatesgate. Yeah. Hashtag say no to the prick is also a good one. Jason, I was going to ask you, isn't it true? I've heard from a couple people and saw a couple shows. Dr. Kaufman lost his job over all this, huh?
Kind of, sort of. I didn't even know he said that publicly. I knew about that a day or two before. He did say it publicly. Okay. He and I talk, like, we've become pretty good friends now, so he tells me stuff, obviously. But yeah, he was refusing to wear a mask, and it's kind of a big deal with where he's at because they need to have what his position is at this facility. He assists troubled youth is, I think, the easiest way to put it. And the fact that they're going through this rigmarole of trying to enforce that on him when he's saying, no, I'm not doing it, it's going to have consequences. And I'm waiting to see where it goes. I know he's definitely looking into things.
Yeah, pretty ridiculous. And and I've heard a lot of people, yesterday on Globebusters, we talked about the video by the two California doctors, Dr. Dan Erickson and Artin Masihi, I believe his name is. And I saw a lot of videos coming out yesterday saying it was controlled opposition and this and that. And I just want people to realize, yes, we understand that we were promoting a video or talking about a video where they were saying that people need to go get tested. But what we were pointing out and what people need to understand is that those doctors cannot come out and say, we don't think people should get tested, or they're gone. So they did the best that they could while holding on to their medical license. And this is something that we should expect to see and should be applauded when these guys are at least coming out and saying, hey, this is going to hurt your immune system by wearing masks, by being quarantined. Jason, did you see the video? What did you think?
Of the dancing doctors?
No, the doctors, the California doctors. I don't know if you saw it, Dan Erickson and Artin Masihi.
Oh, yes. I'm sorry. I misunderstood. Yeah, no, I did watch that. And, I'm wondering what heat these guys are going to take because it's the same thing. Most people aren't going to come out because it could be their ass, to be blunt about it. And here's the thing, and I think you guys all know this. It's not just the medical community. It's the same with all science. Everything's compartmentalized. We've had this discussion so many times. This is how they pull everything off. They keep even the institutes of higher learning, they keep everybody compartmentalized. You're given the information that the higher ups want you to have, and that's that. The only problem is doctors usually come with a huge amount of ego with it because they're convinced that their shit doesn't stink and you know better than everyone because we gave you a piece of paper and a white lab coat. But when people like this come out, I applaud them big time because not only are they bucking their trauma-induced programming, they're also just really thinking for themselves, and that's amazing.
Yeah, and not everybody. We certainly weren't saying, hey, everything these guys are saying is right on and it's perfect, because it's not. And some of the things they're saying are wrong, but they're going pretty much as far as they can while holding on to their medical license. If they were to come out and say, no, I don't think people should wear masks. No, I don't think people should be tested. These guys are going to lose their livelihood. And it sucks. It sucks to see, and we know that. But they said enough things that should get people to wake up. And, they didn't say enough for some people, and some people calling it. I saw a lot of videos being posted. This is controlled opposition. These guys are put up to this. These guys are actors. I saw a lot of people saying that. These guys aren't real doctors. I don't believe that. I just think that they went as far as they could. The sad thing is that we're constantly told that we must trust only the authoritative voices, right? We have to listen to the experts only, the credentialed doctors. But that all goes out the wayside if they go. And again, I want to say
until you don't.
Right. Then you don't dare listen to them. How dare you listen to these credited doctors? You have to only listen to Dr. Fauci.
Well, it's the same crap with Dr. Kaufman. People are trying to say stupid stuff about him. It's like, guys, the guy has 2 medical degrees. He's an MD, and then he's also a forensic psychiatrist.
Right.
You
Can you imagine going to a psychiatrist and he's wearing a mask, trying to do a psychiatric session with somebody wearing a mask? That would be traumatizing. It's all about that facial connection. It would just be horrible. And the fact that he stood up to it and refused, but he transmuted that into a positive. He's now going to start his own practice, have his own clients, and not have to deal with any of that. So,
legend. Right. He's already doing consultations. So by any means, if anybody needs anything with an actual open-minded PhD person, medical person, well, there you go. Contact Dr. Kaufman, because he's at least going to listen to you way more than any ding-dong you go to at an urgent care or your family practitioner. Almost certainly going to be a much better, open-minded, knowledgeable person than anyone else.
If psychotherapy was publicly traded on the stock market, I would say it's a buy about now, because there's going to be a lot of people needing that service. After
this is trauma-based mind control, in my opinion, as I keep saying.
For sure. I did want to mention, just before I forget, that I will be at the protest on Friday, so there will be no Friday Lounge. Well, there will be a show. If you're tuning into my channel, I'll be live from the steps of the Capitol building in Sacramento, voicing my rights to not be held in quarantine. So if you guys want to go, check it out. I have it on the screen now. It is #FullyOpenCalifornia. There's 5 different marches going on, and this is something that you can't post on Facebook right now. Facebook has blocked any rally posts or any posts about any of these protests because they go against the stay-at-home orders. So if you understand the underlying behind that, imagine now we have rights to protest, we have rights to assemble, unless they tell you that you can't assemble. This is the funniest thing I've ever seen. There's one in Los Angeles, one in Orange County, one in San Diego, one in Sacramento, and one in Ventura. And you can go to wehaverights.com if you want to find out. And I believe that's at 12 noon Pacific. So wherever, I don't know, it depends on where you're going to be at. But I think it's worth going to, and, demanding the right to freedom of religion, right to assemble, right to earn a living. All these things should be our unalienable God-given rights, and they've been stripped. It has become, for real, COVID-19 84. So head over there if you can. Join me on the steps. I'll be there. And should be fun. So have you guys heard any protests going on in your area?
Well done, by the way, my friend.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Proud of you for doing that.
Me too. And no, I haven't heard of any. I would be there in a heartbeat. I'd wake up early for that.
Yeah, that's what I said. I said I'm going. And, and I've heard, there's been rumors. I heard it on the radio, actually, when we were driving around delivering the other day, that they said that people that go risk being arrested. This is what they're saying on the this radio stations, because they're trying to keep people away. They say, no, if you do go protest, you are breaking the law, because the law currently states that there's a stay-at-home order, and by going to this protest, you are breaking the law. So it could be that I show up and I'm the only one there.
I don't think so. I think you will not be alone. I'm hoping.
Yeah. I'm thinking there'll be plenty of people out there, and showing them that we have rights and we plan on keeping them, and that's what the whole point of the Constitution is. And when the government becomes tyrannical and starts taking away your rights, that is why you have the right to protest. That is why you have the right to make your choices and your ideas and your opinions known, and I will do so. And hopefully people join me. We got another super chat from Earth First Space Later. Oh, got you. If the Twin Towers could have been constructed with the plans to bring them down, could Trump have been put in place as a hero to fool us? Hope not, but skeptical. A lot of people think that. A lot of people think that. Well, what can you say, really? That we don't really have a choice, because it comes down to these 2 officials, these elected officials that are actually not elected. It's just a fake choice. Here, choose A or choose B, and then you get this false idea of choice when really both A and B have been placed there for you and dangled in front of your face. So does Trump say some good things? Absolutely. By calling the media fake news, is that a good thing? It is. But then what has happened because of that? Well, you just have now the left calling everything that Trump says fake news, and Trump calling everything that the left says fake news. And again, that just keeps the whole left versus right paradigm going. And until we unite as one, we're always going to be bickering half and half. And that's the greatest way to control a group of people. If you got 100 people to control, the first thing you want to do is turn 50 of them against the other 50. That makes it a lot easier to run them and control them. So they've done a brilliant job. Can't disagree with that. Let's see here. Yeah, so you haven't heard of anything going on in your area yet, guys, but hopefully people should look out there, try and find it. Like I said, Facebook is shutting down those posts, which is bullshit, but it is still out there. I'm trying to support this one, and hopefully I see some people out there.
Yeah, please reach out to us and let us know if anyone hears of anything in Louisiana or wants to put something together.
Yeah, I don't know where. I mean, I guess it would work best in the states that don't have stay-at-home orders, but that doesn't really make sense. We're going to protest stay-at-home when there's not stay-at-home orders. So, for California, it still works because California is one of the states that doesn't have an end date. I've heard, I think Bob was talking about in Denver, they've already announced May 8th, things open back up. Even I've heard talk of New York saying middle of the month for some things, but California is one of those states, of course, very far on the left, old Gavin Newsom, who has no, there's no date. There is no end date. It is
okay. That was silly of me then to suggest. But maybe we can stage a protest. Give them a piece of their own medicine. We'll protest and just say it came out of California. Give them some fake news.
Get out there, dude. Yeah, there you go. And then also, Dave, do you know much about this event 202?
I know a little bit about it.
Yeah,
Dave Murphy set it up. They're doing it just like Event 201, but they're going to do it from the other side. On what we're going to do, how we're going to fight back, and
anti-propaganda.
Yeah, it looks pretty complex, and it's this Thursday. I can't wait for it. It's going to be great.
I was trying to find because Bob had a graphic up. Let me see if he's.
There's a whole video, and Dave Murphy's Facebook page has links to everything. Oh. And I think Lifting the Lid has a video mirrored on there with all the details.
Let me look there real quick. I do think that's what Bob was showing was the Lifting the Lid video, so I could probably find that pretty quick. Just because I wanted to show the times, because I don't remember. I think it starts at 9 Pacific, noon Eastern.
Yep.
Is that right? Okay, yep. And there was a list of a bunch of the speakers. There was going to be a ton of speakers, and now I can't think of any of them. Can you think of any? There was some good people. Mark Devlin.
Shelley Lewis, Mark Devlin.
Dr. Kaufman, Matt Landman.
Matt Landman.
Nurse Shemi Rani.
Yep, that's the blonde nurse that did the funny bit on what's in a vaccine.
I'm going to hire.
Nurse Shemi Rani is a real nurse practitioner, and she's very serious.
She did a funny bit on what explaining what's in vaccines.
Oh, I think that was her.
Oh, it's excellent.
I'm hiring
StopLookSync.com.
Rose can remember everything that I can't possibly remember. And it has some speakers. Rose she's amazing. Rose, thank you so much for being here. Really do appreciate it.
Anytime.
Yeah, you are a great asset. Okay, I'm not finding the video anyway. I don't see it on Lifting the Lid's channel, but maybe I'm just...
Shout out to Carly Sunshine for her 1234 super chat.
Oh, thank you, Carly. And we also have... her
Facebook has been on fire if anyone wants to follow a good Facebook. All right, we'll be back.
Calls, don't go anywhere. We'll be right here on YouTube and TFR and eLive.
Truth Frequency Radio is your #1 source for news and information without the hate, hype, and fear. We're proud to feature cutting-edge programs like The Christopher Everard Show, The Covert Report with Susan Lindauer, Enemy Within Radio with Tom Barnes, Freaky Friday with The Woo Crew, The Gematria Effect with Zachary Hubbard, America's Evil Genius with Travis Cook, Phoenix Rising Radio with Phoenix, Quantum Connections with Lucky, and dozens more. Did you know you can listen from any telephone by dialing 641-793-71717 or call into your favorite show toll free at 833-TFR-LIVE. Uncensored talk and news you won't hear in the mainstream media. Truth Frequency Radio, your protection from deception.
Americans are ready to resume their lives. I'm Lisa Lacera, Fox News. That's what President Trump said this afternoon at the coronavirus task force briefing. He said he spoke with governors today.
We recommend that they do it as quickly as possible, but safely. We want everyone to be safe. And I think you're seeing that. You're seeing a lot of governors get out and they want to open it up. Many are thinking about their school system. Not a long way to go in the school system right now for this season, for this year. But I think you'll see a lot of schools open up, even if it's for a very short period of time.
The president said testing is key, and he is working with states to make sure they get more testing. He said 0.4 million people have been tested so far. The number of cases of the virus worldwide has surpassed 3 million as the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention updates symptoms for the virus.
New loss of taste or smell, fever, repeated shaking, chills, muscle pain, headache, and sore throat, now added to the CDC's official list of coronavirus symptoms. The agency previously warned of fever, cough, and shortness of breath. The expansion of symptoms is important, as many testing centers require COVID symptoms to be present before someone can be tested. Symptoms usually appear 2 to 14 days after exposure. Rachel Sutherland, Fox News.
Another stimulus bill that would aid local governments hit hard by the pandemic will likely go before Congress in the coming weeks. Senate Majority Leader Mitch McConnell again saying he doesn't want to just hand out money.
We do want to help them with expenses that are directly related to the coronavirus outbreak, but we're not interested in helping them fix age-old problems that they haven't had the courage to fix in the past.
McConnell appearing on the Guy Benson Show on Fox News Talk. The House and Senate will return to Washington a week from today. America is listening to Fox News.
You must unite what has been set asunder.
We are TFR. Truth Frequency Radio.
On the weekday, don't be surprised, don't be surprised. Walk like us. They even talk like us. Walk like us. But they are not like us. On the weekday, you can see the signs, you can see the signs. They wear the disguise. Look into the mind's eye. There's nowhere to hide. No stick-covered lines. Whispers from afar.
All right, welcome back. Excuse me. Frog in the throat. Welcome back to Jeranism Monday Night Raw. Thank you for joining us. I just wanted to point out real quick that the Event 202, here's the video, and subscribe to the channel, Event 202. I did mention to people that on Thursday I'll be trying to do some sort of simulcast. I haven't talked to Dave Murphy. Maybe they don't want me to do that. They want people to go to their channel. I don't know how it's going to work, but I'll either be in the chat there or simulcasting, or we'll be doing it on Globebusters. Whatever. We'll be trying to support this. April 30th, that's this coming Thursday, 9 a.m. Pacific, 12 noon Eastern, and 5 p.m. In the UK, and we saw everybody. You can kind of watch this video playing in the background. Shelley Lewis, Celeste Bishop Solom, Cyrus Parsa, a whole bunch of people. Dave Murphy, like we said. Dr. Kaufman will be presenting. Amanda Vollmer, who we've had on Globebusters as well.
Yeah, she's awesome.
She's awesome, yeah. YummyMommyEmporium.com. Mark Devlin, and then the nurse Kate Shemirani. So lots of good stuff there. Definitely check that out. And one of the things I didn't mention, but I'm hoping that people got the gist of it, is with the whole protest in California, I'm hoping what backfires on them when I said I hope I'm not the only one there, is it should backfire. When they put things on the radio news that tell people that they risk being arrested by attending because they're going against the stay-at-home orders, that is what we're protesting. So if you listen to that and you stay at home, then you're missing the whole point. That should backfire on them. There should be more people in attendance because they've announced that. Thank you, Bob Robert Zafaris, for the super chat. Really appreciate it. He's always been a great supporter of mine in the show. Rakia Life says everything is about decision. This virus is no different. Shout out to Louisiana. Faux Freedom. I think that's what you meant, but we'll see here, because then he came back and said, FYI, always proofread super chats. It's costly. LOL. Division Rakia Life clearly is ace. Yeah, I agree. And Carly Sunshine, like we said, thank you so much.
Before we take calls,
yes, go ahead.
I have a question and observation.
Okay.
You ready? On Event 201, which is about the coronavirus thing, what percentage of the speakers are flat earthers or globe deniers? Either one.
I'm going to say maybe 50%.
No, it's more than that. Like Matt Lemon, Mark. I mean, the only one I don't know is Kate.
I don't think Derek Brose is, but he is part of like a parallel anarchist community. I like how everyone's coming together over this. Maybe we can make some more flat earthers out of this.
Yeah, so it was interesting. And the comment I want to make, and Bob was kind of saying it on Globebusters on Sunday, is, we want to talk about flat Earth, but you can't. There's a giant elephant in a tiny little room, and to ignore it is insanity. But and as you've heard me say a million times, is I think that, this entire flipping of the table over worldwide is to stop the truth. And a lot of that truth is the awakening of people to flat Earth. So what I'm saying is we can't forget about, what we all feel is like the biggest, before this COVID-19 thing, was the biggest topic on the table. Well, it still is. And Taboo Conspiracy yesterday, was it yesterday? Yeah. Put out a great flat Earth video. So all of you content makers out there, new content makers, old content makers, find some time to put out information about who we are, where we live, because I find that as the most powerful tool to wake people up to all of the other nonsense, including this corona hoax. So and a lot of these videos, you can tie it together. I mean, you got to be careful, like Jeran, you're going to this protest, but you don't want to bring a flat Earth sign because that's going to end up on the news and make it look crazy. But, if you have flat Earth content, don't hold it back. Bring it forward and help people. When someone wakes up to the flat Earth, there's no flat Earthers that don't see through this COVID hoax. None. I'd say
showing the open-mindedness.
Yeah, it's not. It's once you see flat Earth, it lifts the veil.
Right. Flat Earth can cause the whole BS system to collapse. Like I said yesterday, there's no doubt about that. That's why we call it out. But because if people, once they see that, then they can see the entire lie system. But if you find a hole in the system itself, like this whole coronavirus is showing people, and you can point that out, then that can cause people to start questioning everything, and then they question where they live, and then they fall into the trap of, not a trap, it's the truth. They fall into the trap of truth, where you start to realize that it really is, everything's a lie. And then you can get into the point of, well, geez, if they're lying to me about things right in front of me and viruses and how we get sick and things like that, then what do you think they're doing about planets that you'll never go to, and space, and what's going on light years away, and hundreds of trillions of miles, and we can figure this all out with our telescopes? It's nonsense.
And some friends that I'm trying to talk to about Corona, and they know that my flat Earth stuff, but we don't really talk about it. They're like, I just can't believe that, that the Corona fake, and I go, that's because you don't even know where you're standing. And it's a great transition. You don't, and I tie it together, and people are pausing and people are thinking. So this is a great opportunity for us to get some people to crack or open their minds, whatever you want to call it, because of all of the stuff that's going on. People are like, all right, I don't know. Now, as I was saying to you earlier, we don't know a whole lot, which makes us smarter than the people that don't know they don't know.
Right.
Okay.
I get it.
Yeah.
Some people might not understand what you're saying there.
And well,
I understand.
And then the other thing, and this is a shameless plug. It's not really a shameless plug for the app, but waking up your friends to Flat Earth. If you gift the app to your friends and family and tell them to take the Flat Earth Challenge, it works. It's the greatest tool because you're not forcing it on them. Just get them to agree to check the video every day for 2 weeks, and nobody can do that and not question the ball anymore. I get so many emails of people saying that they gave it to a friend and they made them take the challenge, and now they're friends of Flat Earther. So nothing's better than having a Flat Earth friend or family member. Nothing.
Yeah. My dad is actually kind of waking up to the BS of the beer bug, and it's making me kind of want to flat smack him.
All right. And don't forget, in the app, in the web button, there's the huge list of videos, and I keep adding new videos to the top of the list, the Corona button. So the app can also be used, when you say, hey, what video came out today? Bam, there it is in that list. So check it out.
I check it every day, and I've been forwarding the one every day to Kelsey, so I don't have to worry or think about which one I should pick out for her.
Kelsey, she's a big fan.
Nice.
No, you don't realize she's really she's actually interested in this, and she won't stop bugging me about it. And she's texting me pictures of her television screen, and she's saying, gosh, I'm seeing space everywhere, and it's really starting to annoy me. And I said, yep, it's going to continue to do that, and now you're going to see it. There's a reason why it's called programming. She says, wow.
Then you start to see all the globes in every scene, in every movie, in every child's bedroom that there ever was. They all have a globe. They all have to have pictures of the moon on the wall or pictures of Saturn. It's like, I don't know any children that have posters of Saturn on their wall.
But she's really questioning things, and that's why it bothers her when she sees all the space stuff on TV now, because she sees what it is. It's fake.
The comment of, we don't know and other people don't know that they don't know. I kind of took that from Rumsfeld on 9/11. He said there's known unknowns and unknown. There's known unknowns and unknown knowns, but there's unknown unknowns.
Are you trumping your? What's going on here?
It's crazy.
And there's $3 trillion missing. We don't know where it went. And then building
again.
Yeah, Q building 7. Earth first. Space later says flat Earth trumps, pun intended, everything else, but COVID-19 gives us a chance to unhypnotize some peeps that aren't flat earthers, getting them closer to the truth. Can't agree more. Well said.
Oh, something I wanted to mention, by the way, Jeran, I don't think you plugged this enough. You have your documentary that I think is excellent for the whole space thing, and that's NASA going nowhere since 1958.
Thank you. Yeah. No,
you should talk about that more, dude, because, there you go.
Yeah, it's right there, and I even think I can make better episodes of that or additional episodes, but really just trying to show people. Iru showed one on Globebusters, or maybe it was on the Friday Lounge. I don't remember now. We're doing so many shows, can't remember where he showed it. But there's some other channels coming out with kind of the same stuff, showing president after president, kicking the can down the road. And it always seems to coincide. You have to remember we have maximum 8-year, presidents, and so they can kick it down the road, and it's just the same thing as what happened here, where they said now we're going to go to the moon by 2024, and if we don't go by 2024, then it's time to change the organization, not change the mission. They'll go on that route. Then when 2024 comes, of course, there won't be Trump in presidency anymore, so whoever comes in will just change it and say, no, I don't think it's important we go to the moon, we've wasted too much money there, we should go to Mars, and then it will just start the cycle over again. When will people wake up to that? We have, but I don't know how long it's going to take the general public. People are so in love with space that all you need to do is kind of, it's like a carrot in front of the donkey, right? Just put it out there for people that we're eventually going to go to space, and eventually people will be on Mars, and eventually we're going to be landing on Europa, and people just are like lemmings. They just follow along and not caring that nobody ever goes anywhere. NASA hasn't gone anywhere since 1958. So yeah, check out that documentary if you haven't seen it. I still don't think it's up to 100,000 views, but I do think a few people have mirrored it, and I did see somebody translated it into another language that had like 100 and something thousand views. So thank you to the people out there doing that. Should we get to the phones? Anybody else have anything to talk about before we jump over there? Or
let's go.
All right, let's start out with the 281 area code. You're on Jeranism Monday Night Raw. Who's this?
This is Patricia Steer. Hello, Jen.
Voice.
She's back.
Hello, Rose.
Hello, Patricia.
And hello, David. And everybody, how are you?
We're all here. We're all good.
I've got a question. The question is, how long, when this COVID thing first, well, they didn't call it COVID then, when this virus was supposedly knocking the socks off Wuhan, when did everybody on your panel first hear about it? And be honest, what did you think first? Fake or real? But give me an idea of what month it was when you first heard about it, if you can remember.
November. Oh, really? You heard about it then? Go ahead. We'll let Jason go first.
I look at a lot of stuff, and I remember it was being talked about in the just with the whole Chinese area way back when. And honestly, I just kind of wrote it off like I always do. I have a friend who's a nurse who was bringing stuff up to me, so that I can't remember if that's the very first reason why I heard about it, but she was bringing things up to me about something that was going on in China, and it was definitely way back when. And I thought fake, or
December,
that's their problem.
Okay, me too.
Yeah, it was November for me.
Right.
People were sharing it in the Crow 777 study and discussion group. And I would look at the articles and I was like, oh, okay, huh. And then I started getting sick of it because people kept coming at me with all this fear porn and I just would not accept it. And I just thought it was going to be a meme that would go away. And I was hoping that it would just, I was like, I don't like it, go away. But it wouldn't. And then I was in the hospital and I had a broken ankle. And on March 13th, I remember that was the day that I came out and just said, this is a hoax. And then I got all those death threats. And I was like, all right, this is a thing. I can't believe it. This is a thing. And I'm not going to be able to ignore it. I'm not going to be able to will this out of existence. And it was a tragedy.
Russian Vids and I did record it on Chris Jericho's in early February. And we were talking about it then. And I made the statement is that I think it's going to be gone by the beginning of March. I'm going on vacation. And when I come back, I expect it to have vanished. But, I think these things are fluid. Like if everyone had rejected it or ignored it like they did with SARS and Ebola, it might have gone away. But people just kept eating it up and they kept taking it farther and farther. At least that's how I see it.
Terrible.
Well, I definitely didn't think it was going to turn to this nonsense. I didn't realize they were going for it.
They got me. And then also,
what's the reason that
species got me getting so brainwashed and gullible. I mean, I'm so surprised. Yes, Patricia, they got me. Ugh.
I did a video in January where
it was real, believe it or not. In December, I thought it was real and it was coming here. I really did. And then I woke up and I realized I'm just as gullible, even if I consider myself to be awake. I was gullible for a while and I thought it was real. And it's weird how you can be awake, but once in a while you think, because you've got to keep in mind, everything can't be fake, can it? And then I think, wow, you know what? It can be.
Yeah.
Everything can be fake.
Glass.
Yeah, we're all human. And, sometimes we'll have a big thunderstorm and I'll I know I'm in Louisiana and it happens and it gets really loud. But every now and then I'll just be like, am I going to die? The senses coming towards us affect us. And then we take a little bit of time to discern. And don't worry, man. Like, I at first I thought it was real too in the very beginning, but then I started seeing the memes about Saint Corona and all of the Greek connections, and so that's the benefit of having people send me that stuff.
Yeah, I don't know. I did a video
in December. There wasn't much when I was looking at it.
Yeah, I don't remember doing anything. I don't remember seeing it in December, but January I did a video where I started. Dave, do you remember I had a mask on and I was doing it, but YouTube pulled that video. They didn't like that very much, so that's when I first started hearing about it, kind of making fun of it, just because I see people stressing out and starting to wear masks from the very. And this is way before any kind of talk of it was going to be required, or even before we would ever see anybody in public. There's no way when I did the video with the mask on that there was anybody in public wearing a mask. But people were just starting to say, oh, we're going to all have to wear masks. And I did a video making fun of it, and YouTube not very happy with me. As is the case.
Backlash was so intense and so immediate, and the social pressure was so all-encompassing that it really shocked me. And it was so intense that maybe that's why I was like, oh, it's a hoax, because look at this social experiment that's happening before our eyes.
How dare you not wear a mask? You're not out to save lives. You're going to kill
people.
Stay
home. Stay lives.
Hashtag don't kill your grandparents, because you could be a carrier. You don't even have symptoms.
Especially if you're symptomatic carrier, the new terrorist.
So now when you want to go see your grandparents, you have to stand on the outside of the house and put your hand up to the window, and they put their hand up to yours. And it's a great moment for TV.
Just like
But you better be wearing a glove, though, when you do it.
Yeah, be careful with the windows. You never know who is there first.
Okay, well.
All All right, well,
I just
Tricia.
wanted to call in and say hello, and that's it, really.
Hey, Patricia, good to hear from you.
Yeah, glad you're well.
Nice to talk to you guys. Bye.
You're awesome. Bye.
All right.
Who had the video, Jeran, that was up that was offering? Was it $100,000 or a certain amount of gold?
$2 million.
$2 million
in gold.
in
Sorry,
gold
I shouldn't say dollars. $2 million
proof
of something in gold.
for proof that the coronavirus is real. That's all it was, and Facebook struck it down today.
Yeah,
Karen B had it on her channel.
Oh,
I don't
Karen
know.
B, that's where I saw it.
She mirrored it, but she made a video reading the document, and that was taken down.
So you can't even ask for proof of something. If I put up a video that said, I need proof that that Trump is the president of the United States, would that get struck down?
If it goes against the WHO, YouTube has announced that it will not allow it. It's just crazy. And they talk about non-essential businesses now. I mean, people need to realize that before you know it, if they're able to tell you what's a non-essential business, then before you know it, they're going to have non-essential YouTube videos. So the only video that's going to be up is Gates or Fauci, and Crow's going to try and do a show. I'm going to try and do a show, and they're going to say, no, sorry, that's non-essential. You can't post.
You can't have that bandwidth.
No, that is recommended only for people who support the WHO. What's this? Andrew Kaufman is talking against the WHO? Sorry. It's considered dangerous misinformation. That's what's happening with Facebook. Anything that you post, any of these anti-quarantine protests, nope. That's dangerous misinformation. How dare you try to assemble people together to protest and exercise your rights? How dare you? Can't believe it. Nicholas Brown says, thanks for having the second hour. Great show. Yep, no problem. We're here. We're live on TFR on YouTube and DLive, so lots of places. Let's go back to the phones and go to the 888. I don't know if this is 888. It's kind of a weird number. You're on with Jeranism Monday Night Raw. 888.
Yes. Hi, it's Daniel here from Quebec.
Daniel from Quebec.
Good evening, panel.
Did I hear you?
Hello.
Yeah,
He said good evening, panel. Hello.
Want to know? Yes. Did you catch Trump's coronavirus task force briefing from last Thursday when he referred to using UV lamp to treat the body?
Yes, we did.
And in the same presentation, he referred to injecting a disinfectant. The disinfectant produced by UV lamp is ozone. He didn't say it, but he was attacked. People were thinking that he was saying, inject yourself with Lysol to ridiculize the subject. But he flashed at the alternative health community because now he's starting to talk about real solution to help the immune system. So I'm confident that something is being prepared, and I'm blind, so I cannot appreciate what happened in the presentation. But apparently, Deborah Burks looked very panicked and distressed by the topic that he was covering. So things are looking good. I'm very confident. And the other thing about this Fauci guy is that he is connected to the tip of his hair in the AIDS fraud. And apparently the PCR test and the ELISA test have been used to see if people are have the HIV virus. So, hey, people, think about this. The same test is being used for coronavirus now. Wow. Isn't that great?
Right.
It's crazy.
All right. Thank you so much for the call. We always appreciate it. And yeah, you've been talking about the ozone treatment for weeks now by calling into the show. So you're right. And it's not as bad as you think if you're watching. I know you're blind, but it's not as bad as you think when they're describing her reaction to what Trump said. That's all been edited, and it's not any way that went down in the actual and of course the news is describing it like it was the end of the world, and she's all taken aback, and it's all just hoopla. It's all nonsense. They've been doing it forever. Rhino sent a super chat, says, I went to the beach yesterday without a mask. Somehow I could be responsible for killing my neighbor's pop-up. How dare I? Yeah, how dare you, Rhino?
How dare you?
You don't go in the water. If you go in the ocean, you're going to, they could spread all along the shoreline, too.
Hey, I don't know if you guys saw it, but Caroline gave me a link to openthestates.com. And you go there, you click on your state, and it'll show you where all the protests are, when they are, and you can even list one if you want to add one.
Openthestates.com?
Openthestates.com.
Nice. I didn't know about that.
That's a nice domain.
Absolutely.
I wonder who bought that. Could someone check when that was bought and who bought it?
I'm sure the person who bought it was smart enough to pay $8 to have their name blocked.
Or somebody bought it a year ago, and it's a it's a whole nother thing.
You could look that up. Yeah.
Wait. Yeah. Oh my God! I just looked it up. Mark Sargent bought it 4 years ago.
Oh boy! Under the sub name of Dave, whatever his name is. Let's go to the 905. You're on with Jeranism RAW. What's up? Ginger Sugarbush, second worst YouTube name of all time.
Hey, guys and Rose.
Dave, do you know who?
I just want to ask everyone if...
Yes, I do. Name of all time? Okay, just making sure. Go ahead. Sorry, Ginger. Go ahead.
No worries. I just want to ask everyone, if you can, please sub my friend ScubaDracula.
Yeah, absolutely.
If you haven't already, because he needs like 300, less than 300, and he can go live on his phone and do his activism and his stuff. So
have 1,000? Yeah, absolutely. Everybody into the show. ScubaDracula. I've announced it before, and usually I can help people get to 1,000. Obviously, I got him up to 700 or so, but he does protests and does street activism and really would like to go live from his phone. And of course, as you guys know, you have to have 1,000 subscribers to go live from your mobile device. So ScubaDracula, one word, good guy, hang out with him in Amsterdam and all over. But had a great time.
I just dropped it in the chat.
Beautiful. Thank you, Rose. Rose is amazing. Jeez. How much do you want to get paid an hour, Rose? I can pay you whatever.
No, I do. You never work a day in your life if you do what you love.
The first flat earther I met in person.
Who, Scuba?
Yeah, Scuba was my first flat earther I've ever met in real life. So,
Dave, how is it that we have a worse delay with every single person on the phone than we had with Commander Lee? Fuck you.
Because the truth is, and only Jason and Rose know this, is we are all on the moon right now. That's why there's no delay with Commander Fuck You.
But there is a delay for the people on the phone. Makes sense
on
now.
The Earth.
I get it now.
It makes sense, right?
I was wondering what that cavern was behind me, that big crater. Now I get it.
And I could assure you, Commander Fuck You is farther away than anybody that we've talked to today. That's a fact.
All right, great.
He may or may not have been upside down.
Awesome.
Sorry, go ahead.
Awesome to hear, Patricia. And as you guys know, realize. You know that meme. Realize.
You know, the first...
So,
thank you, by the way.
All right, that's it, guys. Take the next caller.
Thank you. Take it easy.
Love you guys.
Where I first saw that was a B.O.B. concert on a t-shirt.
From the dawn of man, we have turned to nature to help attain balance within ourselves. But somewhere, we lost our way. Western culture is once again remembering the healing benefits of CBD, the non-psychoactive component of the hemp plant. That's why more and more people who use CBD report relief from inflammation and chronic pain, balanced blood sugar and cardiovascular system, relief from muscle tensions, tremors, migraines, headaches, anxiety, depression, and the list goes on. The big question is, where do you get it? ILife is a 9% pure CBD oil made with all organic ingredients, and it's available to TFR listeners worldwide. If you use coupon code TFR at checkout, you'll get $5 towards your order. Head on over to ialife.com now. That's AYA life.com.
So, you love talk radio? Then you'll love TalkStreamLive.com. TalkStream Live is always on, 24/7 with the best streaming talk shows. Find your favorite talkers and discover some new ones. It's free, readily available online or on mobile with any smartphone or tablet. Finding your favorite talk shows all in one place has gotten a whole lot easier. Just go to TalkStreamLive.com. Be sure to download the free apps from Google Play or the iTunes App Store.
If you have hard water, the Live Scale not only leaves white spots, it clogs pipes and breaks down appliances, costing you hundreds of dollars in energy and wear. Eliminate scale and other water issues like brown staining and bad odors with HydroCare water products, available from Wave Home Solutions. Wave's affordable water systems don't use salts or chemicals. You'll love the way your water tastes, smells, and looks. Satisfaction guaranteed. For more information, go to bestwater123.com. That's bestwater123.com.
Hi, I'm Sergeant Jim Ram, retired. In early 2012, I was facing a laundry list of chronic health conditions that my physician was telling me were incurable. I knew there had to be a better way, and I learned how I could reverse every one of my ailments with science-based, clinically verified medical nutrition. In just a few months, I was able to reverse high blood pressure, gastric reflux, sleep apnea, arthritis, degenerative disc disease, heart arrhythmia, AFib, and many more. And I've lost over 70 pounds and kept it off. Now I'm hosting a radio program that's dedicated to helping my listeners do the same. If you're sick and tired of being tired, if you're sick of being used as an ATM by your doctor, then you'll want to tune into the Your DIY Health radio program here on Truth Frequency Radio every Thursday from 9 a.m. to 11 a.m. Eastern and 6 to 8 a.m. Pacific.
You're listening to the Truth Frequency Radio Network.
No hate, no hype, no fear.
All right, welcome back. You're listening to Jeranism Monday Night Raw. Thank you guys for joining us, as always. We also got another super chat from Earth First Space Later who says, if you sneeze with COVID, does it start to spin with the atmosphere instantly or get deflected by Coriolis? Baller Dave, it's a question for you.
It depends on which direction you're standing. So if somebody sneezes and you're to their left and they're facing west, it depends on what hemisphere they're in. Sure, you could miss it totally.
Okay, good. I'm happy to hear that.
Hey, Bob looked up the register for openthestates.com was registered on 4/14, so the timing seems right, by the Convention of States Action in Indiana.
Wow, and then we have rights.com. He looked that one up as well because I asked him to, just for fun, and it was a private registration registered on 12/1/2011. So just... that's what's being used for the California protests, but obviously they opened up for another reason. We have rights. I guess we didn't have rights in 2011 either. Imagine that. So let's get back to the phones. Where are we at? 785, I believe. 785, you're on with Jeranism Monday Night Raw, and the crew as we are on the backside of the moon. Over. Hello, 785, you're on.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yep, go ahead.
Hello? Okay, wait on. I like the fact earlier Dave said keep making flat earth videos, because at this moment people are kind of looking around and they're like, this seems like bullshit, you know? Like, I'm running into so many people and they're like, yeah, the government's this sounds off. Like, it just seems like they're pushing it a little more. Our rights are, so it's shaking them up a little bit. And while I'm glad that they left their little box, I'm kind of explaining to them, this is happening all over the world. Isn't that a little unsettling? And they're just like, yeah, like, I've always kind of, before Flat Earth, my thing was one world government, you know, all the presidents talking about it, and all the people that kind of come at me, I'm like, guess what? It kind of just happened. Because if you're wanting to say it's bullshit, all the point and blame and all this stuff, well, that has to be bullshit too. So, like, this is the perfect time to start pushing Flat Earth or anything, because people are looking around, they're like, this is bullshit. This is worldwide bullshit. This is a little bit unsettling. So I think I like the fact that Dave said that.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more.
Thank you. Hey, did you guys? Thanks, caller. Did you guys all see Corbett today about contact tracing?
No. I saw today's video.
So basically, he's talking about the next meme that they're putting out there, or you know how everyone can't stop saying social distancing because that's just a thing now, and now they're talking about contact tracing, and basically it's where they use your phone to find out who you've been talking to, who you've been standing next to. So, Jeran, if you met somebody on the street and you're talking to them for 5 minutes and then they get tested positive, they can go back and say, oh, Jeran Campanella was talking to him for 5 minutes and they were within 6 feet of each other. And this is something that they're pushing. All the mainstream is pushing it, or they're all talking about it because it's coming. 15, 20 years ago, I was telling people they were listening to our phone calls and people told me I was crazy. And now they're pushing for, we want to know where you are every minute and who you're next to.
Great. So
contact tracing.
I was at the doctor's office today. So if in 2 weeks somebody gets tested and they're positive and they were at that same office, then I should get a knock on the door. Is what you're saying?
Absolutely. They're going to know. And they showed how this program will show you where you've been and who you were next to, and then that person gets flagged. So every person that's standing next to them gets flagged, and it gets set in stages. Just everybody check out James Corbett Report. He's putting out several videos a week now. He's one of the best. Awesome.
He's great.
Yeah, one of the best. But today's video was outstanding. If somebody could throw it in the chat, I'm sure Rose probably already did.
I can get right on that.
Rose is busy donating to me on DLive. Thank you, by the way, Rose.
You're welcome.
Really appreciate that. Yeah, Rose is amazing. Contract tracing. That's I guess it's going to be up in the air. Who's going to win Word of the Year? That or social distancing? Although social distancing is going to win by a landslide, I'm sure.
Yeah,
crazy. That is the going thing, and I can't take the X's in the grocery stores. It's really disgusting and disturbing.
After I saw that video, I shared it on Face CIA Book, and in my description I wrote, I'm declaring today to be apologize to your conspiracy theorist friend day. I accept personal phone calls. Do you want to know how many phone calls I got?
Zero. Wow. A lot of people are scared, and that's dangerous information, Dave. Dangerous misinformation.
People are enjoying their servitude when they ought not to.
Yeah.
Wait until you see President Clinton talking on it. He has a clip of him. It's just unreal. The propaganda they're pushing is insane. So make sure you see it, everybody.
Well, why do I think, and I could be completely wrong in this because I'm not one of them, but why do I have the feeling that people enjoy wearing the mask? Am I the only one?
Because they're pussies and they don't have to. They can hide more.
I feel like people have been pre-programmed to look at this like a game, and they're trying to win the apocalypse. Is my little way of thinking about it, and that it's kind of like Ready Player One, where everyone's trying to be relevant in how they're going to survive it. And it might sound weird to us, but to them, I mean, that's how they are bonding with each other over how they are saving lives by staying home.
Right. Yep. No, I see the same thing. I just think it's a matter of, and the other thing, I thought I was the only one that was, everything I watch when they have the person doing the sign language, I'm just the only person there dying laughing. And I was so happy to see that Dollar Vigilante did a video about it the other day.
Nice.
I really felt alone in that. I was like, I'm probably the only one who's a dick and thinks this is funny to watch these guys do the sign language and everything. And I was thinking the same thing. Don't they have closed caption? Isn't that easier? But I guess not. All right, let's go to the 858. You're on with Jeranism Monday Night Raw and the crew. What's up?
Hey, about 10 days ago, relating to your last show, I saw a bunch of lights in the sky here in North Phoenix, and with my wife, and ended up seeing more than 50 of them. Had one of the neighbors were having a social distancing party with chairs separated 6 feet from each other, and we pointed up, and they all looked up, and everybody got to see lots of lights. That's from last week. If you want to talk more about that, I've seen them 2 other times this year as well. And then I spoke with an emergency room nurse working in New York City yesterday, FaceTimed with her about what's going on there. And then to the previous caller, a couple callers ago, Kobe was the start of coronavirus. Now COVID, eerily similar, almost Kobe. So,
what did you get out of the conversation?
What would you like to talk about?
Well, we'll talk about.
Okay, so over there,
yeah, go ahead. Start with that. We're going to talk about the Starlink after your call because that's something Dave and I were going to talk about and we forgot. So go ahead and answer the second thing.
She said everything is wrong here. She's worked in multiple hospitals in the last couple of weeks. And she said, for instance, I'll use a different terminology. There's an A room and a B room. And in B room is where everybody goes for testing. But if somebody gets tested and they pop positive, they take the remainder of those people and they put them over into A room. Or A room was previously the only COVID positive patients. So they swap rooms. She said it's medically moronic. Nothing makes sense, like to the lowest levels. I asked her if she had heard something about tests being 80% false positive, and she said, no, Michael, it's worse than that. The main test hasn't been proved to diagnose, period. That's the bigger. I went, wow.
All right.
So what else do you want to know about down there? Anything else?
Nope, that's it. We'll talk about those.
Getting a little nervous talking to you guys. It's kind of like meeting a bunch of Owen Benjamins all at the same time and, being a big fan of all of you guys.
Well, thanks so much. Appreciate the call and appreciate you reaching out to the nurse. And Dave, why don't you talk about that video you sent me? So we're hearing lots of crazy things about what's going on in those hospitals and the way that they're handling patients. And we have to remember that the patients that go into these hospitals too, they don't even have family members present. So, you just find out that you get tested positive. They put you in this room. Nobody goes to you for 2 or 3 days. Maybe they stick you on a ventilator, and some nurses are actually calling it murder.
Yeah, so a bunch of nurses, and the comments on the video by other nurses are incredible. But they're saying they're using long tubes, so they have the IVs out in the hallway with the tubes going into the room, which means that they're not getting, the close-up checking, and with the extra $39,000 or whatever it is that the hospital gets for putting someone on a ventilator, somebody goes in there. They're already panicking for 100 different reasons during this. They're afraid they're going to die. They're losing their homes. They've lost their jobs. And that fear alone can kill you. You go in there, you can't breathe. You're probably having a panic attack. They put you on a ventilator and it collapses your lungs and you die because you can't get the help that you need. There's nurses that are in hotels waiting to be called and they're not being called. Doctors are being furloughed. It is the scariest thing ever.
It's a horror show.
Every level.
Yeah. This is the Stanley Milgram experiment all over again. I mean, it's people that are trusting authority and hurting people as a result. And what they're doing is they're displacing the culpability in their minds to the authority. And what people need to realize is that the actions that you're carrying out, you're responsible for them. And it's just because an authority figure is telling you something, you need to be thinking about what you're doing. And this is actually affecting people's lives. In this experiment, the people who were under authority and being told to electrocute someone in a different room, that was acting. And this isn't acting, so it's pretty serious. But this experiment completely explains how this psychotic stuff is happening.
You have somebody that is on failing health, just which is a lot of people. People eat crap; they're not healthy. They have low immunity, and they're now, because of this whole lockdown, they're in financial fear, which is some of the biggest fear that people could have. On top of that, they believe that there's little spermy viruses swimming around that are trying to crawl in your orifices and kill you. So they're in total panic. I've had panic attacks, which are way less than that. I had a panic attack going into the Home Depot because I didn't want to put a mask on my face. So these people are losing they're falling apart. They go to the hospital. Maybe when they get there, they're like, "Oh my God, you tested positive, probably because you had the flu earlier this year or got a flu shot, or the test is 80% inaccurate." And they're like, "Let's give them an antiviral." Then they're getting injected with stuff. They're done. They're gonna look like they need a ventilator, and they're talking. The many doctors are speaking out that these ventilators are causing the problem. But to a normie, they can't hear that. They can't. Their mind literally clips like on a speaker when it hits a certain volume. It just can't hear beyond that. It's too out there for most people to comprehend. As the show goes quiet.
And well, a superbug can only be contracted from a hospital. And so a lot of people, if they are ever to get trached, God forbid, I mean, that is creating a brand new open wound for someone to contract one of these really big bugs. And obviously that is not what a virus is. And I so many people get more sick from being in the hospital. And right now, I just wish if anyone is out there in a hospital, try to get discharged right now. I mean, it's not a safe place to be, even without all of this nonsense going on.
And the biggest, as you guys came up with the line, but it's so true, the biggest virus or the only fear.
What is it? Fear.
The only contagion is fear.
The biggest, the only contagion is fear.
Is fear.
Yes. Hey,
let's talk Starlink, and to bring another person onto the call, we're going to have Bob from Globebusters join us to talk about the Starlink satellites. By the way, Dave, I did look, and I will be able to see them at 8:47 p.m. tonight, supposedly.
Right. So a lot of people are seeing these. I believe that they're up there. I've seen videos of them, and we all know that they're not, little metal boxes falling around a circular spherical Earth. There's something else. A lot of people are speculating that they're balloons. But to me, that doesn't make sense either, because where are they getting that so much reflected light and we're able to see them? They're higher than the ISS, the fake ISS, and they're the size of a desk, not bigger than a football field. But when you look at them, they look like they're almost the same size as the ISS and same brightness and moving at the same speed. So maybe, people will speculate, well, from my world of knowledge, I would have to conclude that those are balloons, unless you're not looking at all of the options. And as I've said many times, I believe the ISS that we see that goes from horizon to horizon, not the one that transits the moon or the sun, is a luminary. Take it as you will. And that the elite knew that these luminaries were coming back at this time and are circling around the Earth in whatever pattern they are, and they are in a pattern. So, they're the official story we know is fake, but they're smaller. It's a desk versus a football field, and the desk is farther away, and it looks like it's the same size, and it looks like it's going the same speed. So I propose that these are returning luminaries, and if somebody could please help me figure out what that means, maybe Rob Skiba.
Let's bring Bob on. Bobby.
What do you think, Bob?
Yeah, I'm here, guys. Well,
Hey, Bob.
I'll tell you what I think. Hello, everybody. So you guys, I don't know if you guys saw my presentation at FPIC 2019 in Dallas. But part of it was about the ISS and, you know, how it was impossible to really be able to see it lit from the ground because of the angle, you know, continuously, especially for like, 8 minutes, traveling entirely the width of the country. But I look at the Starlinks, and they're supposed to be, a little bit higher, about, 300-mile range. But still, the same thing holds. You know, you see video of these things, and they're absolutely solid lights, and they're not supposed to have any external lighting on them, and yet they're bright as absolute day. So you really have to ask yourself, if they're not satellites, which they wouldn't be because they also would not be able to reflect light. So whatever they are, they have their own continuous source of lights. So I don't think they're satellites at all. And not only that, it seems pretty ridiculous that their stated purpose is to bring broadband internet, over the Earth. And it's, you would need something more geostationary, not traveling all over the place at that high speed unless they were constantly switching. So something's really fishy about those things to me.
Is it possible that the balloons could move that fast and that they could have like projected light coming from them, or that it could be a projection?
Before you answer, my answer to that is you can't predict balloons as accurately as these are being predicted. These have a schedule like the ISS, and and balloons would not maintain that schedule.
Well, I know. I'm just asking if it's possible for balloons to do that.
Well, no, I don't think they could go that fast, for one. And yeah, they could have light sources on them, but they're not supposed to. They're supposed to be reflecting light from the sun, which makes absolutely no sense whatsoever. And again, if you saw my presentation in Dallas, I talked about that in depth, that's simply impossible, especially, at the altitude that they are. So they're obviously something else. They could be blue beam, but again, what is the purpose? And I think that has something to do with, I talked Sunday about, well, when is the other shoe going to drop? I can't believe they would botch it this bad, this whole COVID thing, unless they had something else coming. And I think this may be part of it, whatever it is. Yeah.
Yeah.
So I'm a little worried about it.
So I'm gonna check out tonight for sure. And by the way, I know that we're getting close to the end of the show. Is anybody up for an after show? Just so I can ask you now.
I'll go for 30.
Sure. Okay. All right, I'll call you guys as soon as we're done. And we'll stay on YouTube and D-Live, but we'll be off TFR. Bob, you want me to call you too? You want to join?
I'm sure that'll be fine.
Okay.
So Jeran, when you go see these later, Haunted House in chat said my idea sounded ludicrous. I'd like somebody to give me a better, less ludicrous explanation of what these lights that we are seeing are. Because we can rule balloons out. We can rule satellites out. I mean, they could be some just sort of propulsion craft up there, but are they going to stay on that schedule?
What if they
I 100% agree with you, David.
And they were all tethered together?
Balloons, you said?
No, like a drone of some sort, like a propeller drone, like something that's not
like a solar-powered drone pulling LED lights behind it.
Just something.
What I thought.
Yeah, I'm just racking my brains because I thought about this multiple times. There's got to be something that keeps them all in line, but they do bob a little bit, if you know what I mean.
They're not consistent in and of themselves. They might be consistent in the times. And I also am seeing a ton of people saying that they were supposed to see them. Like maybe I'll go out at 8:47 tonight and won't see them at all because I'm seeing on the website, and now I have the website up in the garage. It's like findstarlink.com, something like that, where you can type in your longitude, latitude, and it will tell you when they'll be above your head. But it does also say, yeah, I've heard a lot of reports from people saying that they didn't show up when they were supposed to, or they weren't seen when they were supposed to. So I'm sure they're as consistent really as the ISS. Dave, the only reason I don't agree with the idea of them being some sort of celestial thing is because supposedly they'll be above my head, but I won't be able to see them because it's too late past sunset or sunrise.
Or maybe they have phases. Who knows? The moon is a celestial thing that you can't see sometimes. I mean, we don't know what these are. But the best explanation is that they're not man-made. But again, we don't know. There could be other technology that we're unaware of.
All right, Bob, I'm going to call you right after the show. And thanks for calling in.
All right.
I have one other phone call I told I would get to. Sorry to everybody else waiting. Let's go to the 623. You're on with Jeranism RAW. What's up, Caroline?
Hey, Jeran. Hi, David. Hey, Rose and Jason. Nice
Hi.
group you got there going on.
Thanks. What's up?
Hey, just wanted to let you know, so you guys know I work at a hospital, and I've been hearing a lot of the negative nightmare stuff going on in other hospitals. I do believe it's individual hospital-based. I'm seeing a lot of good things happen here. I just saw a guy taken off a vent, and he was put on, it was either BiPAP or CPAP. I don't know the difference, honestly, because I'm not up there too often. So I know that not every hospital is trying to do that, although I did get an email, and it stated that if a patient is recommended to get a ventilator and they decline, they will be placed on a do not resuscitate list, which I think is totally manipulative and wrong.
Wow, okay.
Both are death sentences.
Yeah, it's like if you don't want what we say, then we're not going to give you CPR if you need it. So I think that's totally wrong. But I don't know if any of you heard this. I just heard this today that my hospital is trying to get plasma from the COVID patients that have recovered to somehow give these to the COVID patients that are still fighting. I don't know if any of you heard that, but it's something new that I just heard. I don't even know if it's tested or what.
No, that's a new one for me. I'm actually going to look that up right now.
I thought Tom Hanks was giving his blood and he's going to save the world.
Right, the Hank scene.
I see.
Yeah.
Classic.
Yeah.
That's great.
Anyway, you guys are doing a great job. Thanks for letting me pipe in, Jaron. You guys have a good after show.
Hey, thanks.
Thanks.
We didn't just worst amount of. We have like 15 calls we didn't get to. Let me try and get this person who's been on hold 53 minutes. You're on with Jeranism RAW, the 713.
Oh.
Make it quick.
Yo, how you guys doing tonight?
What's up? We're doing good. You have about a minute.
Hello? Yeah, okay, so all of you researchers, I want to know this week when y'all have time, how many deaths have been recorded from all sources, anyway, from January 1st till today, compared to January 1st last year till the same day. I guarantee you it's the same or less. But it should be more, right? It should be like
Dr. Kaufman's already looked into that.
Deaths.
Yeah.
When, what is it?
Nothing's changed.
What's the
That's
answer?
one of the reasons why he's saying it's all bullshit.
Yeah, same thing those other doctors were saying is that it's the same as the flu. I mean, every year 50 to 70,000 or whatever die from the flu. So far, they're just calling it something different this year. And we've already heard that anything
we know
anything that you die from, if they test you and you're positive for corona, that gets put down as the reason for death, even if that's not why you died. If you died from a heart attack, if you died from your lungs collapsing, it doesn't matter, even if you're already sick. So you have to remember, people who are already sick are most likely have some sort of virus, some sort of coronavirus. If you tested everybody in the public, it could be a very low percent. If you test everybody in a hospital that's ready to die, that number goes way up.
And we only have a few more nights of good looks at Venus. So make sure to tell all your friends to look at Venus and ask them, how can you see that? It's supposed to be during the daylight side, all right? How can you see Venus at night? Please, people, ask your friends.
All right, thanks for the call.
Later, guys.
Later. All right, I did the mistake of waiting too long to let go of the call, and now they're going to be stuck on through the end of the show. All right, stay tuned for an after show. Bye, guys. We'll talk shortly. I'll call you in a second.
Ella, and I'm 10 years old. I'm one of the millions of children born to parents suffering from the sheeple virus. Symptoms include the inability to think for oneself, the attention span of a goldfish, and a strong belief in government and the mainstream media. It is estimated that 1 out of every 2 children are being raised by parents infected with the sheeple virus. But there is a cure. For as little as 19 cents per day, You can become a TFR supporter and help children like me get their daily dose of truth. Together, we will make sure every child has protection from deception.
Hold up.
What was China's role? I'm Lisa Lacera, Fox News. President Trump again saying the administration is looking into what China knew about the coronavirus and if it could have prevented what became a global pandemic.
We're doing very serious investigations, as you probably know, and we are not happy with China. We are not happy with that whole situation because we believe it could have been stopped at the source. It could have been stopped quickly, and it wouldn't have spread all over the world, and we think that should have happened.
Earlier this month, an Associated Press report found China covered up the outbreak in Wuhan for a crucial 6 days. One of the states moving forward with its reopening plan.
Texas Governor Greg Abbott says he ran his plan by White House advisor Dr. Deborah Birx and was told it was great. To start, restaurants, retail stores, malls, and movie theaters can reopen at 25% capacity May 1st. So can libraries and museums. And doctor and dentist offices can reopen as well. He explains why reopening needs to happen slowly and in phases.
Okay, wait, don't turn off your audio. China is now
turn off your video
having
and your
new
audio.
outbreaks. Singapore is having a
turn off
second
both
wave
video
that's
and audio.
bigger than
Mute your
its
mic
first
right
wave.
now.
There's coronavirus expansion in places like Hong Kong and Japan.
He says he hopes if there are no surges in cases that they can reopen bars, gyms, and hair salons by mid-May. Jessica Rosenthal, Fox News.
At the coronavirus task force briefing, President Trump was asked about North Korean leader Kim Jong-un. He had a cryptic response.
I hope he's fine. I do know how he's doing. Relatively speaking, you'll probably be hearing in the not too distant future.
Kim hasn't been seen in weeks and missed an important event in the country's history, prompting rumors about his health. But at the same time, there are reports that from his private train was spotted in a resort area of the country. America is listening to Fox News.
That was bad, bro. I'm gonna mess that whole thing up right there.
There's enough
uncertainty to go
around right now.
Wherever you are, make it
Truth Frequency Radio.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Truth Frequency Radio.
Unmute your mic,
now
bro.
listening to The Matrix Unveiled.
Unmute your mic. Unmute your mic.
Prepare to evolve your consciousness. Welcome back, everyone, to The Matrix Unveiled. My name is Tanuj, and today I'm joined with my awesome good friend, Denzel. Say what's up, Zen. How you doing? Hey, man, I think your audio is a little bit low here, but let me see if I can boost that up. Yeah. Okay, awesome. Okay, cool. So, what is going on, everyone? I hope you guys are doing great. Today, we're going to be talking about a lot of different things, as well as just having a Q&A with anybody that's interested in, discussing different metaphysical topics, as well as talking about reality and, just the situation that we are being pressed in. And it's been about week 8 or 9 now, or I think it may be like week 8, right? Or maybe week 7. I'm not actually sure. But it's been a little while. We've been in quarantine for a little while. So how long do you think it's been, bro? I think it's been a little while. Yeah, that's what it feels like. It feels like there's a new world order happening. And the crazy part is that people are just so complacent these days. They're basically accepting their fate. So they're not even fighting the situation where, we've been quarantined for so long and people are not resisting. They're not doing anything. In fact, they're afraid to resist or to be bold. They're okay with basically being self-quarantined. I think that's a huge problem because it's showing that the government has a lot of power over us as individuals, and that we are not willing to be strong within our own ability to, fight back and to be independent, sovereign beings. Could you just hold the mic up to your mouth so it sounds a little bit, yeah. Yeah, that makes sense. And so many people are afraid of the military, just like you were talking about, which I don't think we should be afraid of the military. I think that we have to, become really sovereign and understand our place in reality if we want to actually evolve and become stronger beings. That, I was actually talking to somebody on a live stream a couple days ago, and I can't remember his name, but he's really big in the Flat Earth community. He's a huge name. His name is Martin, I think, and I don't remember his last name, but he was on Gypsy Road's channel, and he was not even kidding. He was talking about starting a new community where they're moving out to like some part of Canada, North Canada. They're buying territory, and they're going to live there. And he was totally serious, and he has hundreds of, not hundreds, but he has thousands of people that are looking to do the same thing with him. So that's a possibility. What was that? Yeah. But see, the thing is, I don't think that it's honestly, like if you were to do that and you don't have a military, the UN's going to come kick your door down and basically colonize your territory. And then they're going to be like, okay, you think you can have free technology? What we're going to do is we're going to make you slaves. We're going to use you like slaves, and you're going to extract all your good minerals and stuff. They've been what? Yeah. Yeah, but see, the thing is, I don't think that airbending is honestly meant to, use anything for physical attacking or something like that. It's not. That's just not the way it works. It is a very peaceful art, so there's just no way that it would be something that you could hurt another person with it. Yeah, I mean, it's true, but I would not be using abilities and stuff like that to like defend myself with. It's all good. Yeah. They're saying that you don't have sound on TFR, which is not good. So, hold on. Let me see if I can just... All right. Are you still there, Zen? Okay. What? Okay. Wow, we got a spammer in the chat. I'm gonna block him because I'm not interested in having people spam. There's literally no patience that I have left for people that spam. But yeah, so what I think is going on now is that we are in the stage where people have become more and more fearful as the situation has gone on, and we're kind of at this last bit resort where people don't know what to do with their reality at this point. And what I try to tell people is that now is the time that you have to really rediscover your passion for life and become authentic in who you're meant to be. And that's going to be the key to really awakening your consciousness into living your best life, because we've been given this time to really, reconfigure our lifetime and reconfigure our passion and our reality. So it's really interesting to see how other people are creating new opportunities for themselves, new jobs, and so much of the world, like, think about this, Zen. So much of the world has moved to an online digital marketplace. Okay, that's showing that the world, like, so much of business can actually be run from the internet, which gives more power to the person and less power to a person just being enslaved to a job that they do not like, like working for somebody else. And so there's ways to make money and to make a living off of the internet. And that's kind of what consciousness, I feel, is being pushed to really focus on. And, you're over there working on that pinwheel, trying to get the energy to flow. Definitely. And the key to actually getting that going is to pull the energy off from the ground. Oh, there you go. That was nice. That was well done. Yeah. And tell people in the chat, or when they watch it, what you learned from the course. So that way, if people are on the fence, they can make a decision, because I think that would be helpful for them. Thank you. Yeah, you would message me and be like, dude, I went to go practice. I like took a 10-hour nap or something. Or you told me one time, you're like, I went to go pass out after I practiced. I'm like, what are you talking about? That's not how it works for me at all. So I think they're saying that you're not being able to be heard on TFR. So can you leave the Skype chat and then join it back? Not this one. Just leave the Skype call, and then I'll add you back, because that's really weird. It's probably because you're on a phone or something. But yeah, I mean, with the learning to absorb energy and stuff like that, that takes a lot of practice, and it takes a lot of practice to really understand how to do that. And okay, awesome. Oh, okay, that's probably what was happening. Yeah, that makes sense. So, free energy mobile, if you could please tell me if it's working now, that would be awesome. So we can continue on with sharing the gnosis. So yeah. Tell me what you were talking about. You were talking about the course and giving descriptions on what you were feeling that you got from it or whatever. Yeah. Exactly. Exactly. It's all about learning to flow with the energy field around you, so that way you're not being a vampire. You don't want to vampire your environment and steal energy and stuff like that. You want to learn to harmonize with the wind so you can flow with it. And some people they think like aerokinesis is like useless, and they don't understand the point. They're like, okay, so what? You're making the trees blow. What's the point in that? Well, the thing is, it's not just making the trees blow. It's making a connection to the system of energy, which is the universe, and then you're able to master your ability to create with energy. And that's the most powerful technique to actually do this kind of stuff. Because without that technique, then you will not be able to actually do anything with your life. Like you won't have the energy or the knowledge to really apply your energy to a specific talent in your reality. Does that make sense? Exactly. We are the universe, and all you have to do is remember how to connect back to being the universe. What's up, Gypsy Road? Hello, Haska. Glad you guys are here with me. If you want to know how you can get that awesome little check mark, is it a check mark? No, it's like a S. If you want to know how you can get that awesome little S thing next to your name, Haska is a channel member, so that's why he has that cool thing. But as we continue with this time period, I think what people want to really focus on is tapping back to themselves and really going within themselves to clean out those blockages, because there's so much time. We have so much time. No one is working, except for if you're working from home and stuff. So what have you been doing? Have you been working on, meditation and stuff like that? That's an interesting technique. Consciousness and stuff like that. So that's a really cool, aspect of doing something on your channel. I'm trying to do that with more people and bring more people onto my channel, and to the TFR shows as well. But it's hard to find somebody that I really resonate with, and I think that is actually worth having on my show. And it's difficult to find a high vibrational person, because I don't want some new age dumbass on my show. Not to be super blunt, but I don't want somebody coming on here talking about chakras and crystals and like Om and stuff like that, because that doesn't resonate with me. It's useless. It doesn't work. Yeah. This Ken is asking, who is this? This is Zen. This is Denzel Martinez. Ken was on my show a long time ago when we were talking. Yeah, you watched it. This is the other Ken, not Ken Shorley, but Ken Jolie. Yeah. It's funny how they have the same name. I think that's really interesting. I'm glad you love this show, Free Energy. I really, really appreciate that, my friends. Thank you so much for watching, and yeah. So maybe we can have Ken on the show as well, and all three of us talk and stuff like that, because I'm always open to having more people converse and stuff. But I probably not this show, because I think it would just like cause too much chaos to bring someone on like while we're live. That would just be way too confusing. But yeah, You're making sourdough starter, so I need a life again. I don't know what that means, but okay. That's what Gypsy Road says. You should be able to read it now, because I highlighted it for you. That's so funny. So, Gypsy Road, for in case you're wondering, I've been talking to Red, and he's not as mad as I thought he was anymore. And he did say that he's okay with going on the show in the future and, talking about the flat Earth. Oh, somebody said he didn't recognize you. Gypsy said he doesn't recognize you. Like you look different or something. Maybe because he has the coronavirus. Something like that. So, okay, I'm going to let you answer this question because this dude has messaged me about 10 times with the same question, and I've answered his question already. So, if you want to answer that question, go for it. You want me to read it out loud, or can you see it? Basically, he's asking, how do I open my third eye? Or my third eye is open, but none of the other chakras are not open. Which... Exactly. Yeah, well said, dude. It's not about okay, your chakra. It's okay. You don't have to apologize to me. Okay. So your pineal gland. It's a gland. So first of all, the third eye is the pineal gland. Okay. So that is something to understand. It's not a magical center in the brain or something. It is part of the endocrine gland system. So if you study the endocrine glands, they're going to explain to you what center is a part of which chakra. And then these all produce a electromagnetic field or a frequency, and you can tap into those frequencies to really activate them. Your glands are so powerful. You can literally squeeze electricity out of your glands if you know how to. And that's something I was doing last night, actually. I was using my liver, my literal liver, and I was focusing on it while I was training, and I was squeezing energy out of my liver, and it was like making my eyes see differently because your liver is connected to your eyes. And so you can actually heal your body by doing this kinds of stuff. And so you'll feel the electricity when it comes out of your specific gland, because it's gonna give like a weird, like almost like a taste. Like you'll taste it. Like sometimes I'll taste my head, like where my pineal gland is. It'll taste like a salty or a sweet nectar, and they call that the Amrita nectar or something, ambrosia, which is the milk of the gods. So these glands, they produce different hormones, like calcitonin, like melatonin, like dimethyltryptamine, like thyroxine, like adrenaline, norepinephrine. These are all chemicals and hormones that are produced by the glands, which are the chakras. If you know how to stimulate them, you can turn them off and on at will, like switches inside of your body. So that is in the psychokinesis course. That is detailed how to explain how to actually activate each single center. And, I use my throat chakra a lot. When I'm speaking, I will literally focus on my throat chakra, and I will vibrate my throat chakra when I'm doing aerokinesis to release thyroxine, which then creates a different effect within my physiology, which then changes my energy signature. Same thing with dimethyltryptamine. You can do that with your pineal glands, activate it, and see into different light frequencies. So once it's activated, there's no way to get it back. No, the way to turn it off, I can tell you a really, really good way to turn it off. Never ever think about it ever again. Forget that it exists, and you will starve it of energy, and you'll basically go back to being an NPC. But the thing is, do you want to be an NPC? Why would you want to turn off your pineal gland? Your pineal gland is technology. It's the smartest thing, the most intelligent piece of, circuitry within your brain. So I honestly would not turn off your pineal gland. And, what happens is you can just limit the amount of electrical flow to one thought is all it is, exactly. It's literally just an on-off switch. And when you get better with your energy, you can use a 1 or 0 to turn it off and on. And that's more advanced information, though. Let's see how we are doing time-wise. We got 2 minutes before our break on TFR. So Marie Johnson says, when you vibrate your pineal gland, it gives you endless energy. Your body can do anything. Yeah, I agree. It gives you a insane amount of bliss and just like high vibrations. Like you feel like you're on a drug, and that's your natural drug. The avatar state. That's a funny way of putting it. Honestly, I wouldn't say I would say that it's pretty close to the avatar state, because you go like the avatar state. Think about that. That show, man. That show held so much information and so many key secrets to consciousness and to spirituality and to working with the elemental energies, that people have no idea how much information that show talks about. And we can actually get into that on the next half of the show, because that would be a really cool topic to delve into. No, I want to continue this, but my family is putting too much pressure on me, and I have school, and my life is not great right now, but I want to continue this further in the future. Whew. That's a whole situation there. Here, you can read it on there. He's basically saying, he's probably a young kid. He's probably like 15, 16 or something, maybe younger. And he's struggling because he's having his awakening and he doesn't know what to do. And believe me, buddy, I've been there, and it sucked, and it was a terrible idea at first. But then your life gets better, and you find your purpose, and you find people that resonate with you. Yeah, Zen left his family, like literally. I mean, that's the craziest thing. Like, I actually told you not to do it, but you thought it was a good idea, which, don't listen to me. Do what's best for you. I love that music. Holy shit.
The reviews for Extendivite are amazing. Here are some from Amazon. By Christine, great for heart palpitations. By Anne, before I started using this product, every afternoon my ankles and my hands would be swollen. That doesn't happen anymore. So if that part of their advertising is true, I have to assume that the rest of it is also. Not to mention that when I had my yearly blood test, only a few weeks after beginning to use this product, my cholesterol had dropped over 30 points. I'm going to continue to take it. By Croc, I love this product. It really works. By Brad, works great, thank you. Tell us your story. Get your Extendivite today. To order, call 1-877-928-8822. That's 1-877-928-8822. Or visit heartdrop.com.
Extend your life with Extendovite.
Okay, nurse, let's get this man to the ER stat. Right away, doctor.
We see this every day. Heart attack or angina pain due to blocked and clogged arteries. Chelation can remove obstructions or blockages from arteries and help avoid painful and expensive surgery. Now there's Angioprim. It's a liquid oral chelation product that you take with juice. You start to feel the results fast. Angioprim increases blood flow all over the body, and that means more energy and strength to take on the day with less aches and pains. 60 years of research has gone into chelation, and Angioprim is the result. A safe and easy way to block your veins and arteries from buildup that slow circulation.
Paging Dr. Jones. Please report to the emergency room right away.
Log on now for a special radio offer from Angioprim. That's angioprim.com/radio. ANGIOPRIM. Angioprim.com/radio or call 877-882-7221. That's 877-882-7221.
Greetings, Earth Explorers. My name is Brooks Agnew, and I am your host on X Squared Radio every Sunday evening at 8 p.m. Eastern Time on the Truth Frequency Radio Network. This is where the past meets the future. We explore the mysteries of the universe and of the Earth. We might go a little past your imagination, but have no fear. You will be safely traveling with us. We will dissolve the propaganda of dangerous people with dangerous plans for the planet. We will discuss the latest technologies and challenges for humankind. We will discover the safest place for you to stand when the thinkings and doings of mankind come flying apart, and how you can be one of the people that helps put it back together. Join us.
No hype, no fear. We are TFR, your protection from deception.
It's been a while. Yeah, I'm pretty conservative with my sexual energy because I know how powerful it is. It literally creates worlds and stuff. So you got to be careful. Yeah. But at the same time, I don't you can always get more energy. So even if you do mess up or release or whatever or have sex, like, it doesn't matter, because if you know how to plug in, you can get that energy back really fast. But I would say that it's a really good idea for everybody to, like, master their sexual energy to the point where you have control over your like bodily desires or your impulses to have sex. Like, you don't want to be like a horny person that can't control their sexual energy all the time and then just be drained because you have to masturbate all the time. So that is what I think about that. I've been doing it for a long time, and yeah. Am I from India? No, I'm not from India. I was born in Brooklyn, but my mom was born here, and my dad was from India. So yeah, I mean, I'm obviously Indian descent, but American birth, I guess you could say. And then we got him. He's from Australia, so Australia is really cool. I definitely want to go there in the future. It's all right. Why is it just all right? Huh. Gypsy Road says, now we are talking sexual energy. Hell yeah. So Gypsy or Eric, is it Eric or is it Bob? I'm guessing it's Eric. It feels like Eric. So you can feel the energy signature. It's definitely Eric. What I would say is that your brother is obsessed with sex and porn. I'm pretty sure. So I would love to talk to him about that yeah, I knew it was Eric. I'd love to talk to him about that in the future show where I explain to him like sexual energy and like the potency of it. because it's very powerful and stuff, and you can really change your life and reality and other people's lives and realities when you master it. And I even converted. I literally converted Zen and Synergistic. Both of you guys. Both of you guys to like being super. I don't think you follow it. I feel like yeah. There's a reason why, because when you have like a year's worth of energy stored up, you walk around and your aura is so thick you're literally like bulletproof. like I'm not even kidding. your Merkaba, whatever you want to call it, is so like solid. It's like people can feel it from over the internet, all that stuff. It's ridiculous. And yes, it's really cool. Oh yeah, they're saying some stuff, but I can't. You definitely have to use your laptop next time, so that way we can get a proper Free Energy Mobile says the root chakra is where interdimensional travel starts, and I would say that's not really true. Because the root chakra is for your base desires. It's for survival. It's for just being like in the physical reality. The root chakra is what is your fight or flight response and your sexual response. So yeah, it's your survival mechanism. It's basically like your it is literally your root. So it's your concentrated sexual essence. Like that's your survival energy. And the more of that you have, the more driven you are, because that's what comes from the bottom to the top of your head and to the top of your crown, your pineal or whatever. Young Human says, thoughts on DMT. I mean, I have a lot of thoughts on DMT. I don't think you need to get DMT. You have to secrete DMT or activate DMT. Meditate, yeah. I made a whole course on doing that. Yeah, exactly. We are. We are literally releasing DMT and traveling astral states and stuff. Yeah, exactly. And you can also, I know, you can also literally use that DMT that you're experiencing within your sleep state. And oh, nice job, dude. That was nice. I saw that. Okay, now pull from the right side. Right side. There's a stream right going through you. Yeah. No. From the okay. How do I say this? East. Dude, it's hard to explain where I'm like, you know. Okay, from the okay, so where you were standing, from the back right corner, you want to push it like that and push it straight, and it's gonna go through. So from behind you to the right side, yeah. But now it's not there as much. So now pull from the left side. Left side. No, that way, but from the left. Yeah. But pull from behind you and push it from behind you. Push it through. Yeah. Okay, breathe. You lost the stream. It's not there as much anymore, but it's yeah. See, the thing is, you have to be really delicate with it and really like playing with it gently. Otherwise, it will not flow and you will mess up. It's hard to do. It's really hard to do over camera. I can tell you that for sure, because you have people judging you and like thinking about you and stuff like that. But oh, you're okay. I see what you're doing. Make sure you okay. Yeah, nice job. There you go. That was a good technique right there that you used. I know where you picked that up from. Nice job. Nice job. Nice job. Yeah, I know. I won. Yeah. Yeah. You cut and paste the energy. Yeah, but don't steal. See, what you did was you stole the energy from the bush. So you just grabbed it. Yeah, you have to ask. Like, I think like humans don't realize when you take energy from an object, that's like stealing from them. There you go. That was nice. No, that was a natural current, and then you just kind of just like upkicked it. So. There's no more questions. Oh, life after death. Okay, so life after death. I mean, that's such a broad like idea. Or there is life after death, 100%. There is also a reincarnation trap. So if you're not careful, you could get pulled into that. But the thing is that if you know what you're doing within your energy and you know how to like navigate the astral realms, you should be okay. You just don't want to go into the white light. And if there's any beings that appear to you when you die that look like your family members, those are not your family members. Those are the traps of the AI in the Matrix. And the... Huh? I wouldn't say that they're the Anunnaki. That's different. They're like the controllers or whatever you want to call it. Anunnaki are something different in my opinion. I said Anunnaki are something totally different, in my opinion. They don't have anything to do with it. Yeah, there's a grid. That's true. I mean, Earth is basically like a hospital or a spiritual hospital. For souls that are really confused and just not able to, like they come here to learn lessons too. So how does that trap work and what does it do? Well, the trap works where you go into the white light and you get your mind wiped and you get tricked into going into it by things that tell you that, you can be reunited with your family members. And by going into that white light, that's the Matrix, which is the sun. So that is the spiritual sun. It's the same thing. Yeah. Basically, the sun exists in a variety of frequencies because we're only seeing the physical realm when we look around, most of us. And that is because we have only tapped into a certain amount of frequencies, but then there's another realm. There's other realms around us which are composed in other light spectrums. And so you could see other aspects of the sun, other colors, other light spectrums of it. When I look at the sun, when I sun gaze, I see stuff that I know other people are not seeing, like how the system really works and how it has a sentient consciousness that is looking and observing. And so Free Energy Mobile says, airbending seems less of a command and more of an invitation to play. I would agree with that. Yeah. It's definitely not a command or something that you control. Exactly. Yeah, exactly. It's not something that you are forcing, and you are just flowing with the trees. Like really, it's about a relationship with the trees and the friendship, and it's about being a creator being and mastering your ability to just become creative. So he says, I thought Rasta Lart says, I thought we were taken care of and guided, so if we don't go to the light, where do we go? And I'm trying to go quick time. Well, what was that? What? A bird just flew into you? Dude, that bird must have been blind or something. It didn't see you. Yeah, making him retarded or something. Yeah, bees are cool. No, I mean I feel that like the animals are very sentient and very like amazing, and we don't want them to die. But the thing is, the animals are super intelligent. So sure, the first couple batches of them may die off, but they will evolve. They will get smarter. Like the first, they're very smart. Like they are smarter than us in a lot of aspects, where they see more frequencies. So if they see like this massive thing emitting all this radiation, they will stay away from it. Humans, they will go and congregate against it and start worshiping it or something, because they're like, oh, this is our new master. Like this is the newest technology. Like we're gonna worship this thing, and like that's literally how humans operate. They're like, oh, this can make us the most money, so we should put these things up everywhere, regardless of what they do to our DNA. But my solution to that is get your freaking frequency aligned. Get your own frequency aligned so you don't be. Yeah, I mean, we have the ability to upgrade. And you don't have to be just like at the mercy of what's happening to you by the environment. You can take control and, create your own reality where you're not affected to the same degree that other people are by those frequencies. Right. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, yeah, but the thing is that they don't have the money or the manpower or dude, Bill Gates has been exposed. Bill Gates he has been exposed, man. I mean, that dude, like if he went out in public, he might get shot. Like so Tom Hanks, yeah, of course. No way. Yeah, I think I saw that video or something, but he took it down because I looked for it later and it wasn't there. So, oh, you should send it to me. It's so yo, but like at the same time he's joking, but at the same time he's not joking because he's like, yo, see, the key, what I found, what they do is they make a mockery or a joke out of these topics to kind of lighten the air. They think that by like, oh, that's such a joke, but like that's what they do to just like decredit the situation. I like Haska's mentality. I'll die in nature before I hand out to the government. That's a tough mentality right there. I respect that. Dude, this woman gave me like this dirty look. Or it was not even just one person, it was like 10 people when I went to the grocery stores without a mask, and they were just looking at me like, are you fucking retarded? What are you doing? And I'm like looking at them like, are you fucking retarded? Why are you wearing a mask? Dude, I have nothing, like, I just have nothing to say to these people because they're so lost in the script. Like, it's not even, there's not even a point to energize their ideas or to give them any, like all they're looking for. Like, okay, so what I've been hearing is, and this is something that resonates, that the virus, the way it works is that it needs an invitation to your home, like a vampire. Okay? So it has to be talked about in a fearful manner. It has to have fear, because when you have fear, that opens the doorway for the energy to come into your life and then affect you. And so that's the same way it works multidimensionally. So if you do not give it that fear, it cannot come in, just like a vampire cannot come in unless you invite it in. And that's the way it works. So all they're trying to do is just open the doorway everywhere. That is a legitimate thing, where you open doorways of energy to certain locations, and that literally floods the system or that area with those negative frequencies. So that's what these elites did. They just flooded the area with negative energies, and that took over the situation to where people are just going with the masses. They don't have their creative potential unlocked, so they don't know how to transmute that energy, which is the key to really becoming a high vibrational being and stuff like that. Yeah, that's another theory that people have been talking about, where it's like, the 5G is related to the virus or something. But see, so Gypsy was talking about this on one of his shows. Okay, Gypsy was actually he put cable down. So he literally was the person that was doing like the wiring and stuff, and he would do that. And he was talking about on his show, like, it's literally impossible for a person to, or the country, the US alone, to actually implement the 5G towers because of all of the different manufacturers and all of the different companies that they have to go through. And most of those companies, like, they will not approve these things because it's just too much of a process. It takes too long. Like, they have to set up a 5G tower literally every 100 feet. No, I only have seen a few around where I live. Yeah, but see, like, look, there's 1,000, right? They're only effective like every 50 feet. So it's like useless. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Well, I mean, I agree with that. I think people need to rebel a little bit more and become a little bit stronger with, if they don't believe in something, if they don't want something, they got to show it. So they got to go to their mayors and go to their politicians and be like, no, mayor. They have to go to their locations that the people are hosting these towers and take them down and actually get something done instead of just complaining on the internet, which does nothing. Everybody. Probably, but see, me myself, I'm not worried. It doesn't bother me. It bothers other people that haven't raised their consciousness and haven't figured out what they're in. So then it affects them. And so, you know, you could redirect it. I'm going to make a video eventually going to a tower and just like, and then like showing what happens in the environment. I was thinking about doing it, but you know, nobody leaves their house these days, and I think it'd be weird if I just went to behind, like, there's a grocery store where I live that has a 5G tower right behind. I think it'd be weird if I just like went behind the grocery store and just like started doing that. And dude, if they think I'm on LSD, that's so funny. That's hilarious. I hope that they think I'm on LSD. Dude, there was a funny story. My neighbors, I used to put my pinwheel in my front yard and practice all the time, like literally where everyone could see. And my neighbors would see me practicing and they're like, "Are you on fucking drugs or something? Like, what are you doing?" They honestly, like, they told my mom, they're like, "Is he on drugs? Like, what's up with him?" Yeah, no drugs. Yeah, I mean, why is it a bad thing to be a free soul, though? Why would you not want to be a free soul? Uh-huh. Mm-hmm. Yeah. I mean, that's why I don't believe in structuring anything. That's why when I do live streams, I don't write down a single note or have a topic in mind or anything. I just, you know, I like to keep it flow state. Even for my videos, I don't have anything written down unless there's a topic, like just a topic, but I don't write anything down. It's all about the flow state and being able to channel or, you know, tap into the ether at will and just be present in the moment and get that energy flowing. And even like in my school presentations, I would do the same thing. Like I wouldn't prepare anything. And it's just funny. What's up, The Weekend? What's up? Oh wait, you're already here. Oh, what's up, Dawn? How you doing? So yeah, we're about to wrap up on TFR. Do you have any final closing remarks? Actually, I don't even think they've been able to hear you this entire time on TFR. I don't think it. It would suck. Wait, did you mute your audio too? Oh my god. Dude. That's such a stupid. No, I told you to mute it just for the beginning part. No way, bro. You had it muted this whole time? Are you serious?
True Frequency Radio. I hope you guys enjoyed the show. And follow me on social media: Instagram, The Matrix Unveiled; Facebook, The Matrix Unveiled.
The outro is
YouTube,
going now.
The Matrix Unveiled. See you guys next week. Much love.
Dude, I can't believe you had it muted the whole time.
Censorship and regulation is becoming an ever-growing problem in today's modern media. From the mainstream to YouTube and Google, the information you're looking for is buried by official narratives and propaganda. This is why TFR is 100% uncensored, unregulated, and listener-supported. The shows on TFR are not micromanaged by the station, and our hosts are free to speak their minds however they please. As such, the views and opinions expressed on our station are of those who make them. If you happen to hear anything offensive on TFR, please send us an email to toughtitty@tfrlive.com, and we'll be happy to tell you that we really don't give a damn. We stand for free speech and non-censorship. If you also stand for free speech, you can go to tfrlive.com/signup and sign up for a TFR supporter pass and help us in our mission to keep the airwaves uncensored and unregulated. TFR Live, your uncensored and unregulated protection from deception.
A plan to reopen the country. I'm Lisa Lacera, Fox News. President Trump saying he spoke with several governors today discussing how to loosen restrictions in place since the COVID-19 outbreak.
Some of them are doing an extraordinary job. Not all of them, but some of them. And I think all of them maybe have a chance to do that. Some will be a little bit different. The areas are much different. Manhattan is much different than Montana. You have a lot of different circumstances.
A handful of states have already loosened guidelines. Texas moving to a partial reopening.
My executive order to stay at home was issued last month. It's set to expire on April the 30th. That executive order has done its job to slow the growth of COVID-19, and I will let it expire as scheduled.
Governor Greg Abbott, businesses including restaurants and retail stores in phases will reopen beginning Friday with strict social distancing guidelines in place. 2 men arrested in New York. Authorities say they tried to sell personal protective equipment that they didn't have.
New York Eastern District U.S. Attorney Richard Donahue says Manuel Revelorio and Donald Allen attempted to take advantage of an urgent national need. They allegedly tried to pressure a customer into wiring $4 million to them in exchange for masks. Court documents reveal the men labeled and wrapped empty boxes to make the sale seem legitimate. Investigators called the alleged actions of Revelorio and Allen a betrayal of fellow citizens and those on the front lines fighting the virus, and warn others to beware of such scams during this pandemic. Gernal Scott, Fox News.
5 people shot to death inside a home on the north side of Milwaukee. Police say they arrested a man who dialed 911 to report the killings. America is listening to Fox News.
When running now tuned into the truth frequency.
We are TFR. TFR.
Truth Frequency Radio.
Good morning, TFR.
Good morning to you. Start your day off bright and shiny. Get up off your little hiney and begin your happy day.
Hi, this is Alan. I like Ironworks because it's where everybody knows your name, and they're always glad you came.
I love Ironworks with Josh, Walt and Zach. It's like sitting in your front room having a cozy chat with your best friends.
Hi, it's Diva here, and I just want you to know that Ironworks with Josh, Walt and Zach, it's definitely my favourite dose of reality. Come join the family and keep it flat.
Why sleep in when you could get your dose of iron in the morning? Listen to the Ironworks on TFR.
This is Enlightened Dawn. Roses are red, violets are blue. Iron Raw Media is the best on the plane. To this show, I will forever be true. You guys are truly the best, and I love you guys. I'm so thankful to have you in my life.
Do you like listening to space letters from Never a Straight Answer? Then tune in to The Ironworks with Zach, Walter, and Josh. Break clear of the fear on The Ironworks and become an Iron Scout.
And here's a late contender from our good friend Nemo.
The iron you need to get what you want.
Big shout out to our buddy Nemo, too, who's been leaving some great messages to us over on Skype. But good morning, Truth Frequency Radio. You're listening to The Ironworks. My name is Josh Corey, and I'm joined this morning by a very good friend and co-host, one Mr. Zachary Zabala. Squared, or you can find him over on YouTube at Good Times, all GUDTIMS. The number 4 ALL. Zach, how's your week been?
Hey, Josh. Hey, everybody out there in TFR land. Not too bad. Let's see, a couple days ago, I actually got like 8 hours of sleep all in one night in a row.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, I felt like a new person when I woke up. It was weird. I don't know, it's been at least 2 weeks since I slept, like longer than 5 hours before that, which is weird for me. Usually I don't have trouble sleeping. I don't know. But I got sleep, and I feel so much. I feel a lot better. How's your week, Josh?
It's been good. Again, just staying busy at work. Trying to keep the yard cut down because we're expecting a lot of rain. So that's kept me pretty busy this week between work and yard work. Other than that, I think it's been a pretty quiet week around here, surprisingly. Yeah, not a whole lot going on. Just staying busy in the machine shop at work, which is something new to me. But apparently they're wanting to keep me over there for a couple of years. So we have some management basically, fighting over me. How that works out. But I don't have...
It's a good thing, though. Well, not always, but...
Well, it makes you feel good. I mean, there's a bit of an ego boost to it, knowing that I'm not over there just completely screwing things up. As is, I'm liable to. Because actually what I'm working on in the machine shop is the fixture that you would use to level out the mount that I was making in the assembly area. So it's just this giant cross-level fixture, so you can level it on 2 different axes. It's about 350-pound fixture. Cost about $40,000. And every time I have to drill and pin a shaft or something and make everything, set it permanently, all I can think is $40,000. $40,000. $40,000. So we've got to make about 45 of those mounts, those fixtures. And I should be finishing up that probably early next week, Monday or Tuesday, I think. Or at least get to a point where he can keep up by himself. But other than that, things around here have been real quiet. It does seem like things are winding down slowly but surely as far as social distancing is concerned. So we'll just have to see what's left. Although I've been sort of out of the loop on the COVID news, so I don't know really what's been going on. I'm still just trying to keep stuff together.
Same here. I have been ignoring all that. Pretty much everything.
Mm-hmm.
I've been doing a lot of old movie watching.
Anything good?
Let's see. I watched Goldeneye yesterday. James Bond 007.
That's a good one.
Yeah, that takes me back. That was high school. Nintendo 64.
That was a good game.
Yeah, that's when you know you're an old nerd. You measure time by what gaming system you were playing then.
Speaking of old nerds, I want to give a shout out to our buddy Walt Johnson. We actually got a chance to sit down and have a brief conversation with him this week, which was nice because we hadn't spoken to him in at least, a couple weeks. I think this will be week number 2. He's not even made it here for the Ironworks. He is busy taking care of his mom, but doing well. Very, very tired. That man is in desperate need of a vacation.
I know. I know how he does it. Lots of love in him. Not everybody can do what he's doing. That's for sure.
No, they couldn't. So unfortunately, he couldn't be with us here this morning. I saw Dawn in chat asking. So shout out to everybody in chat. We do see you there.
Love you, everybody.
Yeah, I don't know. It just feels weird.
Around to making my morning coffee here.
Yeah, I'm running a little bit behind schedule this morning, too. I'm still sitting here barefoot. Usually I'm completely dressed by now so that I can get up and go. So, I don't know. My break times are going to be pretty packed. So, if you hear little bit space, when we come back from break, that's me rushing down the stairs, probably trying to get back to the studio. But I'll do my best.
That's one thing I'm always like so nervous about. I'll just about get ready to start talking. I've done it a few times. And then you'll start playing the thing. Or you'll jump in and start talking. It's like, okay, Josh is here. You never know if you're actually here. Or... Sorry about that door, folks. My Alfred Hitchcock scary movie door. Well, I did get the garage situated this week. To where
you finished it up?
A couple vehicles in here now. Yeah.
Nice.
And this weekend, I'm going to tear apart the generators, put them back together. I don't know last time they were ran, but I was having trouble. I tried getting them started yesterday, just real quick, and to no avail. So they definitely need a tune-up, new filters and some new oil, new gasoline, all that good stuff, new spark plugs. We'll see if we can get these things running. I'm kind of actually excited. It's been, I don't know how long since I worked on something and got to take it apart like that. Probably when I was down there in Florida with A. McKenzie.
I need to. I've got a riding lawnmower here that doesn't want to start. That I need to just crack open and see what's what. But God bless, I don't have the time. Poor Douglas Falk is sitting in chat right now as we speak over on tfrlive.com/chat, waiting for me to record chapters of his book, The Voyage, which can at least for now be found only in, well, hard copy and a digital copy, I think, over on Amazon. No audio book yet.
Yeah, it was a lot of fun having Douglas on last week.
Yeah, it was. I do enjoy having Douglas on. So I got a question. What's the deal with North Korea?
Okay. Thank you. You remember, I totally forgot. I was listening to two truth seekers, right? One was, and I don't think either of them were being trolls. They seemed somewhat, mostly genuine, very immature, but I don't believe that they were there being, trolls. And they were arguing about what North Korea was like. And I was trying to tell them, I was like, you guys, neither of you, and it came out of both your mouths, have ever been to North Korea. Now, one thing I've learned in the last 5 years is when you're, a truther, someone who's searching for, truth, you learn certain things. There are people out there who lie, and you don't know why. It happens all the time. But you also learn that pretty much everything we're taught by certain people is like the exact opposite of what reality is. It's like their goal is to reverse everything. So I'm listening to these two gentlemen argue about what, like they know, but they're arguing about what's going on and how many COVID-19 cases are over in North Korea and whether or not their numbers are accurate and this. And it was like, you guys, how do you know what North Korea is like? How do you, as a truther, are you going to take their word on anything they say? And then furthermore, are you going to apply the reverse factor to what we're told? And they can question the government on all kinds of things, but for some reason, when it came to this, they believed it. And they were arguing over whether or not so much even if the government's lying to them or not, but like which government is lying to them. No, North Korea is horrible, blah, 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 blah. I don't know. It made me step back and think, how often do I do this?
Mm-hmm.
Take information that you're given and give it merit because you want it to be true.
Zach, you have just described the biggest problem with doing a show here on TFR or doing even a show on YouTube. Because I feel like I don't really have too much to actually say. I pass along information, but I make it a point not to speak about anything with authority because I have no authority on much of anything other than myself. But it's real easy to get caught up in that paradigm where, man, that sounds really good. That sounds plausible to me, so I'm just going to accept it as fact and perpetuate it and tell other people about it as if it were a fact. And it's for that reason it makes it hard for me to come on and even discuss flat Earth. Because we can see farther than we should if we lived on a spherical Earth 25,000 miles around at the equator. I get that. But beyond that, man, I don't know.
Yeah, that could be. They were arguing about why the wall is up, the demilitarized zone, and this and that, and all this. It's like, okay, guys, ask yourselves this: are they trying to keep people out? Why is it the wall is there to keep them in, and this and that, and yada yada yada? What if we don't know? What if Kim Jong, what was it, Un now? Kim Jong-un is really a great guy. What if he's like Gaddafi was? Remember what they tried to tell us about Gaddafi? Mm-hmm. How horrible that man was? And okay, so he partied and did some acid and this and that and yada, yada, yada. But the people loved him. His people loved him. He took Northern Africa he turned a desert into an oasis. And he tried making it fair for everybody, all of the citizens. And he would still be there today if he didn't try to make a gold-backed currency. Possibly. I don't know if he'd still be there today. But that's a very volatile area. But if he didn't try to make his own, Saddam Hussein, going in there had nothing to do with Kuwait, nothing to do with oil. The guy was trying to make a gold-backed currency. It's infuriating to know that my buddies, my family members, lots of them, have gone over and fought in battles and this and that, and for these people.
Yeah, it's frustrating.
I have family now, still. And I support the military. As much as I hate what it's used for, the people in it, you know, they're like mass employees. They don't know. They're not bad. It wasn't their intention to be bad. For most of them. There's always that certain part of the population that just wants a legal reason to kill people. Those are the ones they really love. But yeah, it's... I don't know, I've had a lot of sit and think. I'm thinking about ways to try to... You know, like Jonathan was saying last week, what are we going to demand out of all this? There's an opportunity. When they overstep as big as they have on this one, it just sucks, though, because the revolution is not going to be televised.
That's for damn sure.
The movie Fight Club. As much as I couldn't stand the message of, you know, we have to do violence to do this and blah, 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 physical damage. Their idea of taking, well, they just took down the media. But really, you don't want to take it down. You just want to get a message out across it. Because if you can use that thing, that weapon, the television, for good, just like everything, it's a tool. You can use it for good or you can use it for evil. But just think of all the people you could wake up with one message on that television. A really well thought out, really well placed message. That people would only have to hear it one time, bunches of people. And if that idiot box told them to, it would be okay then. I don't know. See, I don't like the whole mass manipulation idea and all that kind of, you know, how do you justify manipulating?
It's hard. Yeah, I don't know. Mm-mm.
It's like cheating at golf. Like cheating at anything, really. I used to cheat when I was younger because I always wanted to win. But I don't know. As I get older, especially really good at something, I enjoy when people beat me. I was telling you about, I quit playing it, I don't know. I think I told you about it a few weeks ago and I quit playing like the next day. But that game that I couldn't get killed at. I didn't know what was going on. My average was like 17 kills for every death that I got. Just something crazy. And when people would kill me, I wouldn't get upset like I used to when I was younger. When, you know, the whole point of the game was to win and have as many kills as you could get. I was shooting people in the game up until the point where they were just about dead, and then I would stop so my teammate, my other could get some kills, my other teammates. But I'd make sure that they didn't get killed, so I'd shoot the guy just enough to get him almost dead, so when they came up and shot him, he would die right away. And I don't know, it's weird. How much has changed about, just about different. Yeah, I've never done that before in video games. And when people killed me, I didn't get upset. I'd be like, oh, man, good job, you got me. I don't know. Yeah, Flat Earth has definitely changed my outlook on so many things.
Me too.
Because I was always, good times for all, trying to be, me. But not in video games. I mean, my little brother, I was 15 years older than him, and I never let him beat me at video games. 4 years old, and I'm almost 20, just not even giving him a break.
It's got to be fun.
Yeah, I'd always tell him, though. Yeah, I'd always tell him, I was like, one of these days you're going to be good enough to beat me. Because if you let him beat me, then they're like, okay, I don't, have to try any harder. But that was always his goal. And eventually there's a couple games there that he did. But yeah, and I wasn't like that with everybody. Most children I would let win. But I don't know. He was like my project, my
protege.
Mm-hmm. And he's great. He's turned out amazing. He's a wonderful person, great heart, all that kind of stuff. But I wish I could have steered him academically differently. I worried too much about him getting good grades and not enough about him. I always taught him that he is going to be lied to. And it's not his teachers that are lying to him, it's just the information. You can't believe everything you're taught just because a teacher tells you. And that was fine with him. But the whole, search for knowledge, where he was searching for it. He majored in history and minored in religion. And if I knew now or if I knew then what I knew now, he would have hated history. If I would have had my way. I didn't know it was as corrupted as it is. But yeah, he's a history buff. He gets it now, but ever since he was young, he wanted to be, a historian. Well, he wanted to be Indiana Jones, but like a historian in the downtime. Well, I've been rambling, and that's just about time for the first segment to be over.
It's getting there. I thought Indiana Jones was a history professor who did archaeology on the side. Maybe he was an archaeology, sir. I forget.
Yeah, I think it was archaeology. I'm not sure. I've been watching a lot of documentaries on recent discoveries from archaeologists.
Hey everyone, it's Chris Gio, founder of Truth Frequency Radio and host of Beyond the Veil. The mainstream media and establishment are running scared right now, and they've prominently featured TruthFrequencyRadio.com as number 89 on the federal government's hit list, also known as the fake news list, which is essentially a list of sites slated for censorship on Facebook, YouTube, Google, and other social media. Now is the time for you to get involved. Share your favorite TFR shows far and wide on forums and social media. Tell your friends and family about your favorite shows. If you're a business owner, get in touch with us to feature your product or service right here on TFR. And if you haven't done so already, so become a TFR supporter now and get unlimited commercial-free downloads in high quality. Visit truthfrequencyradio.com/sign-up. Thank you for making TFR the leader in independent and uncensored talk radio. Truth Frequency Radio, your protection from deception.
So, you love talk radio? Then you'll love TalkStreamLive.com. TalkStream Live is always on, 24/7 with the best streaming talk shows. Find your favorite talkers and discover some new ones. It's free, readily available online or on mobile with any smartphone or tablet. Finding your favorite talk shows all in one place has gotten a whole lot easier. Just go to TalkStreamLive.com. Be sure to download the free apps from Google Play or the iTunes App Store.
If you have hard water, the Lime Scale not only leaves white spots, it clogs pipes and breaks down appliances, costing you hundreds of dollars in winter wear. Eliminate Lime Scale and other water issues like brown staining and bad odors with HydroCare water products available from Wave Home Solutions. Wave's affordable water systems don't use salts or chemicals. You'll love the way your water tastes, smells, and looks. Satisfaction guaranteed. For more information, go to bestwater123.com. That's bestwater123.com.
Dowsing is the ancient science of finding water and metal underground. Albert Einstein said that dowsing was tapping into earth energies which modern science as yet does not understand. Diamonds, silver, gold, and platinum objects have all been found using dowsing. And now, for the first time on film, we visit the pyramids, Stonehenge, and ancient sites, dowsing for buried treasure and tapping into this mysterious earth energy.
The Enigma Channel. Intelligent television for planet Earth. EnigmaTV.com.
Frequency Radio.
And welcome back to the Ironworks right here on Truth Frequency Radio. John Zach just hanging out, missing Walt, who is still
so much
extra busy up in Oregon.
Couldn't be doing more important work though. We love you, Walt. Sending lots of love your way, brother.
And I've actually made it a point on more than one occasion to stop the show and make sure everybody is sending love and positive vibes that way to Walt and his family. And I just want you guys to know it's working. Improvements are being made. He is
Miracles
still busy. And doesn't have time for us as much as he would like. He basically had to stop and make time Wednesday just because he needed some time for Walt and to hang out and talk to us.
And we didn't get much time, so don't feel left out.
No. Again, and that was the first time.
Great hearing his voice, though. Yeah.
It really was. But yeah, the work he is doing up there and the help that we are giving him and them, it's making a difference. Zach wasn't just being superfluous by saying miracles are happening. It's amazing the things that are going on up there. And as soon as he can, I'm sure he will be here to tell everyone all about it.
Yeah,
but just know that
it's
silly doing it,
tearing them apart. It's really hard for him not to be here. I know it is, because it hurts not having him here.
Mm-hmm.
You know. But I understand wholeheartedly. It's not like there's any animosity or anything like that. But yeah, it's amazing what a little bit of love can do. I mean, it's so healing, especially when everybody there is on board and together as a group and a unity and a family, and they're all focused in the same way, and then all this outside attention is being focused that way. It's not just Walt and his mom that are feeling it. His whole family is.
They are, and I felt compelled, just as you were talking back, to point out that we probably should be sending some love and positive vibes down south way to Michelle and Haley and everybody down there in Louisiana who's having to deal with a whole different kind of hell. And I know Michelle's probably a little freaked out not having Walt there and being separated. So I'm sure she could use a little peace and a peace of mind. So I will be sure to stop and make it a point to send her some extra positive vibes today.
Yeah. Yeah, she is an amazing woman. Well, you would have to be to land somebody like Walt. But yeah, Michelle, don't get me wrong, she is a strong Southern woman. But yeah, it's got to be hard, especially during times like this, to have, your significant other around, just for that human touch, just, that, I don't know, that it's amazing what's going on up there in Washington.
Mm-hmm.
But there's always, for amazing things to happen, sacrifices need to be made. So yeah, send Michelle some love, because she's definitely it's not just Walt.
So I saw a story, ran across the other day. Actually, I think I heard it on the radio. So I had to look it up just to verify that it was actually something that was, happening. And it's pretty easy to verify that what they're saying is, reasonably close to the truth. But it seemed kind of an innocuous story at first, but me and my conspiratorial mind, I don't know, somewhere in the far off, distant fog of my brain, I could faintly hear a buoy bell dinging. Something was sending messages to the deep recesses saying, this is interesting. But the story is my state right here, Missouri. Missouri is suing China over the coronavirus impacts, saying that the country did, quote, little to stop the spread of the disease. And this is actually a story out of C, so take that for what it's worth. But it says Missouri is suing the Chinese government and other institutions for the role that they played in the coronavirus pandemic and the effects it has had on the state, accusing the country of covering up information, silencing whistleblowers, and doing little to stop the spread of the disease. Missouri Attorney General Eric Schmidt announced on Tuesday. At least 6,105 people have been confirmed to have the virus in Missouri, and at least 229 have died, according to the numbers from Johns Hopkins University. Schmidt, in his official role as the Attorney General of Missouri, filed the civil lawsuit in federal court in the Eastern District of Missouri. The lawsuit, the first of its kind, claims, quote, Chinese authorities deceived the public, suppressed crucial information, arrested whistleblowers, denied human-to-human transmission in the face of mounting evidence, destroyed critical medical research, permitted millions of people to be exposed to the virus, then even hoarded personal protective equipment, thus causing a global pandemic that was unnecessary and preventable, close quote. And it just kind of rambles on for a little bit too, but that's the gist of it. But for me, these are the sort of underlying occurrences that start to build and mount before large military operations. Very rarely is it a complete, utter shock. Like Pearl Harbor, not a shock. Nobody was really surprised except the residents of Hawaii. But as far as commanders-in-chief of the United States military, they were not necessarily surprised that Japan was planning to come and bomb. But I think it's these underlying things, because you could, if a little state right dead smack in the middle of the United States could sue the entire country of China for damages that would cripple the entire country, it would be in China's best interest to figure out a way to not pay. What would be...
In what court suing China?
Well, see, apparently it was a federal court. So I'm not even sure how you, as a state, would draw China into a federal court.
I know, that's so... And you're suing a country, a corporation. I don't know. I don't see how you're going to, okay, who from China is held, you know?
Mm-hmm.
How do you sue a whole country?
And that's just it. We have that goofy little thing called jurisdiction.
Yeah, that too. I mean, it's not like the United States citizens that you know have anywhere else to go. They're in China. You have to come over here and sit in our courts and this. Yeah, okay. That was my middle finger going up. They're going to say exactly, you have no jurisdiction here. What are you talking about? Get out of here. I mean, if there's jurisdiction in China, you know how many copyright suing? Yeah, I don't see where this is going. But yeah, I can definitely see that as rattling a war saber.
It does seem pretty innocuous, just at a glance. But
yeah, like what's the purpose of this? What's the end goal? Well, logically, I don't see what you're trying to do, unless mount mass revolt against China.
So here it says, I'm actually reading the lawsuit. I have the PDF here. It says, under Missouri law, the Attorney General shall institute in the name and on behalf of the state all civil suits and other proceedings at law or in equity requisite or necessary to protect the rights and interests of the state, and enforce any and all rights, interests, or claims against any and all persons, firms, or corporations in whatever court or jurisdiction such action may be necessary. He may also appear and interlead, or defend in any proceeding or tribunal in which the state's interests are involved. Then it goes on to say the plaintiff state of Missouri is a sovereign state that has sustained direct and substantial injuries and losses as a result of the conduct described herein. The Attorney General is suing in part to vindicate the state's injuries to its own economic and proprietary interests that it has directly suffered due to the actions of the defendants. And the Attorney General is also suing as the parens patriae on behalf of all Missouri citizens to vindicate general injuries inflicted on Missouri citizens by pandemic caused by defendants. But still, I don't know.
They're still using this word pandemic, too.
Mm-hmm.
What percentage of the population is supposed to get it and or die from it to be considered a pandemic?
Well, maybe you don't have to have anybody specifically suffer or die if you can get it codified somehow into law.
And is this any more relevant? Not so much relevant, but is this going to hold any weight? Like the tribunals that have tried George Bush as a war criminal for war crimes and Tony Blair? I mean, those guys are still walking around doing whatever they want to do. Yeah, they can't go to a lot of different countries now. But here in the United States, they're, or in England, they're. That I don't understand about trying to sue and taking to court someone you have no jurisdiction over.
Well, this is dry as shit because this is, again, I'm reading the actual lawsuit. But part of it does include jurisdiction and venue. And it says that Article 3, Section 2 of the United States Constitution extends judicial power of federal courts to all cases between a state or the citizens thereof and foreign states, citizens and subjects. The court's given jurisdiction under this matter under 28 U.S.C. 1330, which provides for jurisdiction over foreign states, and 28 U.S.C. 1332A, which provides for jurisdiction over citizens of a state and citizens or subjects of a foreign state and a foreign state itself where the amount in controversy exceeds $75,000.
Yeah, they definitely crossed their T's and dotted their I's, but I mean, still, you can put in there, whatever you want. You have no jurisdiction over them, though. Unless their country, their government, which is what you're trying to sue, gives you jurisdiction over them and allows you to, remove them from the country and take them to wherever they're going to be tried. So I'm saying, who are you suing? You're suing China. I mean, I don't know.
But this could also just be step one. It may not be specifically about this lawsuit. But if other states start to follow suit with the suit, then that could start to be something. Maybe if you have 50 of them, maybe you could take it to a world court. Maybe there is recourse.
I mean, they had countries holding tribunals, multiple countries. for different things. You can't, I don't know. Do you have no jurisdiction?
It doesn't make any sense.
I don't think it matters how many people. Yeah, no.
But
no, because unless the people of that country, and you're suing the actual country, allow you to come in there, it would be an act of war to go in there and just start taking people out of there.
Indeed it would. Almost as if China didn't feel the need to defend itself. Uh-huh.
Yeah. Which brings up, I don't know, an interesting point that China's been building their military by leaps and bounds over the last 2 decades. They've been building up an enormous navy. Well, so we've been told. Again, I ain't never been to China. I don't know. But yeah, there's definitely a rhetoric, that's being pushed as to China becoming a large superpower and something to worry about and this and that and yada. They kind of remind me of Germany of the 30s, if any of the stories were true. Have you ever seen any of those? Go watch a time lapse of China over the last 30, 40 years. Just the economic boom that they've had. In their, I forget what major city it is, but they showed the last, I think since 1980 even, the last 30 years. It went from you could not see a structure in this peninsula to nothing but it looks like Manhattan now. It went from all buildings that were probably built with, mostly by hand, without nails, or they're very basic structures. And now it's just sky rises as far as you can see, big, huge, artistic buildings. It's become so westernized. I had no idea. It really shocked me. I didn't know that there were places that economically boomed like that. How much we can accomplish in just 30 years. But no, they're definitely on a world stage, at least, being propped up. Oh, that. Speaking of knowing and believing words of people, that cartoon WTF 101.
Mm-hmm. I remember. You were telling us about that, last week? Or was that on the Friday show? I forget. I can't keep this crap straight in my brain.
Well, there was a guy from England, who back in, I think it was 1880s, maybe, showed up in England and said, "Hey, I'm from China. I'm a native. Or I'm from North Korea." Not North Korea, Taiwan. That's what it was, Taiwan. And everything you've been told about Taiwan is a lie. We're all actually white. For 2 decades. He wrote books on it. And everybody believed that Taiwan was this, amazing place that they had been lied to about and this and that and yada, 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 yada. And then admitted to all of it when he got caught and wrote a book about that. Just went there, made up a bunch of crap, and for 2 decades, intelligent people, smart people believed every word he said. just because they had never been there. He could say whatever he wanted. I forget the guy's name. One guy from Scotland. Scotland's new expansion and this and that. All it needs is you. And for $2,000 or whatever they were back then, whatever they were using, you know, you could come over and get your own place, plot of land and this and that. And the guy sold all kinds of stuff. And it was an uninhabited jungle. Just a plot of jungle. He did actually buy this land, but it was useless. It's still not. It's
him.
And I don't know. Yeah, it was. And he didn't get in trouble for it. They tried to catch him after the fact. But yeah, it's nothing new to have people lie about distant, far-off places that you can't get to. Yeah, it's so infuriating. Not an eye-opener. It's like, okay, so what do I know? It just took the window of what I know down to a very small area compared to what it was, you know? And even if you trust them, are they still right? If you weren't there to witness it 100%, didn't see it or this or that, you don't know. People observe things differently all the time when they're looking at the exact same thing.
Holy
so even if you're...
That's breaking news.
Wow, jeez.
That segment flew by.
That felt like 5 minutes. That's crazy.
Yeah, that was crazy. Anyway, this is Zach and Josh hanging out on the Iron
Frequency Radio is your number. Truth Frequency Radio is your number one source for news and information without the hate, hype, and fear. We're proud to feature cutting-edge programs like Beyond the Veil with Chris and Cherie Geo, X Squared with Brooks Agnew, Paranormal Portal with Brent Thomas, Jeranism RAW with Jeran and Missa, Fearless with Frank Castle, Strange World with Mark Sargent, The Eye of Ra with Ra Castaldo, The Infinite Fringe with Billy Ray, Ironworks with Josh Corey, The Kev Baker Show, and dozens more. Did you know you can listen from any telephone by dialing 641-137-9117 or call into your favorite deception?
Cautiously reopening on Jack Callahan, Fox News.
There's a hunger for getting our country back.
President Trump at a White House news conference Monday after conferring with business leaders about the need to restart the economy.
The second quarter, obviously, you're going to have GDP lack of growth.
And several states now taking the first steps toward reopening. Texas allowing stay-at-home orders to expand safety protocols. Congress will return to Washington early next week to work on more spending to jumpstart the economy. House Speaker Nancy Pelosi calling for a guaranteed basic income for many Americans.
Pelosi did not say how much money people could potentially receive, but two House Democrats, Congressman Tim Ryan of Ohio and Ro Khanna of California, recently increased levels.
Fox's Mark Meredith reported computer glitches slowing the second round of the small business loan applications on Monday. Some bankers complaining they've been unable to electronically submit their customers' applications on the first day of the replenished payroll protection program. Still no sign of North Korean dictator Kim Jong-un after reports of serious health issues. President Trump says he is aware of Kim's condition but won't talk about it and says he wishes the North Korean leader the best. Police in Milwaukee report finding 5 people shot to death inside a home. They've arrested a man who called 911 and said his family was dead. A baby was found alive in that house. Wall Street Monday, the Dow gained 358 points. NASDAQ up 95. The S&P 500 closing more than 41 points higher. America is listening to Fox News.
morning. I'm here. Wake up. Wake up. Wake up. Wake up!
What is dark matter?
Okay, we don't know.
That's great. That's why it's called dark.
It's exactly.
Everyone knows all reputable information comes from random people on the internet. Tell me things, internet. The earth is flat. It's like school in your hand.
Dark matter is something we do not know what it is. We believe the dark matter is there, but we have never detected it. Well, what I'm afraid of course, is that there is no dark matter out there.
There was one?
There is no dark matter out there. We need to think really hard, to think really hard.
I have come here to chew bubblegum and kick ass. And I'm all out of bubblegum.
Welcome back. Hour number 2 of the Ironworks, right here on Truth Frequency Radio. Oh, damn. You know what?
It's Friday, my dudes.
It's Friday.
It is Friday, my dudes. Whenever I hear I'm all out of bubblegum, I think the beautiful, the lethal Miss Karen B. That was, I think that's in her description on her YouTube channel.
Is it?
Yeah. Or maybe it's her Skype. Not the whole thing, just the I'm all out of bubblegum. She and Brian Stavely have been going live almost daily, I think.
She's
if not multiple times a day. Yeah, I wish I had half the drive that woman has. Karen B is, man. And raising, well, she's a single mom. You know, some of the most amazing people I've ever met are single mothers. Just the stuff that they can do. They don't do it because they just do it. It needs to be done, and they do it. And it's sad, but not all mothers and fathers are like that. You would like to think, that everybody finds their children to be the most magical, wonderful things that they could, fish in life. But not all people are like that. And she is definitely one of those people that, she does it just because it needs to be done, and her children need a world where all that stuff is done, around them, and she does it. Yeah.
And she is everywhere, too. I'm a big fan of Karen.
Yeah,
you can find
everywhere.
her here with Mark Sargent. Find her on YouTube with Brian Stavely. Sometimes you'll find her with Jeran.
Friday nights.
If Josh would ever get off the place, he has an inviter.
Can you do more? Can you please just do some more, Karen?
That precious little time you have. Would you mind just canceling, telling them they're not that important, and come hang out with us?
Oh, our children are amazing. Yeah, she's doing an amazing job with those children. Funny and smart and witty and loving, and yeah, I very much miss Karen Land. Just just being in country. Really, I mean, I grew up in an urban area. South could be considered the south side of Chicago somewhat. They call it the region. Northwest County, Lake Indiana's pretty much part of the Chicagoland area. And but moving out to the country back in 2007, I think, That was the best thing I ever did as far as finding how I would like to live. And I can't wait to get back to that. Yeah, the market's actually doing real well here in Denver. The houses are actually going up this year.
Really?
Which
Still?
after all this COVID, they were real worried about taking a hit, for sure. But the house is worth more than it was before and real estate out east is actually dropping off a little bit. So there's definitely a push to get this really going. I mean, we still got to wait for Jeran in school.
So that
yeah,
is the ideal situation, to go from a seller's market into a buyer's market.
Yeah. So kind of excited about that. But yeah, definitely looking forward to getting out there to South Carolina for a little bit. And if it's too late to start a garden, I'll at least build one for them before I go and get it ready. Just tarp it up. That's the thing. If you decide that you want to have a garden, I mean, you can start a garden in, the middle of the summer and start planting fall crops.
Mm-hmm.
And it'll produce. It won't produce as much. You'll still get it to produce, but you can get your ground ready whenever you want. Even if it's in the fall and you're like, man, I just want to get outside and do something, and I really want to start gardening, but I'll just wait another 6 months till the next season starts. You get your ground ready whenever you want. You throw a tarp over it, throw some rocks around the edge, and that's actually how a lot of professional gardeners, they'll do that for about 2 weeks. They'll till it and get it, flame it and all that stuff and get it ready, get it leveled off and everything, and then they just throw a tarp over it so nothing will grow there. And then they're holding moisture and all. It helps. It helps the soil, but it keeps everything from growing. That's what you don't want, is a bunch of weeds and stuff like that after you just tilled to start sprouting before you get to go and lay seeds. Yeah, you can get your ground ready whenever. So I'm really excited to just get anywhere where I can break some ground, and I want to get dirty. I want to blow my nose and see nothing but, dirt. I know that sounds really weird, but I miss that so much. Getting ready to jump in the shower and just being totally filthy, head to toe, just dirt.
There's a lot to be said.
It's a good feeling. A. McKenzie, I got to give him so many props. He's been sending me pictures of the garden, and I don't know, I opened up something in that guy, because he is a gardener. Man, he's got a green thumb, and I'll send you some pictures of his garden, Josh. It's gorgeous.
That's awesome.
Yeah, I'm so proud to have introduced him to that and to see what he's done with it and how far he's come in such a short amount of time. I mean, just having the garden is one thing. Just having plants in the ground and keeping the weeds away from them, that's a job right there. Oh, it's gorgeous. Yeah, that's when it's more than just, I'm doing this just for food and this and that. You can tell he really loves it. And he gets a lot of joy of all the accomplishment. And the greatest part about it, I mean, it's hard work, the art form and even just keeping it clean. But just that relationship you start with these plants. When I showed up there, they had one plant in a pot. This little aloe vera plant that was all scraggly and dying and curling up at the ends, and now this thing is like 3 feet wide. The thing's spread out. It's like 2.5 feet tall. All of the things are a good 3.5, 4 inches wide, the aloe vera leaves. And he said he just gathered some seeds from it the other day. And just like anything else, if you show it a little bit of love and attention, it'll respond. And that's one thing, I keep learning more and more every day. The more you focus good energy on something, that's why I send in Walt and his family and Michelle love. That's important. You have no idea how much you're actually... See, this is that part of science that they took away when they made chemistry. They took the spiritual side of... They took really the most powerful aspect of the human being out of the equation. The knowledge about how it's all mixed and this and that. You can mix things until you get into so right that it can't be any righter. Like we have gunpowder down to the perfect equation of these three elements. But you can make it so much more powerful with a little intent and a little understanding of how powerful that intent is. And that's what they've taken away. That's what they don't want us to know. That not only do we have this on the things that we make, but just the world around you. Other humans. Giving them good energy actually affects them. Being scared actually affects the place around you. They don't want you to know these things. These are the things that it's like the magic in Harry Potter. These are the things they're not allowed to tell you. They're not even allowed to show you. They're not allowed to even speak about it in front of you. It's how powerful you are as an individual. And then when you get together as a group and focus your intent on something, you can change the world. And I think that's a lot of the magic they have over everybody. They comprehend somewhat what intent is and how powerful it is, and they hide that from everyone.
Sort of. They sort of hide it.
Yeah, well, they have to tell you.
That's right. They also put it out there because that's part of the intent.
Yeah,
part of the magic.
If you can get somebody to believe something and tell them that it really isn't real, and then know it isn't real, that's part of it already. But then when you know it isn't real and you still go along with it as a group, when you all know this is bullshit, but you'll all, if a child asks you what happened, you'll go along with the official narrative. Then
I bought 9 masks. I had masks for every member of my family, and I even had a few extra to give to my friends. And I saw this one dude who was in the store, and he wasn't even wearing a mask.
Oh, my goodness.
But, yep, if you can...
Yeah, Cammie wore a mask yesterday, but she had good reason. Get out of here, you're crazy. We'll see if she wants to share it this afternoon. But yeah, I'm one of those people that I'm not going to wear a mask. You're going to have to put it in, make a law about that. I am not wearing... I don't tell people good morning. I'm sure as hell ain't going to wear a mask. Yeah. Yeah, that was the first time I had morning after good since, the last time I slept here on TFR. But yeah, I'm not going to do something because everybody else is doing it. I'm going to try to apply logic and reason to the way I present myself. And I'm not just going to go along to get along. I'm also not going to be out there protesting that I have a couple lines, and if they tried to cross those, then yeah, you'll definitely see me out there on the picket lines and stuff like that. And I understand why these people are protesting. A lot of these people are losing everything right now. There's a lot of people out there that just, it's a situational type of thing. There are a lot of people, and they're not being affected by this at all. And I feel so blessed that I know so many people that aren't being affected. But there are people out there that have businesses that are, sitting there closed and empty right now. And yeah, I can understand why they're freaking out and saying, hey, we need this to stop. Pandemic, no pandemic, this has never happened before. Why are you doing this? What's going on? Yeah, there's something else afoot here. Like you were saying, Josh, I think it's just the first shoe. When that second shoe drops, maybe they were just beta testing. But if you were listening to that commercial at the break, we may have a relief for the summer from the COVID.
Mm-hmm. Sure.
So they're going to try to make this a normal thing. Like 6 months out of the year, 7 months out of the year will be social distancing months. And no, that's horseshit.
Yep, that was my theme yesterday, I think. I said it more than once. For the Game of Thrones fans, we may start to settle down, die down. Things will start to go back to normal, but winter is coming. And you can expect probably at least as much again, if not more. So just a little something.
Yeah, as if it's going to prominently get worse. Just guaranteed, no matter what, every winter will be a bad one from here on out. I mean, this is the flu. It's not like COVID was they took influenza, the common cold pretty much, and got everybody so scared from it that they'll stay in their houses and stand 6 feet away from everybody else. I don't know. It's hard to believe that all they had. That's why I'm saying television is such a great weapon, and it could be such a good tool if used properly. It's like whatever comes out of that box, people will buy it. At least the older generation. If there's anything, that we know for sure is positive and this and that, is that the media's grasp on the younger generation is definitely dwindling.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know how they're going to control. They're trying to control those types of, these younger generations with people like the Logan Pauls and this and that. But I don't know, having that information at your fingertips, you have any question, you do. And then you can go and actually, go on YouTube and get 100 different things to look at from this, from that one question. Different points, different view, and you can start using your own mind. I was talking with Jeran about that. He and I were discussing Jeran Odell about education, and I was like, well, they're not teaching you to learn anymore.
Nope.
Well, they're teaching you how to run the machines and not have to critically and logically think, but to be able to push the right buttons when needed. I told him, I was like, back in the 1850s, school and just the way they spoke and wrote, college graduates now have trouble passing the graduation, level for like middle school back in the day.
Mm-hmm.
And I told him, I was like, this was done on purpose. And he knows what's going on, but he is not conspiratorial minded. It's not always in the back of his mind that, hey, wait a minute, do I need to look at it like this, like I do now? But I was like, they changed the way schooling went. Back in the, 19-teens, early 1900s, different organizations took over the educational system pretty much and said, you all have to teach this way, you all have to learn these certain things. And they really just destroyed the educational system. And now they're more like programming centers than anything. They don't want you using the trivium. They don't want you, using critical thought and logic and coming up with your own conclusions. They want you to memorize and regurgitate. And he was asking, well, why do they do it this way? Why do you think it should be different for me? Because I keep telling him, I was like, for you, they should have. And he's like, well, why am I different? I was like, Jeran, come on. You're a savant. You wrote your first computer app program at 8 years old. You were the type of people, I asked him, are you going to work with computers when you, get a job? He's like, well, yeah, of course. I was like, see, you already know what you want to do. You are so gifted at this, and you comprehend it so well that it's like not work for you. This is what you do, what you're meant to do. I was like, a lot of school is so children can try to find what they want to do. He's like, why am I showed biology and chemistry and all this stuff I'll never use? I was like, well, that's to introduce people to it, to see if they like it.
And there could be a strong cross.
Yeah.
Just because you think they're not related doesn't mean that a deeper understanding of chemistry and biology isn't going to correlate somehow with your already deep knowledge of computers and technology.
That's what I told him. I was like, some of the things I've learned about life topics, I learned from teachers that were teaching something totally different. Just a phrase or a quote from somebody that stuck with me my whole life. 99% of the other crap they tried to teach me just flew one ear and went out the other. But that one quote stuck with me and has, helped mold me into the person I am today. Yeah, he's such a bright guy.
That's another segment. Listen. Sorry today. It's kind of a
No hate, no hype, no fear. We are Team
The reviews for Extendivite are amazing. Here are some from Amazon. September 2018. Extendivite works in keeping my blood pressure in the normal range. I've been using Extendivite for many years now. May 2018. Great product. I use regularly and I rarely get sick. March 2018. This product has relieved what appeared to be angina pain in my chest and shortness of breath after climbing stairs. I'm quite happy about it. February 2018. My husband, son, and I have been using this product for a few months now, and we have noticed an improvement in our joints and pressure. Blood. Tell us your story. Get Extendivite today. To order, call 1-877-928-8822. That's 1-877-928-8822 or visit heartdrop.com.
Extend your life with Extendivite.
Balance of Nature's fruits and veggies in a capsule.
It's a great product. And the one thing I like about it the most is that when you open the bottles, you can smell like the scent of the fruits and veggies. It's no genius thing to it. It's really just fruits and veggies, which everyone needs. And you guys kind of put it in a way where you can take it easy and you can get it, and it's natural, and that's what I like about it. You know, I like the product, and I've taken it, and it's definitely made me feel a lot better. You know, I'm a healthy person to begin with, but it's definitely good prevention, and it's definitely gives me energy, and I feel like it's a natural thing. I like it. I really do.
For a limited time, use discount code TALK to receive a 50% discount on your first preferred whole health system and have it shipped to you free. Call 1-800-246-8751 or go online to balanceofnature.com. Again, use discount code TALK.
Dowsing is the ancient science of finding water and metal underground. Albert Einstein said that dowsing was tapping into earth energies which modern science as yet does not understand. Diamonds, silver, gold, and platinum objects have all been found using dowsing. And now, for the first time on film, we visit the pyramids, Stonehenge, and ancient sites, dowsing for buried treasure and tapping into this mysterious earth energy.
The Enigma Channel. Intelligent television for planet Earth. EnigmaTV.com.
Here's a message of importance to millions of people who are continually pale and washed out, weak and run down. Doctors will tell you that these conditions are often caused by a deficiency of iron. The iron you need to keep you physically fit and mentally alert. Medical studies show that 2 out of 3 women and many, many men lack the daily iron your body requires in a form your body can easily use and put to work. Every dose gives you more than your daily minimum iron requirement.
We are the way. We are the way. We are not alone.
not getting the iron your body needs? If you feel weak, run down, and are easily upset, start taking today.
Just long enough to brush my teeth. Welcome back to the
I was just about to start. I was like, oh gosh, here it is. Thank you, Josh.
I think that's it. I think I managed to
diligent on time. Do you got anything planned for the weekend?
Plans for the weekend? Well, let's see. Dixie cut the front yard on Wednesday night.
Wednesday. Yep, I remember.
I cut the backyard last night because it's just going to be raining for the next several days. So, other than maybe trying to venture out to the grocery store at some point, I don't really have much plans.
A nice relaxing weekend.
Ideally.
Do you ever remember, did you ever have a time where you couldn't cut the grass because it rained so much for maybe like a 2-3 week period to where all the grass everywhere was like knee high?
Oh, yeah.
That happened one time when I was growing up where the whole city, for like 3 weeks almost, it rained every single day. And like the football fields and everything was like knee-high grass everywhere you went. But it only happened one time in my life in that area. So I'm not sure if that has happened to everybody. I was just wondering if that ever happened there. And
on a grand scale like that, I didn't even ever stop to think.
Yeah, it wasn't like this, this just a couple of people's yard, this or that. Certain people didn't get to it. It was like the whole town. People who loved their yard. They're in every town.
Mm-hmm.
The old man out there who waters the grass and is out there pulling every single weed, and like his lawn is his garden,
A nitrogen.
And all those were like yeah. Why couldn't they apply that to a garden, though? I don't understand the idea of grass. I mean, it's pretty. It's nice to walk on. But you're getting rid of clover and dandelions and all these things that are food. Free food.
Hashtag grow food, not lawns.
Yeah, I don't get it. If you want to have something, put time and effort in, have a beautiful garden. Mulch everything else. Well, no, we need green to make oxygen. If that's how it works, I don't know. I ain't buying anything until I test it myself. Have you ever seen those spheres? They're like hermetically sealed, and they have plants that will grow inside of them for years.
I remember being a very, very small child, just 20 feet away from where I sit now. I remember my grandparents having, it was really cool because it was like it was a period piece. It was probably from like the 50s or 60s because it was just like the clear plastic, but it was all modular and flowed and came up, and it looked kind of almost like a miniature water tower. But inside was like a little terrarium. It was a little biosphere, and there was just this entire contained ecosystem, all thriving and recycling and surviving right there in that little plastic globe. So I think I know what you're talking about, yeah. If it's the same.
Yeah, that is exactly what I'm talking about. Yeah, how would that work? Where's the CO2 coming from? You know? Just
decomp? Maybe?
Yeah, I don't know. Makes you wonder about the whole plants making oxygen, us making CO2.
That'd be worth looking into.
I'd have to look into that more. But you know, you're never going to know until you test it yourself. It's so pertinent. And I forget it all the time when gathering information or just taking in information. Even the people you trust in the most in the world, if they just get the wrong information, they're not lying to you. So yeah, this has been really popping up in my brain a lot lately for some reason. I know there's a reason for it. But there is something that we're all taught and we all believe to be true. I know there's still something. It's been itching at me for years now. It's sitting right in front of our noses. Like when you put your finger right in front of your nose and you can barely see it, you know. You see right past it. There's something that is so obvious. It's just itch. It's just an itch I want to scratch so bad, but I can't find it. I just have this feeling that there is something right there that, you know, something simple and basic like that. Oh, plants make oxygen. We make CO2. That's why it all... Not that, but something like that we all believe is true. And we know it to be true because we've always known it to be true. I don't know. There's something. I know there is.
Yeah, that's one of those things that Flat Earth gave me. Before then, everything was generally kind of complicated. Right, I was the conspiracy theorist with all the pins on the wall, on the corkboard, connected by the red string, and, you know, trying to show the connections and make the connections and see, you get to this, to this, to this, to this, and it looks like, and you just got to see the bigger bit and all. I mean, it was a bit convoluted. When you get to Flat Earth, it's deceptively simple. And I think even that reality, the idea that such a massive misrepresentation could be done so simply, that the truth is so simple, and it's the lie that they had to create that's convoluted. And it made me think that, well, what else is out there? And you're right, there is that feeling like, okay, so what is deceptively simple? What else have I been trained
I can be tricked. Yeah. I can be tricked that easily on something that's right in front of that I live on. So what else is there that's right in front of me that they've got me bamboozled? I know there's something.
Look who the hell just showed up in chat. ×2. Salamo, who I was getting to his blog because he's been still just pumping them out. I think he's done 4 since our last show on Friday. The last time we did a show with his blog was Friday, where I read it. And then he put out one that night, and then another one, and another one, and another one. So, yeah, he's still pumping fire. And then who rolled in but Walt? Good to see Walt in chat.
Hey there, Walt. Love you, brother.
He probably would have hopped on the call, but he had us take him out so it wouldn't be ringing him at all in godly hours, waking up everybody in the house. Yep, there he is. Said it himself right there.
I'm sure everybody in chat is just tickled pink to see an appearance. Sorry, I'm not there, folks. Internet acts all. I don't know what it is about this area, and during the day I can get a good enough signal to where I can get on things like Skype and Zoom and stuff like that, but I don't know. It's weird. It's been weird lately the last few weeks. It's even worse than normal. Who knows? But it's great to see you in the chat. Well,
good morning to the Adam Meekin, who also just showed up.
Well, hello there.
I like it. Yeah. So hopefully Walt will be able to pop in and pop out tonight as we do our Have No Sphere show over on the Iron Realm Media YouTube channel. In the midst of all of this pandemic fear-mongering, I almost said sphere-mongering. But that's a pretty good term. I like it. That's what the trolls do. Just a bunch of sphere-mongers.
I like that. I can't believe nobody's ever said that yet.
I can't either. That's pretty good. I gotta say, I like it.
Josh Corey.
Fear-mongering.
April 24th, 5:44 a.m. Central Time. Fear-mongering. That could be quote of the year. Or whatever you call it. Phrase.
Well, there. I'll put that out in the ether, and we'll see. And we'll see if it comes back. See if maybe someone's listening and starts using it, or maybe somebody else will then. It'll pop into their brain at the same time, and somebody somewhere else will start using it. Come up with it. Say, damn, I'm pretty smart. That's funny. I like it. Spheremonger. But Adam is going to be discussing Spanish flu.
Yeah, that's what I was just about to say. I can't wait to hear about that.
Yeah, he had an interesting take, one that he thought was relatively known, but one that I had never heard of. And of course, I don't.
Yeah, acetaminophen.
Mm-hmm. Or aspirin. I think it was aspirin. But the Spanish flu was only because of severe aspirin overdosing. Which
trying to get rid of fevers.
Mm-hmm. Blows me away. How it could just be a normal flu season, but everybody's just overdosing on aspirin, trying to deal with normal flu symptoms. And I just thought that there could be some sort of correlation to what's been happening over the last 6 or 8 weeks.
Yeah. I still see the vaccination agenda being pushed. Or even a testing, nationwide testing and this and that.
Oh, we can kill this, though. This is so easy. I cannot imagine that this will last for very long. We really got a toehold, I think, once we started looking closely at the World Health Organization and Bill Gates and the things that they got going on. I mean, look at the numbers of people getting the flu vaccine. There's not going to be one bit of difference between a COVID-19 vaccine and a flu vaccine.
Mm-hmm.
COVID is going to mutate between now and 2 years, by the time they get a vaccine for COVID-19 done, we'll be on COVID-23. And people will be getting COVID-23 and COVID-19 vaccines. So we'll just be out there with 4 or 5 different strains of coronavirus floating around out there, just like we do with the flu season, because dumbasses think it's a good idea to get a flu vaccine that was made 3 years ago based on some, quote, educated guess for what's going to be the flu season in the future. And they don't know. Almost never, right? Probably closer to never.
I don't think I can remember a year when they did get it right.
Ask them what happened to flu season. Hell yes, I'm going to get that vaccine. We got to get rid of the coronavirus, just the same way we got rid of the flu with the flu vaccine. And then they'll stop and they'll look at you, and it'll slowly start to sink in. Oh shit, you're right. We've never gotten rid of the flu with the flu vaccine. The flu vaccine doesn't do shit to the flu, but really it just perpetuates it. Just like a coronavirus vaccine ain't going to do nothing but perpetuate it.
Well, yeah, a certain population of the people who get the vaccine get the flu from it. So yeah, you're going to, I don't get it. Well, I do get it. You have to look at who's doing it and try to find the true purpose of why they're doing it. I swear it's like almost every conversation Bob and I have about, the powers that be. One of us always comes and says it, it's the exact opposite. You take what they say and you just flip it 180 degrees. Well, you're giving this to me for my health, to help me? Okay, so it's poison then. Or you're telling me this law is fair and just and this and that and this is how it is? Okay, so, this is how you control me. Instead of freeing me. Everything is the exact opposite of what they tell you. And that's a horrible way to look at it, It's like looking at life so cynically. I think that's why it's so important to step back and observe other things. That's why I like nature so much, because nature doesn't lie. It doesn't deceive. You may not comprehend it, but it's not lying to you. So there's that yin and that yang. There's always, and there's great people out there, good people too. But the whole looking at the world cynically everywhere is very unhealthy. But to look at the world with, a veil over your eyes and just not seeing anything, that's not healthy either. So yeah, becoming a truth seeker, truth seeker, and having my eyes opened that much over the last 5 years just made me realize how much I don't know. The more I learn, the less I know. Oh, those wasted thoughts. All those memories. All that information that's given to us that's just not real. It's Peter Pan, Narnia nonsense. It's sad. A lot of great minds wasted on space exploration, and 3% of the oceans we have charted and know what's down there. 3%.
To the moon!
Yeah, even if it was a globe, 3% people. We'll spend $20 billion a year, $55 or $60 million a day to explore space. when we know 3% of most of this place, 70% of this place is oceans and water, and we have 3% of it figured out.
But how much would you really need to figure out? Like the sky. I mean, can't you figure out a large percentage of it pretty damn quick just by looking? Kind of like the ocean. Of course, visibility is a lot less, granted. But a lot of it's just
what's really down there? That's what they tell us. But what's down there? What's down there at 7,000 feet down? 8,000, 9,000, 10,000. I mean, there's 7 miles of ocean underneath us, they say. Most human beings all live within 5 miles elevation. Actually, most of them live near coastlines. That's like 80% of the population. But like 99.99999 live below 5 miles. Or not even 5 miles, 5,000 feet in 1 mile. We have no clue what's down there. It's kind of like Antarctica. So many people are in the flat earth, or they want to go to Antarctica and see what's out there. When really, I think it's the north. The exact opposite is what they're really hiding. Yeah, I think Antarctica could help prove a lot of things that we already know. But the electricity and the magnetic and all these other questions that I want answered, I think the answers lie to the north. And just like everything is reversed, they want us focused on the sky and what's going on up there and arguing about that. When really it's just below the surface of what we're standing on. I bet there's so many more answers. Just a thought. I'm sorry, Josh. I've been rambling a lot today.
Oh, hell no. Ramble away. I've been looking. I remember hearing an article about a deep hole, I think, in the ocean. Like so deep that they've yet to ever reach the bottom of. Yeah.
Yeah, I think there's so many answers down there. And if we could actually really explore, I mean, that one guy that found that saline lake, we don't even know where that was. There's in the Gulf of Mexico somewhere, but they have no clue where. And that guy died. Mysteriously.
Zach, we've only got about 30 seconds left.
Oh, my goodness. Well, I love y'all.
Yeah, love you guys. Thanks so much for hanging out with us this morning.
Hopefully see you this afternoon over on YouTube at Iron Raw Media.
That will be good. Maybe I'll even open up the flat line, take some calls.
12 hours from now.
Yep, that's it. Right about 11 and a half, ideally. 11 hours from now.
11.
If I can stay on time and get a thumbnail done quickly, which doesn't usually happen. Anyway, thanks for hanging out with us this morning. This is Zach and Josh, Mrs. Walt. We love you. Love everybody else. We'll see you right back here on Tuesday. Be good. Be well. Bye-bye.
Truth Frequency Radio is your number one source for news and information without the hate, hype, and fear. We're proud to feature cutting-edge programs like The Christopher Everard Show, The Covert Report with Susan Lindauer, Enemy Within Radio with Tom Barnes, Freaky Friday with The Woo Crew, The Gematria Effect with Zachary Hubbard, America's Evil Genius with Travis Cook, Phoenix Rising Radio with Phoenix, Quantum Connections with Lucky, and dozens more. Did you know you can listen from any telephone by dialing 641-793-7117 or call into your favorite show toll free at 833-TFR Live. Uncensored talk and news you won't hear in the mainstream media. Truth Frequency Radio, your protection from deception.
Opening up America again. I'm Jack Callahan, Fox News. That, the new theme at the White House during Monday afternoon's briefing.
The president said Americans are ready to resume their lives.
There's a hunger for getting our country back, and it's happening.
He says testing will be a key to that, and his administration is giving states guidance on several fronts.
Expand the number of testing platforms, establish monitoring systems to detect local outbreaks, and conduct contact tracing.
The president once again met with retail and medical corporations to applaud their roles in ramping up testing across the country.
Fox's Gernal Scott, testing not just the sick, but those who aren't. Key to making sure the virus infections don't surge again.
We need to test asymptomatic people as well. Not only asymptomatic high risk, like in nursing homes or in congregate care facilities, but really anybody who a clinician feels needs a test, even if they're asymptomatic.
That's Admiral Brett Giroir, the Assistant Secretary of the Department of Health and Human Services, on Fox's The Story with Martha McCallum. Vice President Mike Pence has a meeting at the Mayo Clinic on Tuesday to learn details about a coronavirus test, which they've been working on with the University of Minnesota. They say they could check 20,000 people a day with it for the virus. Congress returns to Washington Monday to consider more stimulus measures. Senate Majority Leader Mitch McConnell says helping states and local communities will likely be among them within reason.
We do want to help them with expenses that are directly related to the coronavirus outbreak, but we're not interested in helping them fix age-old problems that they haven't had the courage to fix in the past.
House Speaker Nancy Pelosi says it may be time for a guaranteed basic income for many Americans. America is listening to Fox News.
If you don't know your numbers, you don't know your... This is Truth Frequency Radio.
The wicked ones obviously under heavy Masonic influence.
Oh,
cake and ice cream. Oh, your sugar and...
How's everybody doing out there, man? It is an extended Infinite Fringe, ladies and gentlemen, right here on Truth Frequency Radio. My name is Billy Ray Valentine. I'm glad to be here with each and every one of you on a Super Bowl Sunday. We're getting ready to roll with a little bit of Sam Cooke, man. Isn't that a beautiful song? Ain't it gorgeous? Right? You turn something like that on a Sunday and, close your eyes and sip on some tea. It's fantastic. Life doesn't get much better than that, man. How's everybody doing? Thank you for joining me here. Whomever is here, whomever got the memo that I was going on an hour earlier, man. I appreciate each and every one of you, man. We're going to have some fun here today, right? We have 2 guests for you today. 2, not 1, because, we're going an extended hour. And I don't know how long I'm going to be able to keep this up, to be honest with you. Actually, maybe for about 2 to 3 weeks that I can do a 2-hour show. And then I won't be able to do that anymore. My schedule just won't permit. But for the time being, here I am to give you some extra live content, be it that there is no live content anymore at this time slot or before it at this point. I don't know what's going on, but here I am to save the day, as some would say. Hopefully, you guys are doing well. Thank you, everybody, for being here today. Hey, I got JG here with me today also. He's hanging with me here. And he hooked me up with my guest, to be honest with you. So I'm very excited about it. Jimmy Jean, what is going on? How are you?
Hey,
I'm to the Infinite Fringe.
Hey, thanks. Fantastic, Billy. Man, I am stoked to be here. And the Lion Tamer is in the green room, which is always going to be, I'm on the edge of my seat because I'm excited to have Carl joining you here on the Infinite Fringe, man. And you got a super cool second hour plan for everybody, too. So, I think you're going to have a hard exit if you try to get out of this 2 hours, because I think people have been really just clamoring for more Billy Ray for just about as long as you've been on the air, Billy. So people have been really wanting that extra. They want that 120 minutes of Billy Ray Valentine, man. You just got give them what they want, brother. Give them what they want.
Man, I wish I could. You know what else I wish? I wish I could hit the lottery, and be all good. I get a couple of $1 million, I don't want to be greedy, man. Just like, $5 billion is all I really need. I'll be good. I'll just sit back and chill for the rest of my life and go live on TFR for 2 hours. So let's make it happen. Give me your good juju. Good thoughts my way, and we will hit the lottery together. How about that?
And
hey, Jimmy.
The chat room's filling up nicely too. So you'll be able to head over there in a bit after you get to your next thing. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you. I just want to let you know the chat room's filling up nicely.
Thank you for being here in the first 2-hour segment of the Infinite Fringe on TFR. Now, Jimmy Jean, we got the Lion Tamer in the green room, sitting there taming lions. He's going to have to tame the TFR lions, but I'm sure he will not have an issue. Carl Street is here with us. Hey, greetings to you, sir. Welcome to your maiden voyage on the Infinite Fringe. We appreciate you. Thank you for taking the time. How are you?
Doing pretty good, Billy. How you doing?
I'm doing fantastic, sir. It is Sunday. I'm relaxing. The Super Bowl is going to be on. Not that I really care about it. The how do I say this? It's the crowning jewel for the house slaves that is, the American public, in my opinion. We sit there and we watch it, and we look forward to it all year, because it's the biggest thing that we can possibly have. Everybody loves the Super Bowl, and in reality, nobody benefits from it but, a select few, and we watch it like it means something. So, hey, it's that day. It's a holiday for everyone, right? But I can't help but see it for what it is, Carl. I don't know if you feel differently, but go ahead and shoot me down if you do. Go ahead.
Oh, no, not at all. I just think that that's just stuff to keep us distracted.
Right. Well, go ahead. Elaborate.
Yeah, Carl. As far as the Super Bowl is concerned, it is really the Super Bowl in just so many ways, isn't it? Really, because really is the Super Bowl really about the game, or what do people really look for at the Super Bowl, Carl? The commercials, don't they?
Absolutely. And that's got to tell you something about the game, right?
What's it really about, huh?
So I
can hardly wait for the play to be over so we can get to a commercial.
Right, but you've got extensive experience. I mean, in marketing and advertising. I mean, that's one of your. If we were going to look at your resume, one of the things that would be on there would be marketing, advertising, among many other things. Carl.
Well, the Super Bowl, the game itself, is just what we used to call the trade flypaper. You want to get people in the tent so you can sell them something.
Go ahead and elaborate on that point. What does that mean?
Well, in the final analysis, the Super Bowl is selling the audience, but not in the way you might think. They're trying to sell the audience to the advertisers. That's where they make their money. So you got to get enough people together. I mean, other than that, it's like throwing a party and having nobody show up. So you put together this entertainment and you do the promos all year and you kind of build up to it. All the stuff leading up to it, all the little teams and the little playoffs and all that kind of stuff, they're all designed to herd people to this one moment where they can sell that audience to the advertisers.
So that's really what it is, a flypaper operation. So now you can extrapolate that too, Billy. Flypaper doesn't just mean the Super Bowl. I mean, flypaper can be alternative media, can it, Carl? I mean, it can be like, say, a big giant media, conglomerate, and the alternative media could be just the same kind of flypaper, right? It's not what they're saying there. It's the audience that they're drawn to and who they're talking to that they're really wanting to sell this moment in time that people have been marketed to all year long, right?
Right. It's an opportunity for them to see how things are going. There's a lot of information that they derive from things like the Super Bowl. In other words, if nobody showed up at the Super Bowl, there would be a lot of worry in the country. I mean, what's happening to America? All that kind of stuff would be going on. So they measure, it's their way of taking the temperature about how successful they're being politically as well as economically and so on. The more people that participate, the better the people at the top feel.
Right, because they feel that they've done their job.
Well, they feel that they're getting the crowd to participate, and that's all they're interested in, is getting people to participate. I mean, that's what voting is about and everything else. It's just, if nobody votes, they get scared.
Right, because they feel people are waking up to whatever. Well, I call it a scam. You could call it something else, but they're waking up to whatever that is.
Yeah, they're disconnecting.
I feel like we've been reincorporated into this.
Oh yeah.
In large part with the whole Trump movement and everybody's like either super Democrat or super Republican. I predict that it's going to be the biggest voter turnout that we've had in a long time.
Absolutely. That's what all this is about, the impeachment thing and everything else. I mean, it's all show business. It's designed to get people ramped up.
Right.
It's think of it as a continuing pep rally like you used to have in high school.
Expand on that, Carl. Because
by making people agitated and aggravated, and they deliberately put shills in the chat rooms to call people names and stuff. They send people around to pull people's hats off and who knows what. All this strange stuff that's going on. If you think about it, that's a low investment to get the audience participating. I mean, let's say you got, I'm just picking a number here. Let's say you got 500 Antifa guys coast to coast. There may be 1,000, who cares? And so on. You give me each a couple of $100. I mean, that's cheap. Okay? For $50,000, you get yourself 50 million people that are so aggravated about people wearing masks and running around the street and blocking the road occasionally that you get to participate. I mean, you'd have to spend millions of dollars to do that by, say, running billboards.
Well, hey, Carl, the thing is a lot of people make this distinction that there's a time during their exposure to whatever media it is, there's a time when the commercials start and finish, and then the bulk of the programming, is it not?
Oh, absolutely. See, we've been trained, ever since we've been little kids. I don't care if it's radio, TV, whatever. We've been trained that there's a program that's entertainment, and then there's some kind of break, and then the commercials come on, and that's when the selling is taking place. And when the commercials are over, we go back to the program. Well, you and I both know that when the commercials come on, what do? We head for the bathroom or the refrigerator, and even if we sit there and stay there, we usually make fun of the commercials. We basically shield our mind against it on the theory that, well, they're not going to sell me, right? And so on. So then we go back to the program, but our guard is let down because now we've been trained that, well, they're not trying to sell us anything. They're entertaining us. But the reality is, by doing it that way, they can take the so-called entertainment and actually sell us more, convince us psychologically, and do the subtle things that we don't really catch.
How did they start doing this? Like, how did they get hip to this, Carl?
Oh, this has been on forever, Billy.
Go ahead.
You know, when the archaeologists dig up ancient civilizations, what do they always find? Every civilization they dig up.
I'm sorry. I thought it was a rhetorical question. Go ahead. What's up?
Yeah. Well, they always find a theater. In fact, theaters predate temples. There's always a theater. They say, well, then why would they have a theater? Okay. Well, the reason they have a theater, if you think about it, let's imagine you're a king 50 gazillion years ago, and you've got people out there, and if they support you, you stay king, and if they don't, life could get kind of interesting. And you got to get them convinced that you're doing things the right way, and they ought to support you and everything else. Well, these people cannot read or write, so you can't put up signs or billboards or anything. You don't have radio, you don't have television, and their cell phones aren't working. And so on. So how do you reach these people? Well, you can't, because they live in farms or they're out hunting or whatever. It isn't like you can get them all. So in order to reach them on a group level, a few people, the king and his court of nobles or whatever, they've got to get the people all together, because that's the only efficient way they can get their message across. That's how a few people can reach thousands of people, okay? But how do you get the people to come together? Well, why don't we put on a show? People want to come there. You see, we're being generous. I'm the king, and I'm putting on this big show. We're going to kill a few lions or burn a few Christians or whatever we're going to do. We're going to get you here, and you're going to get to see this entertainment. Today we call it football. And so we're all going to get you together, and then we can focus our message on you at that time. So a few of us can communicate with a large audience. And we do it by convincing people we're doing them a favor, they're being entertained, and so on and so forth. And we feel like you're doing us a favor, and so we trust you in a sense. Okay, it's like this: your Christmas, getting gifts so you don't argue with your uncle who's kind of weird. All right.
So you're in a pliable mood. You're happy.
Exactly. Sure enough, it's a seduction, if you will, and so on. And that's why they've always had theaters. Okay, so theaters have always been there. I don't care if you call it Stonehenge or whatever. There were places where people met and they put on a show. The Indians had ceremonies on their mounds and stuff in this country and everything else. But no matter what culture you go to or whatever, I mean, that's how the show's been run. And they've been doing this for, 10,000 years, 50, 30,000, who knows, okay? And that's why you have sort of the same people running everything, okay? The Hollywood people or the whatever. Yeah, they pass it on. This is the secret sauce to running the show.
They own the control mechanism that gets the story out. So they had a Shakespeare, say, or they have they have these different a lot of the writers that were popular before there was TV and radio were all members of the Fabian Socialist Society. All the publishers and all the information that comes out in a period of time is set to emotionally and intellectually prepare the population for a specific moment in time, just like the Super Bowl, right? Because you had talked about, you should tell Billy a little bit about that Coke and Pepsi thing and how the 120 months program, which is a 10-year, social engineering segment that they basically prepare you for a moment just like the Super Bowl, right?
Absolutely. Well, see, the thing is, the people don't realize because people's planning is fairly short term. I mean, actually, probably the last long-term planning people did was when they were in college. You know, they were planning how to get their term paper out by the end of the semester or something. So they were planning 6 months ahead. But you know, how many people plan that way once they're out in the so-called real world? Most of us are just trying to figure out what day we got to get gas in the car and when we're going to run out of beer in the refrigerator, kind of thing. So our planning is pretty short term, okay? But you see, the people running the show, they're way ahead of you. They're planning on decades ahead. They're planning on 5, 6, 7, 10 years ahead. It says most people don't plan that way. They don't catch it.
Well, Billy, you there?
I heard a funny noise there.
I don't know.
I may have scared him off.
I don't know, but yeah. So I mean, the 120-month program.
Well, let's use that one. Okay, in the mid 40s, 30s, and 40s, Coca-Cola really dominated the soft drink world. They had 95% of all soft drinks in the country were Coca-Cola, and all the other people that had soft drinks, whether it was lemonade or Pepsi or whatever, they had the other 5%. And Coke, that's what's called market dominance. And in fact, you know you have market dominance when people in those days, they did not order a soft drink. They'd say, what are you going to have? I'll have a Coke. They didn't say a soft drink. They said a Coke. See, they used the Coke mentally as interchangeable with soft drink. And that's when you really arrive, because basically you've placed your brand name in their brain and they equate it with what they want.
Like Google.
Like Google, yes. Are you going to Google something?
Right.
Okay.
I'm sorry. Not that I dropped off. For some reason, you guys couldn't hear me and I was talking. So my apologies. Go ahead, continue.
Not at all. Okay. So it's like that. Yeah, Google has achieved market dominance. Or when it comes to like fabric, people, they want nylon. Even though they're getting nylon is actually a brand name of the DuPont company, but people use nylon or polyester like it's a fabric.
Right. Levi's got to that level. Xerox is another.
Exactly. Yeah, right. I'm going to Xerox something, and not going to copy it. You're going to Xerox it. That kind of thing. Anyhow, getting back to the Coca-Cola deal, I'll give you an example. This is called placement, and once somebody has place this in your mind or in the public mind so that it becomes interchangeable, it's very difficult to break into that. It's like trying to get a Democrat to be a Republican or a Christian to become a Buddhist or something. I mean, they're just locked in. I mean, it's welded shut. So
key.
Absolutely. So give you an example. In the late 1940s or so, Pepsi-Cola decided that they wanted to take on Coca-Cola, which would probably be like Cuba taking on the United States. It just, it'd take about 20 minutes, 9 minutes of laughing and about 11 minutes for the war to be over. And so they hired this guy, and he was a psychologist. I won't get into who it is. I'll tell you where you can find him later. And they said, can this be done? And he said, let me study the problem. And he came back to them. He said, yes, it can, but you have to have a lot of courage. They said, tell us about it. He said, what you have to do is you got to recognize something. Everybody right now who's in the market, and in the market means that they have the right to make the decision and they got the money to back it up. In 5 years old, you may want something, but your folks are controlling the purse. If you see, you're not in the market, okay? Until you have the money as well as the option, you're not in the market. They said, everybody that's in the market right now, okay, you're never going to get them. It would cost too much to pry them off of Coke. You'd lose a nickel on every sale and try to make it up on volume. It wouldn't happen. So here's what you have to do. We have a baby boom coming up after the war. Now, these people are not in the market right now. They're, 4 and 5 years old. And but they will be in the market 10 years from now. 10 years from now, those 4 and 5-year-olds are going to be 14, 15, 16 years old. They'll have jobs. They'll be making decisions. They'll be starting to date, et cetera, et cetera. and they'll have the cash to start making decisions. And that's the market you have to go for. But you can't do it 10 years from now. You got to start today to sell them. So here's the plan. 10 years is 120 months. It's a 120-month program. So Pepsi started coming out with slogans like Pepsi for those who think young. The message was, well, the old folks drink Coke, but, the young, hip, cool people, they drink Pepsi. Right. See, they gradually started to peddle this idea. They wrote off the people who are doing it. But those people were going to get old. They were going to die. They were going to fade out. So, it's like a curve, okay? They're in the market, but that market doesn't live forever, all right? So they went after the youngsters, and they did all kinds of Pepsi for those who think young kind of commercials and everything else for the next 10 years.
A new generation choice.
That's right.
New generation.
And as that generation came into the window, two things are happening. Not only were they coming into the market, meant they were making the decisions, okay, but the folks that had been in the market were starting to die off. They were getting old and all this and that. And they didn't have to wait for them all to die. Don't forget, youngsters very often start to influence the decisions. Come on, Dad, can't we have Pepsi? That one, okay? All right, we'll get Pepsi this time. So they, you don't have to wait for everybody to go to their grave. What I'm saying is you can start to influence the decisions more and more. So Coca-Cola started to see its market share shrink. They went from 95 to 92 to 89, and Pepsi started getting up there, 6, 7, 8, 10%. All right, but it was going to be a long war, and they had to fund for it. They had to stay alive. It's kind of like staying in a poker game till you get the good cards, and so on. And they pulled it off. And then Coca-Cola did the thing that really was stupid. All right, Coca-Cola, as they watched their market share shrink, they panicked. And you're probably not aware of this, but in the 80s or so, when Pepsi was starting to push Coca-Cola, it was almost 50-50. Coke decided what they had to do was they had to change the Coca-Cola formula. And they looked at the Pepsi formula. Pepsi had always been sweeter, more sugar, et cetera. And Coke had always been, even when they gave up cocaine, it always had more of a smack to it. Okay, it was sharper tasted and stuff. So they came out with New Coke, which was basically like Pepsi O2, if you will.
Yeah.
Okay, and they totally shot themselves in the foot, because you see, they were being a Pepsi also ran, which meant that they lost their old market. The old market didn't like the new Coke, and the new people said, "Hey, why buy the new Coke when we already got Pepsi?" So they basically shot themselves in the foot. And after about 3 years, of course, they dropped it out. But even then, they split their market share. And now they have new Coke, they got the old Coke and all this and that. Coca-Cola's share of the market dropped into the low 50s. So, I mean, in a little over 10 years, about 12, 15 years, they went from 95% of the market, complete market dominance. They went out to having a race like hell just to keep up, and they were like in the 30s. And they'll never get it back.
Jump in here real quick. I don't mean to interrupt, but we have a minute left on this side before we go to commercial break. And I want you to pick up right where you left off. So please hold that thought. Tell everybody where they can find you real quick.
You can always find me at cjstreet.com.
Very cool. Very cool. And this sounds like grade A mind control to me. That's exactly what it sounds like. And we will get into it in the second half of the show. Jimmy, what's up, man?
No, I was just going to say, man, and it's really interesting because people are not people. People are just marks. Marketing is taking place every minute of every single day. And we're being programmed to buy those products in the future.
And there's our music. Are our choices our own? Do we have our own thoughts? Right here on the Infinite Fringe. Stay tuned. We're going to be back on the other side.
It's amazing how people have been raving about iLife all over Facebook. They've been posting their testimonials just because they want to get the word out because it's worked so well for them. If you're not familiar with iLife, it's a 99% pure CBD oil, but the secret is the synergy between the hemp and the ayahuasca vine, the non-psychoactive component of the ayahuasca tea. We recently received an email from a wife whose husband has Parkinson's. For the first time, he's been able to sleep through the entire night. Another customer reported that they're no longer using NSAIDs because their tennis elbow has been relieved with IALife. The reports have been phenomenal and much more than we ever expected. Everyone should have access to this. That's why if you head on over to IALife.com right now and use coupon code TFR, we'll give you $5 towards your order. And we'll even ship it worldwide. That's IALife.com. AYALife.com.
Hey folks, guess what the number one phrase that Life Change Tea receives by email? You ready? We love this tea. We love this tea. Time after time, week after week, we love this tea. Life Change Tea gives you more energy, a beautiful cleansing, and fulfills its slogan perfectly. The tea that makes you go. So if you want to be on your health game, log on to getthetea.com and order Life Change Super Strength Tea. Packages come in a 1-month supply, and when you brew this stuff, wait until you see the results. Aren't we all about the results? And with a lot of people's health struggling, we can use a little bit of help. Doctors will tell you disease starts in the gut. So log on to getthetea.com. That's getthetea.com. Be our next email saying, I love this tea. I love this tea. Get the tea at getthetea.com. Helping America one tea bag at a time.
True initiation is an inward journey. It's a spiritual path that is totally inward. It has nothing to do with anything external to you.
I want to determine if the Grand Architect is indeed what I believe it to be, which is the artificial intelligence.
The initiatory path is one of self-discovery and self-revealing. It's not a journey that someone can hold your hand through.
Tonight, ladies and gentlemen, I want to take you through the steps of initiation. Remember, you are divinity.
Step Beyond the Veil with Chris and Sherry Geo. Fridays and Saturdays, 7 p.m. to 10 p.m.
This is Truth Frequency Radio.
No hate, no hype, no fear. Real people, real radio.
Yes, I did. So I packed it up and brought it back to the crib. Just a little something, show you how we live. Everybody want it, but it ain't that serious. That's that shit. So if you gon' do it just like this. Did you realize that you are a champion? You don't see just how wild the crowd is.
What is going on? It is the Infinite Fringe live on a Super Bowl weekend. I hope everybody's having a good time. If you're listening to the Fringe, if you're sitting down in front of that programmed, that mind-controlled television, which we all do, I do it too, and watch the Kansas City Chiefs whip up on the San Francisco 49ers, all the other way around. I don't know. It hasn't happened yet. I don't want anybody to get triggered here, okay? I know how passionate people are about their sports. It is the Infinite Fringe, live on Truth Frequency Radio. JG's here with me. Say what's up, JG. Are you there, JG? Is anybody there? Can anybody hear me? Carl Street, are you there?
Oh, I'm here. I ain't JG, though.
I don't know what happened to Jimmy. We're having all types of issues with Skype, Yeah, Skype is really getting in us. But, hey, you're here with me, and we appreciate it, Carl. Thank you very much for the knowledge that you dropped. Now, go ahead. Pick up exactly where you left off.
Left off, I said that, that Pepsi had done this thing. And so now Coke is there. It also ran. They can never get that back. See, Pepsi's and that's how the market works. What people have to understand is that selling does not take place at the point of sale. It takes place a long time before that. In other words, what most of us are taught what to believe, but not in a specific sense, but in the general sense. Whether it's like, well, we drive on the right-hand side of the road for it kind of thing. We just accept that as a truth. But frankly, we could drive on the other side. Some countries do, actually, and we could argue all day long about which one's better and everything else. But you see, there's a whole lot of things that we're taught as we're growing up, and we come to accept them simply because they're part of the culture. Okay? And this is what you have to understand: is there's a slogan in the business which is you never stop selling. The only reason you get in touch with people in the marketing industry is to sell them something. Now, that doesn't mean you're going to sell them a rifle or a Coke bottle or something. You're selling them an idea. You're always that's called positioning. You're selling a concept. In other words, there are countries on this planet where nobody drinks soft drinks, and why do people go to McDonald's? There's places on this planet where there isn't a McDonald's. Okay, but if McDonald's wants to go there, they don't go there and set up a McDonald's. They go there and convince people that fast food's better than what they're eating now. And then that might take 5 or 6 years to convince people that, and then they introduce McDonald's. Now, another example.
How come we've been littered with this stuff, Carl? Like, you go to other parts of the world, even though now it's global, right? Things like McDonald's are global. The American culture has become global. And I say American because that's where a lot of these things originated, right? And
sure.
Most of the world wants to be American, right? They have this.
Part of that is,
go ahead, Carl.
That's a result of selling.
Right.
They've sold people on the idea that people in America have it good.
Yeah.
Okay. And so if you want to enjoy life like Americans do, then you got to be like Americans are. What they're dealing with now is a lot of people have said, hell, let's do it the easy way. We'll just move to America. And that's not what they want. Okay?
Yeah, right? Isn't it really more that the American culture creation machine has gone worldwide, in the sense that in the same way that the generations are programmed in these 120-month segments, they're living, life high on the hog. You know what I mean? And the programming reaches far and wide, right? So everybody, when they think about America, they have a certain idea about it because that's the promotion. That's
the beach. Factor 10. People were sold the idea that California was the place to be. Okay? Well, now they got a problem. They got too many people in one place. So now we're starting to hear things like Texas is a place to be. Or, there's other good places you can go. The taxes are lower and the government's more liberal, or, whatever. Okay? And so on. These are just sales jobs. They got to move people around. You don't want all your eggs in one basket. So what you do is you start doing strange stuff. In other words, they start doing stuff in California with the taxation and the homeless and everything else to start making California look less glamorous. All right? It's no longer as much fun to be here, and the Ninfotocello is dead and everything else, all right? Okay, but in Texas, you're having a great time, and the weather's good, and people are free, and you can, I guess, carry your gun into town or something, and all this and that. And so people will move there, which means land that right now in Texas is selling for 10 cents an acre is going to be worth $1 million an acre in, say, 10, 15 years from now. And the people that are going to cash in on that, well, they already bought the land before they put the program in place, if you see what I'm getting at.
Right, man. So everything is conditioning if you look at it that way.
Well,
everything is
absolutely everything's conditioning. And remember, there's no such thing as value. Value is something that's put in your mind. I mean, why is a diamond expensive? Because you've been told that it is.
Right.
It's just a rock. All right? You can't even eat it. All right?
Well, I guess you can if you really try, but good luck.
Yeah, well, the nutrition value is going to be pretty low.
Yeah.
So the bottom line is, but you've been sold the idea that diamonds are
forever.
They're forever. Right. Well, actually, that slogan was generated by De Beers about 120 years ago.
Wow.
All right. Prior to about the 1800s, diamonds were actually, I mean, you could pick up a bucket full of them for a few bucks. They were just another rock, and they were sort of like useful, and so on. People were much more willing to pay money for copper.
So, Carl, the black hand behind everything that goes on in the world, is this black hand really just the hand that happens to be on the lever that creates the culture cookie for that 10-year program?
Yeah, because, pretty much. I mean, everybody's out there to blame the Jesuits or the Illuminati or, pick somebody. Okay, and you can spend a long time looking for those people because in a sense they don't exist and they change places over time too. All right? So, but the bottom line is the people that are on the inner circle on this stuff, they're all races, they're all religions and everything else and whatever. But they know how they basically got their hands on the steering wheel, and they're not willing to let it go very easily. All right, let's use the Trump example, for example. All right. Well, remember Donald Trump? Let's go back a few years. You remember he was on TV, he was doing all these reality shows and everything else.
You're fired.
Yeah, whatever. Yeah, you're fired. All that kind of stuff is that everybody would like him, and it would be ho hum. There wouldn't be any drama there. See, dramas would sell, no less than that. And, and so on. And everybody picked one side. There was always one good guy and one bad guy. And some people like the guy who wore the green mask. And some people like the mystery, bruiser guy and everything else. And then they throw each other out of the ring. And then they, even the guy that lost and said, I'm coming back. You haven't won forever. All that kind of stuff.
Right.
Well, people watched it because the fight was going on. If they got in the ring and shook hands and said, God, started singing Old Lang Syne, they'd have tuned out in a heartbeat.
Right.
See?
So there is something to this manipulation thing, right?
Oh, it's all manipulation. So, the way you build value into something is you have to manipulate it. That was my point with the diamonds.
Right.
Okay? All
right. It's an umbrella term, right? The Illuminati or the elites, right? Whatever you want to call them.
Or the Jesuits or the Catholics or the Lutherans.
Bastardized term, right?
They're the business owners of the system or the product that have the money to put their thing in the machine. The thing is, like you were saying earlier, Billy, about it, there not being anything organic. In a sense, there really isn't anything organic, but there is in a sense because, like, for example, you have a particular style yourself. You have a certain kind of hat you like to wear. You cock it a certain way. You wear a certain kind of belt and some jeans a certain way with a pair of tennis shoes. And one of these people from one of these organizations sees you, takes a picture of you and your style, and then they go and they turn that around and they get a Perry Ellis shirt and a this and a that and a blah blah blah. And next thing you know, it becomes like a style.
Absolutely. Jimmy, you're right on the money. That's what style's all about. In other words, if everybody could just go out, if everybody sat down and said, okay, what's the most practical clothes to wear? We'd all be wearing Army uniforms. Okay, we'd be driving taxi cabs. Okay, so we sell style. When the dresses are short, you got to start bringing up the idea they ought to be long. When the dresses are long, you got to bring up the idea they'd be short. The idea is to see that way you get a whole bunch. I'm not trying to get myself in domestic fights here, but, my wife can look in the closet, and, I get like, I think 4 inches of closet. That's what I have. She's got 3 closets full of clothes. And believe me, she's got nothing to wear. If you don't believe me, just ask her. Okay? Because none of it's, quote, in style. Yet it's all perfectly serviceable clothing.
Yeah.
Okay? So we're going to go out and spend probably another $3,000 or $4,000 this year on clothes that allow us to keep up. Okay? Now you think about that. Let's say over a lifetime of doing that, say 40, 50 years, that means instead of spending $3,000 or $4,000 on clothes, you're going to spend $150,000 on clothes. And it's all a mental construct. There is no net value in that from a practical standpoint.
Just like what's going on right now, the marketing program that's going on with the Donald Trump presidency and the whole, they're bringing attention to Joe Biden through the impeachment process that he's a suspect, and they're going to bring in at the last minute, just like you said, they're going to bring in the Trump's arch enemy. But see, all this ignites the base in a lot of ways, right? The base is what? The base.
You want engagement. You want people to be engaged.
Right.
They are.
Just like he was saying earlier, Billy. I think you'll agree too. Is everybody's attention is on the Super Bowl, just like everybody's attention is going to be on this moment when Trump and whoever it's going to be go against each other.
Yeah, it's the Super Bowl of politics, right?
Yeah. Well, it used to be the way they ramped things up was they went to war. Okay, but they don't do that much anymore because war is kind of dangerous. When wars were fought across, with cannons and ships at sea and everything else, you could have a pretty good war and everybody got all excited about it. But other than you happen to be on the actual battlefield, your life pretty much didn't go on. There was no threat. Now you introduce nuclear weapons, and well, maybe we shouldn't do that because, if it goes wrong, so that's why we haven't had any real major wars of late. It's not that we've become better people or anything, and that's why we fight it out in third world countries and everything else. All right, because if we wreck their homeland, who cares? All right, but we don't want to risk the homemakers.
Well, Carl, is there anything that you can think of that's not marketing? I mean, if it's coming over the media, is it not marketing in some way? Is something or what? It doesn't even have to be something that you buy necessarily.
Exactly. That's you've hit it right on the nose, Jimmy. When I say marketing, I don't mean people are trying to sell you a candy bar. What I mean is they're trying to sell you a concept. Like I was saying, sell people the idea that California is a great place to be, and look how you benefit. You're going to sell all that real estate suddenly goes up in value. You get to sell people all kinds of new equipment to build highways. There's millions of feet of pipe that has to go in and electrical cable. I mean, the whole ball of wax. See, it's all there. I mean, the fact of the matter is most of us live in an area, whether it's California or not, where things are probably pretty much okay. We wouldn't be there.
And when you're in charge of the machine, you know when that moment is going to be, and you already own all the bulldozers.
That's right. You optimize it. You sit down. You sit down with the bankers and so on and so forth. Say, you know what? California was the hot place in the 60s, but prior to that, it was Florida. In fact, the big joke in the early 50s was, did you buy swampland in Florida? What they did was they bought all kinds of land, which frankly you couldn't give away, for 10 cents an acre or something, then turned around and convinced everybody in New York that in the cold weather they had to go south. Okay? So suddenly land that they bought for nothing was worth thousands and thousands of dollars an acre. And all the things that went with it. It was all the building. You owned the building materials. You owned the infrastructure and all this and that. Okay? I mean, Florida's hot, buggy, and buggy. I know. I've been there. My family owns property there. Okay? Can't stand the place. All right? All right? I'm sure that's going to, we just had a whole bunch of people ring off here and so on. But, right now here in California, they're starting to peddle the idea that Nevada is a great place. But I can tell you that 25 years ago, Nevada was, quote, a desert. You wouldn't want to be there. People in Nevada were sold the idea of moving to California. Now people in California are being sold the idea to move to Nevada.
Sounds to me like there's a group of people in control that are telling everybody what to do. I don't know if that's a it is a crazy concept, Carl. But let me tell you, right? In the 70s, people were wearing bell bottoms, right? Then they went into the 80s and they started wearing glitter. Jimmy knows all about that, glitter and leather pants, right? And then in the 90s, which was me, we were wearing baggy pants with a hoodie and some Timberlands, and now people look like women walking around. Like, I mean, everybody's wearing, tight, skinny jeans and purses and everything else. And you hit the point in the beginning of the interview here about theater, that the first thing you find anywhere you go when they do archaeological whatever digs anywhere, they find theaters. The theater is now the television. There's
a theater in everybody's home. It's the marketer's dream.
And that's where they dictate who's going to wear what they're going to say, how they're going to act. If I'm going to take my cap, which I wear constantly, and cock it to the side. Or if I'm going to wear skinny jeans that day, Where
did the idea of wearing blue jeans and a leather jacket and all that came from in the 50s? Well, it was Jimmy Dean. You took a guy and you made him cool. You gave him some stuff to say and everything else. And that was, everybody started to emulate him.
Listen, the brilliant marketing behind the transgendering of America is unbelievable. Right. Because listen, you're going to sell much more women's clothes than you were selling before. You might sell a lot more men's clothes than you were selling before. There's a whole bunch of things that go along with playing a role that you might have to dress into, right? So the whole thing.
That's a good point that you bring up, Jimmy. I'm sorry to interrupt you, but we're limited on time, and I want to get Carl's take on this, right? What's the end game for the marketing for transgenderism? If it's all about money,
it's just the next step. They're going to sell transgender for a while, and when it wears out, it'll be like this. Let's go. One day, people are going to look around and say, "God, look at all that trans," and they're going to be ashamed of those transgender clothes the way they're ashamed of their bell bottoms. Okay, and then they're going to have to go out and replace all those wardrobes and everything.
Yeah, transgenders are a very small percentage of the population here in the United States.
Doesn't make any difference.
No, but I'm just asking a question, right? They're a very small percentage of the people here in the United States.
Right. It's about 1%, really, because that's the number of people psychologically and physically that actually accommodate that.
Where's the monetization of this? Like, where's the big payoff? That's what I want to know. What is the reason for this?
Well, it's not so much the action, it's the reaction. Mm-hmm. If you talk to people, they're reacting to it, aren't they?
Right.
Okay, think of it this way. Have you ever watched a movie in Cedar Drive? Herd, 50,000 cattle. Yeah, they run around, and what they do, they yell, they shoot guns up in the air, and so on and so forth, right? And the cattle get scared. See, you manage the herd by making noises that the herd doesn't like, and the herd runs away from it. So if I want to turn them around, I go around the other side and do it again.
But instead of doing that, what you do today is you put a transgender character on every single show on television.
Sure, and you put them in the schools where they say crazy stuff and they get some laws passed and everybody reacts. That's noise to drive the cows.
After 120 months of seeing a transgender person on every show, in every situation, in every movie, everywhere, you're going to start thinking there's a transgender person everywhere you see a woman.
Right.
Right. And that leads me to believe that this isn't all about money. You understand? Like that leads me to believe that there's a deeper agenda there. Even though the majority of it, money's a big deal, power, right? That it's a big deal here. But I don't understand it. And hey, you guys can correct me if I'm wrong. Maybe later down the line, I'll see what you guys are talking about. I don't understand how you monetize this, for one. I think they're pushing this as culture creation.
Billy, I don't like the word wrong because I don't think there is such a thing in that sense.
I'm just putting it out there. Like, I'm here to learn, right? So that's why I say it that way.
Okay. Well, what I'm saying is the worst thing that could happen. What would be the worst thing that could happen at the Super Bowl today?
I don't even want to think of it. I don't even want to say it. Very bad things can happen at the Super Bowl.
Well, yeah, okay. I'm not talking about terrorism here. If you own the stadium, what's the worst thing that can happen to you if
no one shows up? Okay.
That's right. Okay? Mm-hmm. All right? As long as those seats are full, I don't really care who wins.
Yeah.
Super Bowl, World Series, pick one. Okay, I just want to make sure there aren't any empty seats. I want everybody standing in the aisles, and I want to sell all the hot dogs and Coca-Cola and beer I can.
Right.
All right? So the worst thing could happen. See, the worst thing, what you and I call a recession is when they've misjudged things and the economy stops running. It doesn't stop running because, it's just that after everybody owns a refrigerator and they've owned a second refrigerator, how do you sell them a third refrigerator, right?
Mm-hmm.
See? So the way you do it is you make the old refrigerator, even though it's perfectly serviceable and probably good for 10 years, you add some bells and whistles to it, some LED lights or something, and nobody wants that old thing hanging around. And something that could last 20 years gets dumped after, say, 5 years. That means and the worst thing that can happen to the economy is that people stop participating. If everybody woke up tomorrow morning and said, you know what, the clothes I got are good enough, the car I've got is good enough, and so on and so forth, I don't really need to go to the Bahamas. Let's face it, a phone pole in the Bahamas looks just like the one across the street. Okay? I don't have to go there and stuff, and there's sunlight in the backyard if I need it. I mean,
I got to interrupt you. We got to make
in a depression.
Fantastic stuff, by the way, today. We really appreciate you, man. Tell them where they can find you one more time.
CJStreet.com. I've got some books I could recommend if you got time for it.
Tell them.
Okay. Positioning, The Battle for Your Mind, Reese and Trout. Positioning, The Battle for Your Mind, Reese and Trout. If you read those books, now they're somewhat dated, but if you read them, you'll understand what I'm talking about.
Fantastic stuff. Carl, thank you very much. Alchemical Tech is up next. Listen, Carl, don't hang up. We got to talk to you for a second.
All right.
We're gonna branch over to the second hour of this maiden voyage here on TFR. 2 hours of the Infinite Fringe. Let's see how it goes. Take it easy, guys. Talk to you soon.
Hi, my name is Ella, and I'm 10 years old. I'm one of the millions of children born to parents suffering from the sheeple virus. Symptoms include the inability to think for oneself, the attention span of a goldfish, and a strong belief in government and the mainstream media. It is estimated that 1 out of every 2 children are being raised by parents infected with the sheeple virus. But there is a cure. For as little as 19 cents per day, you can become a TFR supporter and help children like me get their daily dose of truth. Together, we will make sure every child has protection from deception.
Opening up again. I'm Jack Callahan, Fox News. States starting to restart in the wake of the business shutdowns triggered by the coronavirus outbreak. President Trump telling a White House briefing on Monday.
Some of them are doing an extraordinary job. Not all of them, but some of them. And I think all of them maybe have a chance to do that. Some will be a little bit different. The areas are much different. Manhattan is much different than Montana. You have a lot of different circumstances.
The president says testing will be key to any reopening plan. He also says virus deaths in this country may reach 70,000, but... The
president says the original projections were much higher. The current death toll in the U.S. is more than 56,000, only 14,000 short of Mr. Trump's projection. Nearly 1 million Americans have tested positive for COVID-19. That's nearly a third of all confirmed cases worldwide.
Fox's Jackie Ibanez, members of Congress planning to return to Washington early next week to consider additional plans to stimulate the economy.
We're probably going to need another phase of stimulus of some form, and that, we've built a bridge to the other side of this crisis, we believe. It looks like we're getting close to opening up in many places around the country, but now we have to think about what's it going to take to make sure that we go back to thriving.
That's White House senior advisor Kevin Hassett. Senate Majority Leader Mitch McConnell says he's ready to consider reimbursing states and cities for coronavirus expenses, but not for years-long systemic financial problems. Meat processing down 20 to 30%, according to one economist, but Mike Duffy, the CEO of a food wholesale company, does not foresee a crisis.
If production is reduced 25%, that still means we're producing 75% of pre-COVID levels. So it's not that there won't be any it will just take a little longer to get down the supply chain.
Duffy on the Fox News Rundown Global Pandemic Podcast. America is listening to Fox News.
There's enough uncertainty to go around right now.
Frequency Radio.
The wicked ones obviously under heavy Masonic influence.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls of all ages, welcome to the Paranormal Portal. It's our Friday 2-hour episode, and we've got a doozy lined up for you guys tonight. This is extraordinarily exciting, and it should be a great show. So I hope you guys are doing great out there. Lots of madness still in the world, but we hope you're coping with it really well as can be expected anyway. Tonight, ladies and gentlemen, joining us all the way from Australia is the founder of the Australia Research Group. Let me just make sure I get this right, because I'm a little nervous. Australian Yowie Research. And welcome to my show. It's our show, and I'm really thrilled you're here. This is a great opportunity, and thank you so much for agreeing to come on. This is a real pleasure and a real honor to have a chance to talk to you.
It's not something that I normally do, as most people know, but you are a friend of mine, Brett, and I'm happy to be here.
Oh, well, thanks a lot. And ladies and gentlemen, the phone lines won't be open until maybe later in the show, but we're just going to have a nice conversation between now and then and get to know the man who has been doing this for over 2 decades and has been really on the front lines of Yowie research and information in Australia. He's often heard on many television stations and doing interviews all over for print and television and so on. And you are a machine, first of all. I just got to tell you, you're really out there doing the work. You're not just an armchair cerebral person. You are out there pounding the sticks, getting to this, huh?
Yeah, well, particularly back in the early days, we really got our hands dirty. We did the hard yards. There's a lot of people out there that we used to call couch researchers or armchair researchers, and we were the guys out there doing it for real. And we were getting calls out to all these places all over. In comparison to, say, the American Bigfoot, yeah, we both have that. We both have the large hominid type primordial creature, Bigfoot, Sasquatch, and the Yowie. But in Australia, we seem to have a couple of other smaller species, a smaller variety, which is very unique. And these can be described in different ways. And through the witness testimonies and the interviews that we do, they will talk about something that is more of a man's size, but extremely primordial at the same time, more of like a monkey type of head, yet not, yet more like a human, yet not. And they always say it's really hard to distinguish between a primate and a human. And then you go and find the smaller type again. So we're talking about, say, around about the 4 foot mark.
Okay.
And these are sort of more monkeyish to the next level. But back up to the more man size, they can be described as like a relic human, Neanderthal-ish. They've got that hominid gene in their system where they've got the eye ridges that are very pronounced, the deep set eyes, splayed nose, etc. But when you go to, say, the larger ones, we're talking maybe 8 to 10 feet, more than likely probably about 8 feet. Some people say 9, but often a lot of people don't judge heights or distance very well.
Okay.
They're more, I think you could say they're definitely more hominid than anything else. Okay. So if you look back, for example, on, we'll look at paleontology without trying to bore anyone too much. It all started with Australopithecines, say about 4 million years ago. Mm-hmm. And these guys were about 3 to 4 feet tall. They were like primordial hobbits, so to speak. And as time went on, say 3 million years ago to 2 million years ago, they slowly started to grow. Then they died out and the hominids came in. So the Homo genus stepped in from the Australopithecines. And Homo is Latin for human.
Okay.
And, of course, Homo sapiens, sapien being Latin for wise, that's where we are now, so that's wise human. So there's that gap in between. And, again, if you look at that scale, go from the first Homo to Homo sapien, we got progressively taller and taller. Mm-hmm. And the human was the tallest out of all of these species of the same genus. And once you got to about, say, 100,000 years to 300,000 years ago, you can draw a timeline of about 5 different species that we know, all living parallel, walking together on the Earth. So you'd have, for example, about, and again, no, keep in mind that paleontology, archaeology, it all changes. What you read 50 years ago is different to the facts now, because the next find is going to ruin the facts for what you're learning in university right now. And that's how it progresses. That's how it evolves. It is never a static learning curve because we don't know it all. And they'll admit they don't know it all. All they can go off is what they found in terms of fossils and teeth, and they extract the DNA. But my point is that in this time period that I'm referring to, it was just a mixing pot of DNA. So you'd have the Homo erectus, you'd have the Neanderthals, Homo habilis, you had one that was called Heidelberg genus, and then the Denisovans. And the Denisovans is very closely linked to humans. And in that mix as well, you still had the modern Homo sapiens. So you had all these guys all walking the earth at the same time, and they were mixing DNA. Let's put it that way. Mm-hmm. And the science and the paleontologists believe that it wasn't really a case of the social interaction and crossbreeding by will. It's a common consensus that a lot of the women were taken by the other genus. And that's something that you still hear about today. And Solomon Islands comes up, for example, when we did an investigation there several years ago. So with that big mixing pot, there was a lot of things going on, and you had a lot of smaller subspecies roaming the planet, and they mixed right around down towards Indonesia, etc. Now, at that time, Australia was linked to the rest of the world. We had a land bridge that came from Indonesia, Papua New Guinea, down into Australia. And these creatures could easily moved, traversed into our continent before it became a continent. Mm-hmm. And this land bridge existed up until only 7,000 years ago, and then suddenly gone, and Australia was isolated. So whatever was in Australia was trapped in Australia. Mm-hmm. And I think one of the more interesting aspects, because, firstly, this is how some of the smaller ones could have got here. And as I'm saying, about the same size as humans and a bit smaller. And that's what they're describing today, that is out there in the bush. A lot of our witnesses, this is what they're describing. regardless of the big ones, this is something different, and there's all different varieties of them. And another thing is that science and paleontology will tell you that they didn't know whether any of these subspecies were covered in hair from head to foot. They know. They presume they probably were. There's nothing to suggest that they weren't. And you'd imagine any animal that's covered in hair. I mean, the hair's there for a reason, and that's there for protection from the sun, or the wind, or the cold, just the climate in general. So it would make sense that the pre-humans more than likely were covered from hair from head to toe, right?
Sure.
So you go, okay, well that's great. That explains how a lot of these smaller ones are here. What about the big one? All right. Myself and my good friend, my dear friend Lloyd Pye, before he passed away, we used to kick the can around a lot about Gigantopithecus. And neither of us were really big fans. Lloyd used to say, well, there's really not much to go on. I mean, as far as the fossil evidence of Giganto, you've got some jaw fragments, just pieces of the jaw, molars, et cetera, although there's about 2,000 molars that have been found. So they've reconstructed the jaw pretty much. And again, science, paleontology, they've estimated this creature is going to be anywhere between 6, 7 to 10 feet tall.
Wow.
So that puts it in the right height bracket. And remember that all these creatures prior to Grace Isle, they're all more robust than us. So you can imagine this, the stature of this. The closest living relative to Gigantopithecus is the orangutan. Another interesting equation. Now I think, okay, what is the most common colour reported of the yowie? It's a reddy brown. And guess what the analogy most witnesses use? The colour of an orangutan. Even the striation, also the hair folding down from the arms, except just hanging down. And I've seen that with some adaptations of the Bigfoot as well, quite similar. So now you've got the height, you've got the colour. How did they get here? Because I thought they were up around China, Southeast Asia, Vietnam. But recently there's been a discovery that, the fossil remains in Indonesia. And as I said before, that was a part of the land bridge to Australia. So they were well on their way down through that land bridge to Australia. And then land bridge gone, stuck in Australia. So there's the history lesson.
That's really interesting. Now, of course, with the diversity in sizes and stuff, in the U.S., we hear reports of Bigfoot, some looking more human-like, some looking much more primate, some looking like a Neanderthal with the really protruding brows. There's a lot of physical variations, and so there seems to be an idea that has evolved that there are types of Bigfoot, and perhaps they're like subgenuses of the same family branch. Do you have that same, other than size that you've just explained, but in actually physical reports that people, when they describe them, do they give that variation in when they're given descriptions?
Yeah, we do, and it does vary, and it varies from person to person. But I think, like if you had two people describing an event that happened in their childhood, they'll both see the same thing, but years later they may describe it completely different. People see things in different ways. There's an interesting case that we did last year or the year before at a place called Conungra, and it's where it involved a truck driver, and a lot of the Australians who are watching, they'll know this story very well. And he had put his truck into neutral, going down through the range, down through Conungra, and Conungra, it's a well-known area for this creature. In fact, it's only 100 metres up the road that the last sighting was, about a year before then. As he's trucking, you're trying to, it's a big, big truck. And I'll give you an example. When I stood up next to this truck, the bonnet, the top of the bonnet was about to here. I couldn't look over it. So he's coming down through the wine, he's got a neutral, he's not making any noise. Comes around the corner, and this thing, on the right-hand side, he's doing a right-hand bank, and as he's coming around the corner, this creature is just leapt off the bank. As he's coming around the corner, he's mid-air, and he comes down, he's hit the brakes, he's locked it up, he's turned the truck semi-sideways, and he's skidding towards it. He said this thing landed on the ground like Superman, one fist, and staring straight at him. He said, here's the thing. He said the expressions on the face were human, absolute human reaction, which will give me to my next point in a sec. He said the first expression was shock.
Wow.
He said the second, just like he said, just human, was embarrassment. He said it stood up and it looked at him through the windscreen.
Sure.
And he said the third emotion, or the first expression, was anger, just like a human. He took 2 paces and he shunted the front of the truck. He said it hit the truck with such a force, it was like hitting a small Mazda. And he had to go down in his windscreen like this and look up to see the top of his head. So remember how I said that I couldn't even come up above the bonnet?
Right.
He had to look up to see its head. And he said the head was like a monkey.
Really?
But the expressions were like a human. So there goes the mix, right?
Mm-hmm.
Which brings me on to another thing.
Mm-hmm.
Let's look. I'm not even getting started in how much time do we have left? I'm getting too sidetracked. You're getting me sidetracked.
Sorry.
Yes, it's getting me into another thing is danger of these creatures. Now, I have a lot of respect for David Pilates. Pilates, depends on whether American or Australian. He's definitely on the right track. And you'll have all these do-gooders going, oh, you know, they're protectors of the bush, they're lovely, they won't harm you, don't go near them, they won't hurt you. Well, I've got a different story for you, and that's from personal experience. That aside, if you look at it this way, and remember those expressions that I was telling you about off the big monkey-looking thing, this creature, providing its flesh and blood, is biological.
Mm-hmm.
It has hormones. It has emotions, clearly.
Mm-hmm.
Animals hurt, kill animals. Humans hurt and kill humans.
Mm-hmm.
What makes these things different?
Sure.
Why on earth would somebody say, oh, no, they won't hurt you, and they're wonderful and they're passive, and they say, no, they're not. And I truly believe that they are responsible for a lot of missing people over the last couple of 100 years.
Mm-hmm. I would agree. I think that's it would be foolish to assume otherwise, especially with the scale, the scope of these things. I mean, just what they're capable of. If you misjudge that, you're a grease spot, you know?
Yeah.
Wow.
I've led a lot of expeditions all over the country in some parts of the world. I've drank arsenic with the Pomone Indians in South America. I've interviewed villages near Mount Roraima about pterodactyls, seeing have been coming off Mount Roraima over the last 100, 200 years. Giant anacondas, alligators, snakes, tarantulas. But I think the most impressive experiences that I had were probably in Australia. And that all sort of started around about 1995. And I was coming home at 11 o'clock at night. I was living at a place called Mount Tamborine, which is on the Gold Coast hinterland. It's a place called Eagle Heights. And I'd come home at about 11, park my car in, just imagine this, right? So being in a mountainous area, you've got a sloping block and you have a pole home and a pole garage where the car parked. You walk around the front and down into there. Beyond the house was it's a big slope and it goes down to a chicken wire fence. And beyond the chicken wire fence is swamp. And back in those days, you didn't know what was beyond the swamp. I mean, you wouldn't go down there for any reason. It was just unhospitable. You got to the fence, you go, no, terrible.
Yeah.
And so I'd come home this night. I got out of the car and I'd open the gate and I go, what is that noise? And here is this thing in the back swamp making this god-awful noise. And I've never heard anything like it. And koalas can make a lot of noise, but this is nothing like a koala. And it was deep and it was guttural. And it was the vocal capacity was far beyond a human. I mean, we couldn't come close to mimicking what this thing was. And whatever it was, I mean, it was pissed off. So here is this vocal capacity. And walking around on two legs bipedally. Bipedally. It's very clear. You hear it trudging around in the swamp. Crunch, 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 crunch. Clearly very, very heavy. And then it starts to pick up small trees and foliage. And it rips it out of the ground. You hear the roots separating from the soil. Just pulled out. And then throw. And it hits all the other trees, bounces, and then drops. Poof. Crunch, crunch, crunch. Rip. Throw. Boof, boof, boof. Doof. And all this sort of thing, the vocal capacities, all that sort of thing was all going on. And I had goosebumps. What? So on this side, on this shoulder here, was my normal little guy saying, you know what? It'd be a really good idea if you had a look, see what that was. You know you've got a torch behind the door? Let's go get it. Let's go. Sure. And he had this over here going, don't listen to him. It's a bad idea. You don't want to know. And I'm sort of like, normally I'd be listening to this guy. And it was just awful. I tell you, it was horrible.
Yeah.
This was just, and I'm with you. And so I just had this feeling that I need to just go inside, lock the door, and forget about it. You don't want to know. And so that's what I did. The next day I got up and I asked several neighbours who'd been there for longer than myself. Nobody knew much about it. There's a couple of other instances we had after them. But I started to ask other people as well because I had an inkling. I'd seen a show back in 1994 called Extraordinary. And there's a story about this girl whose name was Julie Clark, and she lived in a town called Cranbrook. And she was riding a horse through a creek bed by herself when suddenly this creature rose from the side bank and jumped down into the creek. The horse reared, turned around, they bolted, and this thing took off after them. Now, her being right up there on horseback, she said, its height matched hers. And she was beside herself, as you'd imagine. And she galloped all the way into town and went straight to her father, who was a prominent businessman at the time. And then he grabbed a posse of guys and they all shot out there. And they found the footprints and then they found what looked like a bed where she first saw it come from. And that sparked a lot of interest. So that was playing on my mind as well. And I was just starting to wonder, what else could it be? Because no native Australian animal, well, number one, can make one noise. Number two, walks bipedally. Number three, has hands to rip foliage out and then throw it. It's not a kangaroo and it's not an emu. We don't have camels and they couldn't do that. So that was been on my mind for a bit. And then here's the kicker, here's the cruncher. I moved to a place called Ormo, and all these people who know me, they're going, we don't know all about this story.
Hey, Dan. hold on just a sec, because we're about a minute and a half, or about a minute away from the break. So I don't want you to get in the middle of this, but ladies and gentlemen, you can hear how amazing this is going. This is going to be an incredible rest of our show too. So make sure you stick around. We're going to go to our break in just about a minute here. But I just want you guys to know, again, you can of course, on TFRlive.com, or you can be watching the live stream. If you're hearing my voice and you're not seeing the pictures, head over to youtube.com/paranormal portal and you can watch this live. Both myself and Dean are on camera, and we are going to be continuing to share or to dive deeply into this man's experiences. The phone lines will not be open. We may open them at the tail end of the show here a little bit, but we're going to continue on this journey. And I want you guys to head over to Facebook. Go check out Australian Yowie Research page. It's on Facebook, and this is Dean's group, which has many of the things that he's discussing are showcased, many of links to other Yowie news, and of course check out their webpage, which can be found at yowiehunters.com. And you can head over there, and there's also it's not only talking about Dean's research, but also a repository for claims and people's experiences when they're encountering these things. So it's a great site full of a lot of information. I do want to talk to you, Dean, at some point tonight about the report map, because I got some questions about that, and I think that it's interesting. Also, hopefully we can get into.
Extendivite is more than just a heart tonic. Do you have any of these symptoms? Night cramps in the hands and feet. Your arms and legs often go to sleep. On short walks, do your legs get aches and pains? Is your memory worse than it used to be? Ankles that swell late in the day? Has your blood pressure increased lately? If you answered yes to even one of these questions, you may have early warning signs of arterial blockages. Your body is saying that it is time to take Extendivite. These are not the normal signs of aging. They are the warning signs that accompany blocked arteries. Get your Extendivite today. Extendivite is available in capsule or liquid form for just $69.95 for a 2-month supply. To get started, call 1-877-928-8822. That's 1-877-928-8822, or visit heartdrop.com.
Extend your life with Extendovite.
Hey, it's Grace. Can we talk about something serious for a minute? Your age. Getting old has its perks. But remember, being a few years younger, your hair was thicker, you didn't have so many wrinkles, that extra weight wasn't haunting you, and you just felt better. Well, we can't turn back the clocks and go back 10 or 15 years, but you can start feeling and looking 10 or 15 years younger with Nature's Youth RSF. It's a doctor-formulated daily supplement that helps your body maintain its peak performance and fight the aging process. Imagine sleeping better, looking better, and feeling better. See how Nature's Youth RSF has helped thousands of people like you at nature'syouth.com. Nature'syouth.com. Imagine how it will feel when your family and friends are asking you what you did to look so good. Your secret will be Nature's Youth RSF. It's time to start looking better and feeling better. Learn more and order your Nature's Youth RSF at nature'syouth.com. That's nature'syouth.com. That's nature'syouth.com.
More than a dozen astronauts have officially reported UFOs. Hundreds of hours of UFO footage were filmed by astronauts aboard the space shuttle. Many of these UFOs can only be seen in ultraviolet light. Retired former Apollo astronauts and cosmonauts now tell their stories of their own personal UFO encounters.
The Enigma Channel, intelligent television for planet Earth. EnigmaTV.com.
No hate, no hype, no fear. We are TFR. Frequency Radio.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're back at it here on the Paranormal Portal Friday show. We hope you're having a good night. Thank you all for joining us. I am joined tonight by Australia's own Mr. Dean Harrison, who is here to talk about Yowies and so much more. That first half hour went great. Although I went total rookie and talked right into the break, which tells you I'm just engaged here. So welcome back, Dean, and thank you again for coming on tonight. This has been epic, incredibly epic so far. But before the break, I interrupted you on a story you're getting into. So if you would, please.
Yes. So this is probably one of the most crucial stories in the journey that I've been on, and it's an incredible journey that you just couldn't imagine. So there's this. There's a town called Ormo that I'd moved to in 1996. It was pretty close after I'd moved away from the first encounter, so to speak. And this is a rural, semi-rural sort of setting. It's all acreage. And between the township of Ormo and Norfolk, which is the next one, there's a nature refuge, so to speak, that goes all the way across. Now, to the east is the highway, which hadn't been developed just then. At that age, it was 2 lanes each way, and beyond that was cane field. To the west, you've got the mountains that go on pretty much forever from the top end of Australia to all the way down to Victoria. So vast wilderness. Mm-hmm. I was trying to lose some weight at night, and in the process I was going for a jog, and this particular night I was going for a jog at 11 o'clock. The path that I used to jog on was through this nature reserve, and at the time it was pretty dense, and it was swampy, and there's creeks and all that sort of thing flowing through there. The track itself, you could put your hands out both sides and touch the foliage. That's how close it was. Mm. Prior to there, you walk down through a field. There's overhead high voltage power lines, and you walk down the bush through the track. On this particular night, I got to the entrance of the track, and I stopped. I thought, I'll make a phone call before I go for my run. Mm. So I deviated, and I walked around the bush line behind a clump of trees to make a phone call. To the back of me, again, it's still all mown grass up until the road behind me and an overhead street light. And it was a fair distance from the tree line to the road. And I was on the phone for probably about a good 5, 6, 10 minutes. I don't know, I can't remember. And she, with whom I was speaking, and this is a really odd part, she said, "What is all that noise? Makes no sense. How would I not hear this?" I've tuned out of the conversation, and sure enough, there's branches being felled. There's small saplings being broken over. And it just, to this day, it makes no sense how I didn't hear all this commotion going on behind me. And I thought to myself, it's more than likely a bunch of kids that have snuck out at night, as I used to do when I was in my teens. And I thought, this is a Tuesday night. We used to do this Friday, Saturday nights. That's odd. And then the noise sort of subsided. Okay, well, they found their way back out onto the track, back into the conversation, and talking away. And then there was a loud crack, a bit closer behind me. Back in the conversation. Crack, a little closer in. And now I'm rationalising, reasoning. There's one person still stuck in there, and he's trying to find his way out. His mates have left him, they've gone. Back in the conversation. And now I'm sort of semi-listening between the conversation and what's going on behind me. Mm-hmm. Now I'm aware of the leaves slowly being parted like that. And you'd hear something, the leaves going across, dragging across a body and then closing up behind. And then there'd be a twig break. And every time there was a twig break, silence, didn't move. This is stalking.
Wow.
This is with purpose. And so now I'm no longer interested in the conversation I'm having on the phone. I want to know more about this. So now I'm totally tuned into it. And yeah, sure enough, I'm hearing a foot breaking a twig, and then every time it broke a twig, silence. You give itself about 30 seconds just to clear the air, like there's nothing here. And now I put my next foot down, and then you hear the leaves being parted again, etc. And now it's getting closer and closer and closer, and now it's really close. So I said on the phone, I said, I think I've got somebody trying to sneak up behind me. And she's saying, careful, all this sort of thing. I'm going, no, I just want to know, let's find out what's on his mind. Because at the time I was extremely fit and I was boxing, and I boxed and so forth all through my life. And I wasn't terribly concerned. And as it got right to the bush line just behind me, suddenly my whole body just shut down. And it was an experience that I'd never had before. It was foreign. Basically, I just locked up. Wow. Just locked. I was paralyzed. I guess that's the best word for it, is paralyzed. And you're trying to psychoanalyze the situation. Is this a mind thing? It has to be. But why can't I move? And I've got this overwhelming fear coming in from behind. Like I'm feeling something. It's like I could feel an energy, basically. Put it that way. It's like an energy. And it wasn't a good energy. And my hair went up. I had goosebumps. And I just knew that I was in imminent danger. I also knew, and this is like let's just say a sixth sense sort of thing. I also knew not to turn around, not that I could, but not to make eye contact, because it's going to make things exponentially worse. Oh. And I just knew I had to get out of there, but I was in a predicament because I couldn't move. And I just managed to sort of turn just a little bit, and just enough to see the silhouette standing there, at least 8 feet tall. And I was going, oh Lord, what do I do? And I knew, I was basically, it was a time scale. I had no time. I had to do something. So I literally counted into my head, 1, 2, 3. You better move. 1, 2, 3, and I forced my shoulder, which forced my hip, which forced my knee, which forced my foot. And the moment my foot moved, this biggest raw bellow that you've heard in your life. It was enormous. And the first thing that came to my mind was lion.
Really?
That is the extent of the size of the diaphragm in this thing. Right. It was immense. And if you're thinking lion, you know what a lion sounds like when they roar. I know what a lion sounds like, but that's what it sounded like. And I've often described it as something in between a bear and a lion in one. It's that big booming effect. And all the dogs right around and all the acreages are just going bananas. And I was going, and off I went, and I ran. And I was pretty quick, but I wasn't quick compared to this guy. Right. And he took off after me, and the bush line went around to my left and went up towards the road where the start of the track was, and mown grass up until the road and the street light. And I am running as fast as I can. He probably started about there or so. He's come right round behind me. He's taken the bush line, and as he's running, he's just crashing through everything. He's just smashing through things like they weren't even there. You should have heard it. Just everything was coming down. He was felling everything. And if he wasn't doing that, you'd hear him self-propelling through the bush, and you hear the bushes bounce back into place. As he's running, you could hear every footfell, bipedal, boom, 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 and you'd hear him launch over logs, boom, boom. And every time he made a heavy footfell, his diaphragm would bounce. He goes, whoa, like that. So it'd be whoa, whoa, type of thing as he's running. On top of that, whoa, whoa, he's bellowing at me. And you know the difference between, and particularly when you're in the bush, if someone's talking directly at you, or if they're looking this way and they're talking, there's a difference in the sound.
Sure.
He didn't take his eyes off me the entire time. And now he's running beside me, like dead beside me, and he's looking at me the entire time. He's not watching where he's going. He's just smashing through everything. And he's yelling, and he's this and that. And it was blood-curdling. The aggression was so raw. It's like I've never seen anything like it, never experienced anything like it. And then he starts to run ahead of me. And at this stage, while he's beside me, because he caught me so fast, I'm running in a straight line. He's run from there all the way around the bush line through bush that I couldn't walk through without falling over. And he's just smashed through the whole lot and done probably 3-4 times my speed. And now he's running level with me, and I've just gone, that's it.
Yeah.
So this is it. This is it. This is it. I'm dead. This is the last. This is my last night. I am just about to die, and I knew at that point that there was nothing I could do to save myself. There was nothing I could have held in my hand that would have protected me. I could have had a samurai sword and a baseball bat and all these other things that some people carry around. It wouldn't have done anything. This thing would have snapped my neck like a toothpick before I had time to scream. That's how powerful it was, and that's how peed off it was too. It was so annoyed, and when it was doing this, it was like it was personal.
Wow.
I mean, you felt it. It was this energy that was coming from it, just went right through you. It was like he just killed its firstborn, and he knew exactly what it was thinking. He wanted me. And now he starts to run up ahead of me, and he's starting to just pass me. What's he doing? So I thought at this stage, this is it. This is where I'm about to die.
Yeah.
And then he starts to run a little bit ahead of me. And what's he? I'm going, oh crap! He's cutting me off. That's what he's doing. So I've turned. I've gone that way, and he sort of lunged out a few steps, and thank God I was on open ground. And I was coming up towards the street light, and he's turned around. I'm looking over my shoulder as I'm running up to the street light, and I get there, and he's turned around. He's walked back over to the bush, just at the entrance of this track, and he's turned around and just squatted. He's just sitting there, just in the foliage, just watching. And I'm going, did you just hear that?
Oh my God!
Wow. So that was a life-changing experience. When you go through an experience like that and you really, truly believe this is it, this is when you're going to die, and by the hands of something like him, you want answers, don't you? And you really want answers. You can't let this go. And I knew exactly what it was. There was no doubt in my mind. But by the moment I'd reached that light pole, I knew exactly what he was. There was just no question whatsoever. I know what it is. And I'm still getting goosebumps just talking about it now. And so that really rocked me. It really scared me. And it was probably only 2 weeks after then I got pulled away from that property. I had to move to Sydney. And I'd spoken to my brother the next morning. And, of course, I was like a million miles an hour, as I am. I get excited about things. And he was just, wow, that's incredible. He did believe me. And then I went and spoke to some of the neighbours. I did a door knock. I needed to know more. I mean, what have people seen? What have they heard? And nobody heard anything. And one of my best friends who's living next door, he didn't believe me. He just had that wry smile about him, like, oh, yeah, where's the punchline?
Right.
And so this is what created AYR, Australian Yowie Research, Yowie Hunters. I looked high and low for answers. There was no information out there at all. And keep in mind that this was also, not pre-internet, but it was on the verge of internet. There was not a lot out there. Probably more so in America than what was available in Australia. And there was no such thing as Google back then. I think Microsoft had its own version of a similar thing. So I searched high and low. I tried to find as much information as I could into libraries. There was nothing. There was nothing to help me. I needed answers. I had to find answers. And I wouldn't let it go.
Right.
I would not let it go. I mean, this thing really disturbed me. So when I moved to Sydney, I got involved with the GCBRO with Bobby Hamilton, and I used to correspond with him a lot, and he helped me out in my early days, just with information, his experience with the Bigfoot, and that was quite useful. Then I went on to a BFRO site, and I went through, because I'm still searching for anything in Australia, and I went through their sightings database, and they had an international, and I go, please Australia, please be there. And there was Australia, and they had one report, and it was from the Blue Mountains. Luck had it that I moved to Sydney, and the Blue Mountains was only about an hour away. So I've read the report, and it was astounding. Basically, it was all about a neighbourhood of people, a street of people. This one family in particular, that it had this reoccurrence of encounters over the past 10 years. And, wow, this is incredible. And at the bottom, there was a name. Yes. So you couldn't, I don't think you Google, well, there was no such thing as Google. You couldn't look anything up on the internet at that time as far as people's phone numbers. So I think I called the operator, and not the operator, but I called information. I found his address, long and short, and then I gave him a call, and he wasn't very happy. He instructed the BFRO to take his name off that report, and they didn't. And after being disgruntled for the first 5 minutes, I explained my situation and what had happened to me in the past, my last couple of encounters. Sure. And he became interested and said, come on up. So I went up there and I met with them, and it was extraordinary. They had this situation where this creature that they called Fatfoot, and I'm hearing everyone in Australia, here comes the Fatfoot story. Fatfoot was a Yowie, and he was probably about 6 to 7 feet tall, or probably about 7. And he used to roam around all their backyards at night time, peering through the window and getting up all sorts of hijinks. And I'll just paint you a picture of the landscape here. I mean, it's high up in the mountains, Blue Mountains. It's very vast wilderness. You could spend your whole life out there and never be discovered. And it goes on for 10,000 miles this way and whatever that way. And a lot of it we've never stepped foot in. So it's uncharted territory out there. We don't know what's in those valleys and those mountains. So anyway, he told me so many stories about their experiences over the last 10 or so years that they've been living there. And he said, well, we believed we sort of built on his tracks. This was his domain. And this is why he was so angry. He was going around banging on the walls and banging on the doors and all sort of thing in the middle of the night and being really disgruntled. That's how it began, and then I think it showed more of an interest in them than anything else. And he sort of turned into being more inquisitive. And it wasn't just him having these encounters and these visitations. He brought his neighbour over named Ian and his wife, and they said, "Yeah, well, we've seen him as well. We've mucked around with him and we've played the games with him and." And games, what are these games? On Friday night, we'd all gather around and sit in the backyard, bring our deck chairs out and have a few beers and wait for him. And so I'd wait at night time. And the first thing you'd hear is in the hills on the other side of the valley is the first dog going off. And then you hear the next one. And then you hear the next one. And so this is an indication of him coming up through the valley. The dogs are all switched on, and they're like an alarm system, like an alert.
Right.
And then suddenly you hear the crunching coming through the swamp, and behind there's no fences or anything like that. It was basically homes and swamp into a valley, and the valley went down that way, and the valley went up there, and there's some more homes along the ridge, and had nothing down there. And so you'd hear him go, you'd hear him come, and his eyes sometimes glowed bright red as they'd come through the foliage. And so this thing would come up, and he'd come from tree to tree, and he'd stand there and wait for them, basically. So they'd also sit there and go, just talk. And then this thing would sort of go, yeah. No, you're not getting it. No, not interested. Are you ready? Right, 1, 2, 3. Let's get him! And they'd all get up and they'd run straight at him, and off he'd go. And they'd chase this thing. They'd have all their torches on, and they'd chase him all the way down the valley. And then they'd lose him, of course, because he's just too quick. Then they'd come back, and they'd sit there, and back he'd come again. Yeah. On with the torches and go and chase him. And there's this one time he relayed, one of the residents, he relayed to me, he said that they'd been on their chase and they're walking back. And it was very, very dark. I think he had his torch off, his flashlight off. Mm-hmm. And as he's coming up the track, he sees in front of him, he sees this log, and he goes, I don't remember this log being here. As he gets onto the log, he turns the flash on, hits light off this thing fair square in the face as it stands up. He said it was just like a cartoon. He said basically it just leaned into me, opened his mouth and went, Rrr! He said my head just went back like that, like a cartoon. And the breath wasn't too good. And then off he'd go. And he just stood there like that. So, and the neighbour, the wife next door, she said, oh well, I was doing the dishes one night, and I saw just below the windowsills, I'm doing the dishes, and below the windowsill, just saw this tuffet of hair. What is that? I'm looking, and then suddenly this thing just stands up right above me and just looks straight down. She goes, just throws the dishes and runs off. And the other neighbours said, we had to cut down the trees around where the lounge room was because he'd be close behind the trees at night, and he'd watch us. And he said, I'm not really certain if he was watching us or he was watching the TV.
Oh.
So they ended up cutting all that down. So with all this information, this new information, and being a super sleuth as I am at the time, I brought my maps out and I mapped a pathway of the most likely place that he was coming from, which was the following valley. So I followed this course and I found the tracks, which I believed were his tracks, which made sense. And then I found other tracks that were quite interesting as well. I learnt that running parallel with a dirt road, if you go on the inside, you'll find another track. So therefore, he's not walking on the sandy track to leave his prints. He's walking where he's safe, parallel to that road. There's another track inside. So I went, okay. So I learned from that, and I followed these tracks, and I said, okay, well, it should cross this track here and down into the valley, and where it crossed is a little bit rocky, so it's not going to leave his prints there. That makes sense. He must be coming down from over there. So I used to set up a base camp there for a bit, and it wasn't long until I learned his patterns. He was coming up at the same time every night, roughly about 8 o'clock. And the first night I had my encounter with him, you'd park your car, there's a gate, and I'd cut my way down through the really thick foliage down into the valley, and there's a rocky outcrop, which is kind of like a cliff, goes down and all the way around, and you can actually go under it for shelter if you want to, and then it goes right down deep into the valley, and you can walk around up to the right. So I'm lying there one night, and again it's right on 8 o'clock, and I hear this crack. We're going to run out of time, aren't we?
Yeah.
I hear this crack down in the valley.
Mm-hmm.
And then next you hear boom, 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 crack, crunch, boom, boom, boom. And up he comes bipedally, crashing through everything. And I'm going, oh no, because my last experience wasn't too good with one of these things. And I didn't know his personality. I didn't know if it was the same one from back over the other valley. And I'm just going, oh Lord, no. He's coming straight. He goes underneath, around from where I'm sitting, and he's gone right around me, and I'm just lying down like this, going, "No, please go, please, just keep going. There's nothing to see here." And he went right around me and up into the bush and off, and I'm going, "Wow,
damn it,
okay,
that's incredible." Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be right back. We got an hour break upon us, but we'll be returning in just a couple minutes with Mr. Dean Harrison and more of the Paranormal Portal. Don't go away.
Censorship and regulation is becoming an ever-growing problem in today's modern media. From the mainstream to YouTube and Google, the information you're looking for is buried by official narratives and propaganda. This is why TFR is 100% uncensored, unregulated, and listener-supported. The shows on TFR are not micromanaged by the station, and our hosts are free to speak their minds however they please. As such, the views and opinions expressed on our station are of those who make them. If you happen to hear anything offensive on TFR, please send us an email to toughtitty@tfrlive.com, and we'll be happy to tell you that we really don't give a damn. We stand for freedom of speech and non-censorship. If you also stand for free speech, you can go to tfrlive.com/signup and sign up for a TFR supporter pass and help us in our mission to keep the airwaves uncensored and unregulated. TFR Live, your uncensored and unregulated protection from deception.
Opening up again, I'm Jack Callahan. Fox News. States starting to restart in the wake of the business shutdowns triggered by the coronavirus outbreak. President Trump telling a White House briefing on Monday.
Some of them are doing an extraordinary job. Not all of them, but some of them. And I think all of them maybe have a chance to do that. Some will be a little bit different. The areas are much different. Manhattan is much different than Montana. You have a lot of different circumstances.
The president says testing will be key to any reopening plan. He also says virus deaths in this country may reach 70,000, but
says the president's original projections were much higher. The current death toll in the U.S. is more than 56,000, only 14,000 short of Mr. Trump's projection. Nearly 1 million Americans have tested positive for COVID-19. That's nearly a third of all confirmed cases worldwide.
Fox's Jackie Ibanez. Members of Congress planning to return to Washington early next week to consider additional plans to stimulate the economy.
We're probably going to need another phase of stimulus of some form, and that, we've built a bridge to the other side of this crisis, we believe. It looks like we're getting close to opening up in many places around the country, but now we have to think about what's it going to take to make sure that we go back to thriving.
That's White House senior advisor Kevin Hassett. Senate Majority Leader Mitch McConnell says he's ready to consider reimbursing states and cities for coronavirus expenses, but not for years-long systemic financial problems. Meat processing down 20 to 30%, according to one economist, but Mike Duffy, the CEO of a food wholesaling company, does not foresee a crisis.
If production is reduced 25%, that still means we're producing 75% of pre-COVID levels. So it's not that there won't be any. It will just take a little longer to get down the supply chain.
Duffy on the Fox News Rundown Global Pandemic Podcast. America is listening to Fox News.
We are TFR, Truth Frequency Radio.
This looks extraordinarily bad.
They linger in a perpetual dream state, a nightmare from which they cannot wake. I've never sensed anything like it. like those she's with. They're attracted to the one thing about her that's different from themselves. Her life force. It is very strong. It gives off its own illumination. It is a light that implies life and memory of love and home and earthly pleasures. Something they desperately desire but can't have anymore. Right now, she's the closest thing to that.
Poltergeists are usually associated with an individual. Hauntings seem to be connected with an area. A house, usually.
Poltergeist disturbances are fairly short duration, perhaps a couple of months. Hauntings can go on for years.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Hour number 2 is upon us now here on the Paranormal Portal. And our guest tonight is Mr. Dean Harrison from Australia. Now a researcher and hell of a guest, as it turns out. But welcome to the show, Dean. It's been absolutely compelling listening to your stories. Now, if you don't mind, something I'd like to ask right on the front end is, how did you get to the point that you were willing? I mean, it's an incredible act of courage to be so terrified by something, and then to turn around and actively go after it in this case, because you just had that one experience where it was shadowing you, mirroring you, and stalking you. Then to in turn go and stalk something yourself, the very thing that terrified you. How do you get to that point? I mean, because I know you mentioned the quest and all of that, but was it a big internal struggle to do this?
Initially, it was a thirst for knowledge. There was no information available at the time. I made it my role, I guess you could say, for want of a better term, to gather this information and make it available for the public. And when I say make it available to the public, I mean people like me, people like myself who had been in situations and needed knowledge. There was nothing there. I'm very proud of what we've done with the AYR. We have a database that is the biggest in the world. We have a website that is the largest in the world. We have over 1,000 files online. We've collected data going back from the first white settlers to this day. Our database and our website is that important. There's been so much work and so much research invested in this that the Australian National Library has preserved it. Now we're hoping that in the next 200 years, people look back and say, thank God you guys did the homework, you've made our job a lot easier, if this hasn't been concluded by that time.
So do you think it will be ever? I guess what I'm asking is, do you think that there's pushback from some levels to keep it the realm of folklore rather than allowing it to become a recognized species?
Well, that's sort of getting into a conspiracy.
Yeah.
I'm not one for conspiracies, but yes, I have had my exchanges.
Okay.
With government level. Yeah. Now in my position, I have been in correspondence over the last 20-odd years with Parks and Wildlife, the military, police on all levels, etc. And it's all been quite friendly, except for there was an occasion where they felt that I needed to be looked into, and also my files. And that was a long time ago. And I think technology has moved on so rapidly over the last couple of decades that if they want to do it, there's nothing I can do about it.
Sure. Yeah, I mean, it is an effort into futility with as much as we're plugged into everything. You're right. But I just find that interesting. And I agree. I mean, I don't I don't necessarily subscribe to all the ideas out there, but I think it's interesting that so many people have come to that same conclusion that there was some kind of pushback they experienced. So, you're kind of in a unique situation being in Australia, and I don't know if it's a matter of governments, that are different and different approaches, but I find that it's concerning, I guess, because there is a lot of evidence out there, and I guess that's the part that's the most puzzling with all of the footprint evidence, including dermal ridges and real, things that would be nearly impossible to fake with any credibility. And then hair samples that have been tested, and the evidence is off the charts. That people are coming back with these stories, and yet it still doesn't seem to be getting any kind of attention on the scientific level. And that seems surprising to me, because I really believe this would be like the biggest discovery in probably the history of discoveries, because there's a lot of questions that might be answered by understanding and acknowledging these things are out there.
Yeah, well, we had a great report come in, I think, last year, and again, a lot of Australians, they'll be aware of this one. Mm-hmm. It was an archaeologist that was doing surveys in the Border Ranges. Now, the Border Ranges is a massive mountain range on the border of Queensland and New South Wales. And in his studies, he climbs up through mountains, and he does some pretty rugged climbs. Mm-hmm. This particular occasion, he'd gone up through some waterfall cascades high up into the mountain peak there. And as he gets to the next challenging climb, he notices there's something to his right. Mm-hmm. He turns around, and here is this hominid squatting, looking forward, still like a statue, not moving.
Wow.
Covered from head to toe in hair, protruding jaw, eye ridges, all the same traits. Mm-hmm. And it's squatting, pretending, in effect, that it's not there. Now, of course, he goes into fear, panic, as he's looking at it, because you're trying to register what's going on here. Your eyes are sending a message to the brain, and your brain goes through the filing cabinet and comes up with error 404, file not found. And because he sort of dabbled in that sort of area anyway, he knew what it was, and he wasn't hanging around. So basically, his reaction was, even though he had a camera in his backpack, and that's another thing we can talk about later. Yeah. His reaction was flight or fight. Mm-hmm. Flight or fight. And he turned and he walked as slowly and calmly as he possibly could until he got out of sight, and then hightailed it back down the mountain. And this left him in a real quandary, because being an academic, you don't believe in this sort of thing. But he was forced to, because he saw it with his own eyes. And he said, this thing that I stood there looking at, he said, that should have been here 2 million years ago, not in 2017.
Good point.
And because of that, because he was taken by it so heavily and affected by it so heavily, he went and got himself a diploma in anthropology. Oh. So he could learn more about these creatures. And so he had a pretty good idea about all of this. And we spoke to him at length about this and the hypothesis. But my point being is that in the academic world, he's not allowed to mention it. Because we said, have you mentioned it to any of your peers? And he said, no, absolutely not. He said, that would be the end of my career.
Yeah. That seems like such a tragedy, though, because there was I understand his reasoning. I'd get me wrong. And it's not like everybody, should put themselves out there no matter what. But it's just I guess it's good to know that there are people out there that are still subscribing to the idea, having either witnessed it or seen enough evidence that they're willing to look into it on their own. But it would seem like such a powerful statement for someone with that credibility to come forward and boom.
His opinion was that in time to come, there'll be an archaeological race to find fossil evidence, because once the first bone is found, he said it'll be on for young and old. He said, well, they're trying to find the fossil evidence of what was. He said, here are you guys trying to find what still is.
Yeah, these things are not fossil. You didn't get chased by a fossil, that's for sure. Now, what would you say? How would you say how fast it was going? You said about 4 times your speed. So you think it was in the possibly 40 mile an hour range that it was running circles around you?
Yeah, they've been clocked up to, I'd say probably about 40. Yeah, maybe a little bit more if we go in kilometres. We had one at a place called Woi Woi. He was doing 60 kilometres an hour, which would have been pretty close to that. And it was actually running faster than Usain Bolt. And I think Usain Bolt in kilometres was 44.7 kilometres. And this thing was just as fast, if not faster. But I have heard them being even faster than that. So when you're competing against something that's so athletic and especially agile through the bush, ability to drop to all fours and navigate. And the biggest thing, which I was getting back into my last story, because I mean, we're not going to get time even to get to where I got hit by one. So we're not going to get there. There's just too much to cover. Mm-hmm. We're probably about 10% of the way through.
Well, I'd love to have you back if you're willing to come. I'd love to have you back.
So let me just finish this story.
Sure.
Of the Blue Mountains and Fatfoot. So when I last left you before the break, I was on the ledge and this thing had gone past me. So I got a time of when he was coming up. Since then, I spent many, many nights with him. I used to wait until 8 o'clock, and he was like clockwork most of the time. He would come up on either 1 or 2 tracks, and he got to know me. And one of the reasons he got to know me is because I would do this distinct whistling. He'd know it was me, so I did this for safety. But I mean, for him to feel comfortable, I'd whistle this same tune and go, yeah. And he used to play. We used to play this game over a period of time. We used to play this game called How Stupid is the Human, and I'd be the stupid human.
Okay.
And in this game, he would test his abilities against mine. And this is what the other people were saying. He's just like a big kid. All he wanted to do was play games. And it was so true. He was unique. He was one of a kind. I've never met another one like this personality, another one like this character. So he played this game called How Stupid is the Human. How close can I get to him without him realising, without him knowing? And so I'd play dumb. So up he would come. You'd hear him coming. And as he gets close, you slow down, then you go to stealth mode. It's like he thinks he's MacGyver. He's been watching movies through the lounge room window too often. And he's going from tree to tree to tree. And he's being as quiet as he can. But he's too heavy. You'd hear the twigs break. And, he'd stop just like the other one stop. So nothing to hear here. And then move on into the next tree. And I'd have my back to him most of the time, sort of looking up. And I'd keep the flashlight off, and I'd be like, "Oh, you're not over there. Are you over here?" Knowing full well he's where he is. And I'd just play dumb, and you just feel it from him. He's going, "Oh, I am that good. I really am that good." And so I'd let him get as close as I felt comfortable. And as soon as he got within a certain perimeter, and that was pretty close, and also keep in mind that I was right next to my car as safety. I would never have tried this away from my car. And so push came to shove. If I had enough time, I'll be just head first straight through the door, providing I didn't lock my keys in like I did one night and have to smash the window.
Oh.
So he'd play this game. So he'd come up and then he'd get so close. And I used to wonder if I didn't put the spotlight on him right now, what would be the next level? What would his next play be? Because there is nothing between that tree right there and me standing here. and he's got to like level 10. What's his level 11? Surely he's, I mean, maybe he's there too going, what's his next move? Or I don't know what my next move is. And so, I mean, it was so uncomfortable. You'd have to put the spotlight on him, and off he'd run all the way back down the valley. And after he'd finished, when he got down the valley, he'd come all the way back around and he'd start again from a different angle. And he'd do the same process. And he'd play this all night, every night that I was there. And it was amazing. So being in this situation where you had something that was, I mean, I'd almost call him reliable. If I had the equipment now, back then, with something that put itself in this sort of open position, I would have so much footage. And unfortunately, we couldn't have another one like this one. Not yet, anyway. So I reached out to production companies, TV stations, anyone that had cameras or could help me. And remember, this is pre-mobile phones, and there's no cameras in phones or anything like that. The extent of my inventory was like a little Kodak camera. It was about $12, and it had about a 6-yard flash range. That was the extent of it, right? Compared to now, we've got flare and everything. And so I reached out to all these people, but nobody took me seriously back in the 90s. And then I remember I had a couple. So during this process, AYR was created, and I was collecting reports from all these different people. People were writing in, and we were saying to create something really great. And two of my guys had come down from Queensland, and this crazy Phil, and because he was just crazy, and convict Warren, because he just got out of jail. I mean, it's a couple at the time.
Sure.
And so they came down because they wanted to experience and see Fatfoot. And so we went out to the location, and I said, well, he'll be here soon. He normally turns up about 8. I said, Phil, you go down over there behind that tree stump. I said, himself and Warren will be over here on this track. He's going to come up on one or the other. So Phil had this U-Butte camera, and he went down and he squatted just on dusk. He went down to this tree stump, and he squatted down and he hid behind it. And myself and Warren were over here on this track, and we're hiding behind trees. And then, you know, it's like hearing clock on for work. Morning, Ralph. Morning, Sam. Crack, 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 crunch, boom, 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 boom. Up he's coming, crashing, 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 and then he goes to stealth, as I said before. As he gets close, he goes to stealth. And then we're not hearing anything. But I did know that he was coming up on Phil's track. It wasn't ours. So we're sort of standing by going, Phil, take the shot. And then after a little period of just nothing, suddenly there's all this commotion, crash, bang, and Fatfoot's on his way straight back down the valley, and we've run over to Phil, and Phil's standing there as white as a sheet, shaking like a leaf, camera in his hand. Phil, what happened? He said, well, I was down below, I couldn't hear anything, and I put my head up to see what was going on. At the same time, he put his head up. He was on the other side of the tree stump. And he's like, whoa! And I think Fatfoot would have got just as much of a shock as what Crazy Phil did. And so we lost him for about, that particular night, we lost him for about 5 hours. And we went up to where the cars were, and we cooked a bit of dinner. And Warren turns to me and he says, do you think he's still here? I said, oh, yeah, he's still here, and he's out there watching us. Mm-hmm. And with that, I bent over, and I picked up the spotlight. And I said, he's down there. Remember, this is like pitch black.
Sure.
And I said, he's out here somewhere, and he's definitely watching us. And I stood back, and I just randomly pointed in the bush, hit the button, hit him fair square right on the chest. It was beautiful. And the shock he got. And he ran. I mean, standing out in the open. He wasn't hiding behind anything. He was in the actual open laughing at us. You guys, you humans, are blind as bats. And he's laughing at stupid humans. Sure. And then he's run to the next tree, but this tree's only this wide and this wide, and he's this wide. And then he runs to the next tree, which is wider, and he goes down to all fours and then runs back down the valley and before he starts his next process. But when I hit him with the spotlight, he was massive chest on him, massive, huge, like a bodybuilder. He was a reddish brown. Remember, like I was saying about orangutan, Gigantopithecus, and all that sort of thing. So that sort of hair colour is like about the same sort of length, but this big chest like a bodybuilder. He had these cannonball shoulders on him. He was a powerful looking unit. Now, my point about this actual bit of the story is about their eyesight, and this is probably one of the most important parts about these creatures is their eyesight, and this gives them the ability over us. They can see us at night time, we can't see them. And as myself and Lloyd Pye used to talk about was the eyes, and the heavy ridges that come over and protect the eyes, and the eyes being sunken into the skull. It's to protect their eyes, their super sensitive eyes during daylight, because it's too bright for them, you know. So that's why they come out at night time a lot more, and or stay in the treed canopies in the valleys where, you know, the light's not so sensitive. But having these sensitive eyes gives them this tremendous vision at night time, tremendous clarity, which is why you can see them running through the bush we would trip over, walking, you know, and they're just like, straight through it. And this is why they can see us, we can't see them. So here's Fatfoot, knowing exactly, because he's had so much interaction on the boundaries of human population. He knows that he stands out there in people's backyards and people are just walking past him. They're not even seeing him. And he just knew that we were blind. It was by fluke that I put the spotlight on. I could have faced it anywhere, but I happened to hit him on the chest. So therefore, we're walking past them so often and we wouldn't even know.
Right. That's intense. I've heard people that have seen them, and they when they do finally see them, they're like, it doesn't seem like most people have a frame of reference for the size, because I guess we're kind of conditioned to look for something about our size, and when there's something that's so much bigger, there's some people that have walked, you know, right up, and then they realize that big tree that's there is not a tree at all, and this realization comes in, and boom, and that happens a lot.
Yes, it does.
Wow, and that's absolutely. I mean, it's to me the big thing, I guess, to see one. I would think would be so incredibly powerful, but you can't blame people for not taking pictures, because when you do become aware of something that huge and that enormous, it's so far out of our frame of reference that the terror would be overwhelming. And I don't know, you know, someone like yourself, of course, who's conditioned and, you know, you've had a fair amount of exposure. I'm sure you could probably dial it in much better than most. But like, if I saw one, I'd be scraping my underwear. I wouldn't be thinking about my camera.
Yeah. Well, now after I was hit by that one in 2009, that was another game changer for me. I'm not quite as bold as what I used to be. It really took the wind out of me, but that's not a story for now.
Sure. Well,
get to that.
Yeah, I hope we will. The thing that I think is interesting is what you've been saying all along, is that you haven't found another one like that one. There is. So there's really a huge diversity in their temperament.
Yes, absolutely. And as I was explaining before, their personalities are diverse as a human or an animal. So when people say, "Oh no, they're kind, they're passive," no, everyone has a bad day, and there's good and bad in everyone, whether it be a human or be it an animal. So what makes them any different? Nothing.
Right. Yeah, I think that you're right, though. I mean, there are plenty of people that they romanticize the hell out of it, which is I mean, it's not a bad thing, but I think it sure could be dangerous. I appreciate that they're coming from it at an esoteric level and trying to think of these things as, you know, more spiritual guardians than these unknown hominid type beings. But I think that's also a good reminder that, you know, they could be just like a grizzly bear, or they could be, you know, just like a crabby neighbor. You never know. I mean, they might be okay, they might be horrible, but it's a gamble.
Another part of this show I was hoping to get to at the latter stage was the anomalies. And this is a part that I know that you're going to be really interested in. But again, I don't know that we're going to have time for that either. There's just too much to run through. I'm not there yet.
Yeah, no, I hear you. Quickly, just before the break, you had mentioned that Fatfoot, his eyes glowed. Do you think it was it literally glowing, or was it just the reflectivity of light?
Well, this is where we sort of get back into the anomalies list.
Okay.
Are they self-generated or are they reflective? And that's a question we can get right into, because there's a lot of stories, and I've seen things myself, and you can't explain them. And not to harp on Lloyd again, but another thing that we used to discuss was the glowing eyes and how they can glow. And that's pretty interesting.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, we'll get into as much more as we can. We got one segment left. It's just flown by, but we'll be right back.
Discover the extraordinary powers of intuitive healing with pain transmutation, a method of holistic healing for the human soul, body, mind, and emotions. If you are looking for answers and a deep understanding of how to help yourself and the people around you to live a happier, healthier life, this is the right place for you. Learn how to read your soul's history in the Akashic Records, remove negative energy attachments from your astral body, and start the process of inner and outer pain transmutation. Join the Pain Transmutation community to get started on the path of intuitive healing. Change your energetic state, manifest new and exciting experiences, re-energize your life, and build inspiring connections with others in our community.
Hey folks, guess what the #1 phrase that Life Change Tea receives by email? You ready? We love this tea! We love this tea! Time after time, week after week, we love this tea! Life Change Tea gives you more energy, a beautiful cleansing, and fulfills its slogan perfectly. The tea that makes you go. So if you want to be on your health game, log on to getthetea.com and order Life Change Super Strength Tea. Packages come in a 1-month supply, and when you brew this stuff, wait until you see the results. Aren't we all about the results? And with a lot of people's health struggling, usually we can use a little bit of help. Doctors will tell you disease starts in the gut. So log on to getthetea.com. That's getthetea.com. Be our next email saying, I love this tea. I love this tea. Get the tea at getthetea.com. Helping America one tea bag at a time.
Jacob Frank Leibovich is the mastermind behind a global network of satanic cults. He taught that the creator God was evil. Jacob Frank proclaimed himself as the true Messiah. He vowed never to tell the truth. He rejected every moral law and declared that the only way to a new society was through the total destruction of civilization. Murder, rape, incest, and the king of drink blood were perfectly acceptable actions and rituals. His followers established the Marxist system and have infiltrated Islam and Judaism. He was the Messiah of the Illuminati.
EnigmaTV.com.
No fear.
right, ladies and gentlemen, last segment of our show tonight. It's been an incredible journey, and it's gone incredibly fast, but we owe that all to our guest tonight, Mr. Dean Harrison, who's joining us all the way from Australia. And, having one segment left, Dean, I want to make sure that whatever you want to spend this segment on, you can lead us where you want, because, it's gone too fast.
Okay, well, let me just mop up. So okay. I'm going to finish Blue Mountains and Fatfoot just as quick as I can. I hope I'm not boring anybody.
No.
There was a time that I had been, and remember I said that Fatfoot used to steal clothes off clotheslines. Well, actually, I may not have said that. He used to take clothes from clotheslines, dog bowls, loose things around people's homes, backyards, and take them down back into the swamp. And there was one night that I'd parked and I was there for a bit, and I didn't think he'd turn up. And I was sitting on a railing, and it would have been about 10 or 11 o'clock at night, and I'd gone for a wander not too far away, and when I came back, there's a fresh pair of white socks sitting right next to my car. And I wonder if that was, they weren't there before and there's no one else there, so I just wonder if he'd been sitting there the entire time. Another time I was there, I was taking exception to some foliage damage, and there's a man walking down the track having a bushwalk, and he looked at me and then he starts to cut through the bush right towards me, which I thought was odd. Mm-hmm. And then he begins to question me about what I'm doing there, which I thought was odd. It turned out that he was the local police sergeant, and I explained to him that there's a yowie in this area, and if you have a look at this, how else would you explain it? And then he looked at what I was showing him, and he sort of took his head off and said, wow, I did not know they were here. Actually, I didn't know he was a police sergeant at this time. And he said, I'll tell you exactly where they are. I said, I didn't think they were here. He said, if you go down to, and he went to a certain town, a little bit to the west, he said, that's where they are. And then he explained he was a local police sergeant. And then he was talking about cases that they've had where they've had to go find missing people. And cases where footsteps pretty much just stopped dead, went no further. All these strange anomalies. And then the latest case at that time was a dismembered body that they had to deal with. And he said, pretty much we were walking around picking up body parts in a bag, including the head. He said, all the boys at the station, he said, they all firmly believe that this was Yowie related. Mm. I said, but no, I'm not too sure. But he said, remember this, as the local police and as being the sergeant, I have been informed by a higher authority not to cause public hysteria about this creature, which you can read a lot into. I know on a previous show of yours, you had mentioned some strange thing about an old lady that sometimes turns up, and I think this is probably getting onto the anomalies which we shouldn't be touching on. Actually, I might leave that. Leave that. But what I will say now, this one here, and this is the wrap up of the Blue Mountains. Okay. There's one particular night, and I hate telling this story because it's embarrassing. One particular night, it's a full moonlit night. The track was a sandy track, white sand, lit up, and I was standing off the track in the foliage with my little $12 camera and waiting for the big guy. And he wasn't turning up, and I'm getting impatient. I'm sitting there, and I'm waiting, and time's sort of ticking by, and I'm waiting. And then I hear this come through the bush on the other side of the track. And that's definitely four legs. It's getting closer. And out comes this stupid-looking dog. And I've gone, okay. And he's come out with his snout on the ground, and he's on the scent of something. And he's come this way, he's up and down right in front of me, And it's lit up. It's lit up perfectly. And I'm going, with the camera in my hand, finger on the button, I'm going, shh, go away. And sort of, and he's continuing on with his business. And I'm like, this is ridiculous. He's going to give my position away. Mm-hmm. And I'm looking at this thing and I'm thinking, where have I seen this before? I've seen this before. I just can't put my finger on. And remember, and forgive me because it was back in my early days. Mm-hmm. I was still a bit naive. And I'm trying to make out what it was. And he's low to the ground. He's got great sort of shortish sort of legs. He's got this longer sort of snout that's a little bit squarish. He's got this long, rigid tail that comes out in the back. And he's got these stripes all the way down his back, from the back flank and then from the back of the tail. And I just couldn't make out what this thing was, but whatever it was annoying me. And I wanted it to go away. And then finally he did go away. And all the way home, on the drive home, I was thinking, what's that thing? I've seen it before. So I'm lying there in bed and I've rolled over and I've grabbed Out of the Shadows, which is a terrific book by Paul Cropper and Tony Healy on Australian cryptids. I reckon I've seen it in there. So I've opened up the page and there was.
Oh my God, the thylacine?
Thylacine, Tasmanian tiger.
Oh. Oh my God.
And, there's some people that spend their entire lives out there researching, trying to get some sort of evidence of this creature because, there's like $100,000 reward if you do. Uh-huh. And here I was sending it away with my phone in my hand, the finger on the button going, shh, go away. So there's the embarrassment part of the whole thing.
Oh, no. Well, that is cool, though. I mean, I respect that, though, because that's amazing. That's evidence. That's proof. That
I actually did a documentary on that with Discovery Channel, and reenacted the whole stupid thing, which I wasn't very happy about. I mean, what are the chances, right? What are the chances?
Oh my God, that is amazing. But I'm glad to hear they're out there. It's like a real tragedy to have lost them in the wild. So they're just got a lot more cunning, I guess.
We had a chat yesterday, you and I, Brent, about sometimes when you're out on an expedition, you're thrown a curveball. Mm-hmm. Something happens and I've got quite a few of these to draw on, but one in particular comes to mind. And now I'm busy looking at the time. It's going to beat us. And I'm still not to the good stuff yet. Yeah. There's this place called Mount Kembla, which is below Sydney in New South Wales, and it's notorious for strange things going on. And we had an expedition there one weekend many years ago, and I was teamed up with a guy by the name of Craig, and Craig was a musician. Mm-hmm. And so we'd spent the first night there. Nothing to report. Not a lot going on. There's a few noises here and there. We changed locations and we parked in top of Mount Kembla, and where we were in relation to Mount Kembla, nobody goes there. We were just out in the wilds, the backlots, right? Mm-hmm. And we'd parked off the sandy track into a little alcove. And I said, this is what we're going to do. We're going to play lone camper, which is something that we do. You'll be the lone camper. You have barbecue with sausages and this and that. You'll sit there and play the guitar. I'll be in the car, seat back, no one can see me. And we'll see if we can draw one of these things in that way. Because often if there's just one person, you've got a lot bigger chance. You've got 2-3 people, your chances diminish. Mm. So he's out there and it's probably about midnight-ish, I'm guessing. Mm-hmm. And he's strumming away on the guitar and he's having a bit of a sing. And I'm sort of starting to fall half asleep. And it's just pitch dark outside. Mm-hmm. And all I can hear is him just strumming on the guitar. When suddenly I hear this female scream, this curdling scream out of nowhere. And I just sat bolt upright. And it wasn't a female, it was Craig. and I've never heard a man scream like a woman to that capacity in my life. And I'm looking at him, and he's not strumming anymore. He's just sitting there, white as a sheet, just looking forward. Craig, are you all right? Nothing. Put the windows down a little bit further. Craig, are you all right? Nothing. And he's just sitting there, still. This is really odd. So I'm sort of looking up ahead of him and what's going on? So I get out of the car and I walked up to him. I said, Craig, did you see something? And he just goes, I said, where? And he's not moving. Craig, up there? He goes, near that tree? I said, I'll go up and have a look. Said, yeah, I'll go up and have a look. Don't come up there. I said, Craig, I'm going up there. So I grabbed my flashlight and I walked up, and he's just in horror that I'm doing it. And I walked to this tree and had a fork in it. Mm-hmm. And I walked down the tree, I looked up and I panned around, and I looked back down at him and said, there's nothing here. And he's still just white as a sheet. And I walked down and said, Craig, what did you see? And he's really finding it hard to get the words out. And basically what had happened was he was sitting there playing the guitar, and this face appeared in the fork of the tree. And he said it was the most demonic looking face. He said it was like looking into the eyes of the devil. He said it was white. It was shaped down like so. He said you've never seen pure evil like I witnessed. And he said, not just that, he said, when it looked into me, it looked into my soul. He said, I felt it. And it was just, he was really disturbed about this. And so it became time to go to bed. And I mean, he was really shaken up, believe me. I mean, I can't under emphasize this enough about how shaken up he was about it. And during the night, both in the car, he'd finally fallen asleep, settled down and fallen asleep. And during the night, I woke to a vibration in the car going on. And then, what is that? Mm-hmm. Is that a truck? Is there a truck parked behind us? I mean, it couldn't be. We're like on a little track. Yeah. Can't be truck. So I sort of looked around, and the entire forest is just lit up rose gold. The entire forest. And so I'm thinking to myself, yeah, it's got to be a truck, and he's got his brake lights on, just illuminating the whole area. Mm-hmm. Craig, wake up. Craig, wake up. Damn it, Craig. No, he's not waking up. So I'm looking around, and this is crazy. So I've turned around and I've looked behind me, and there's nothing there. It's nothing this way, there's nothing that way, and there's certainly nothing that way. Check again, there's nothing there. And the illumination, Craig, wake up. He will not wake up. Oh. And I'm going, hang on a second. If that's not coming from there, or there.
Mm-hmm.
Uh-oh. And then... And he wouldn't wake up, and I wasn't getting out of the car for anyone. And then this thing just... And then it just all went back to normal. So that's that sort of thing that can sometimes happen on operations during expeditions that I wanted to throw at you, because I mentioned it to you yesterday when we were talking off air.
Yeah, that's really possible. And you know, that's obviously there's a lot of people that believe that there's some coordination or that these Yowies and Bigfoot are extraterrestrial in origin. I don't know what to do with information like that. I mean, I have no point of reference, but it is interesting. And I don't think that that's what you're trying to say either, but I don't know. I mean, I'm sure you've heard of that. Do you have any kind of feeling about that?
Yeah, well, that's actually going to take an entire segment to get through. I'll try and do as quick as I can. Self-illuminating eyes. Here's a quandary, because in situations where you have no moonlight, you have a heavy forest canopy plus cloud cover, there is no reflection at all. And so many people who come to us and tell us their stories, they talk about these self-illuminating eyes. Now, these eyes can vary in colour. Normally, they're between yellow or red being the normal. In my case, white, and that has been reported again. We've also heard people say they changed colour.
Oh, yes, I've heard that too.
They went from yellow to red. They were self-illuminating, absolutely no reflection from anything. In my instance, no reflection, 100% impossible. These things were self-illuminating. How does it happen? The tatum lectum in the eye, the this, the that, the algae, I've had all sorts of things thrown at me about, maybe it can happen this way, maybe it can't. But their eyes are certainly very unique to ours. They are not the same. And, we get back onto the same story about their eyesight over ours, their abilities over ours. Just having physical abilities over ours, so that's one thing. But having eyesight and having eyes, you got no chance. We've had now this one's a killer. Sideways blinking eyes.
Oh, really?
You like to talk about scary stuff. Well, this is scary. And this is one of the stories I really want to tell you about, but we don't have time now because it was really good. It was really good, and it's one of the worst I've heard. And it really shook the guy up too. In fact, he's had to go to counselling a few times because he was a bit messed up after this. And this is the thing. I mean, in our position, people come to us for counselling. Remember when I was saying, well, I had no one to go to, and we wanted to be those people that you can come to. We have people come to us and say, I need to talk, because they're not dealing with it. PTSD, it's very, very prevalent. A lot of people don't see the Australian bush the same way again. They're not the same. Right. They're different somehow. And we have heard cases where people have suicided because they couldn't handle it. They get too obsessed. It's too consuming. They can't let it go. And it takes over their world. And speaking to like-minded people is so important. I know in one instance, one of the people went to a counsellor, really shaken up, going, well, I need help. And all the counsellor did was saying, you didn't see that. There is no such thing. And he said, by the time I walked out, I was feeling worse than when I went in there.
Yeah.
And so talking to like-minded people and having that support is one thing about AYR. That's what we're here for. And that's what I wanted about AYR from the beginning, is to have that. And this is why, again, the database is so important. You can dial in on the database. If you've seen something, you can put your town or suburb in, and you can bring up all these different files. That's a bit of solace for a few people. And I'd have to thank Paul Cropper and Tony Healy, authors of The Yowie and Out of the Shadows, the third book, the trilogy. This one's based on AYR, all our files, and the next one is as well. That's coming out shortly, and they really helped a lot with a lot of the historical files that we have online, and they're great friends and support to have. Double row teeth is another one, and I know that this has come up with the American Bigfoot a couple of times. Double row teeth. I haven't seen it myself. I hope I don't. Gliding motion, not like it's running like a conventional human, seemingly gliding and silent as they pass. We hear a lot about that. How that happens, how they do it, I don't know. But it comes up, and it's not a once-off, it's not two-off, it's not thrice. It comes up quite a bit. Yeah, it wasn't quite running. It was gliding. So there's a few disturbing things. Then you have the disappearing. just vanishing into thin air. And now I've got another story about this as well. We're not going to have time. Telepathy is another one.
Yeah.
And I've got more stuff to cover in that as well. Don't have time on that. Cameras shutting down. Batteries being zapped. Now, are all these things that, it was just coincidence? Maybe. Could be. Flashes of light. I know Gary Lynn spoke about this at one stage. He's a fan of yours. And I'd spoken about this topic myself. But, you get flashes of light and sometimes just sounds that shouldn't be there, like rumbling sounds.
Right.
Oh, boy, my gosh. We've got so. I'm just looking at a list over here because I've got some cheat sheets. And we can go into vocal capacities, hominid versus hominin. The UFO Association via orbs and the megafauna that's seen in Australia around the world. There's just too much to cover. So we'll just keep it to flesh and blood, Yowie, and that's how they came to this continent. It was via the land bridge, and they started off as Australopithecines. The new genus had been Homo, and flesh and blood.
Yeah. Now, do you think just this is something I hope we can discuss quickly before the end of the show, but do you think they can see the infrared spectrum, like the trail cams, how they always avoid trail cams? They can always seem to see them in yard lights, motion lights and stuff. They just know where that range is and don't trigger it. What do you think?
Absolutely 100% correct. If you want to protect yourself from one of these creatures, put a heap of trail cams around your house. You know what that is? No, we did pretty solid investigations into this many years ago, and we drew comparisons with a lot of the Bigfoot researchers. Exactly the same outcome. So there's a place, still looking at the time, freaking out. There's a place in Taree, New South Wales, and we got called to this location where there's a resident that was he had years worth of this thing stalking the house, and they were pretty scared. And I can get right into his stories, which is just amazing. There was this one time, I know I'm going to get sidetracked now. There's one time on this property we had a film crew because we were shooting a documentary. And I said is at night, we'd already had an encounter, a visual encounter, a very good one. And I said to the cameraman, but prior to this, I said, bring out infrared. And so he's brought out his IR, and he had a big one like this that sat on this big camera.
Sure.
And said, this is where he's coming from, up this hill here. So I want you to sit up right near the top and just a little bit to the side, because you're going to get him as he comes down, and you won't be far away. So he goes up there, and he's sitting there. So we're all waiting. And we're waiting, and then suddenly this guy yells, and he comes running all the way down. What happened? He said, I'm waiting, and I'm sitting there, I'm really quiet. And he said, along he comes, crunch, 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 and then this, brrr, and it sees him, and the infrared, boom, just blows up like that.
Yeah.
And he runs down. But that wasn't my point. We're talking about infrared in general. So on this particular property, I'll just use this one analogy because we've got many. There's a trap that this creature used to use, and we set up infrared packs with our hidden cameras. And this is again prior to today's technology. So back in the day, we used to make our own. We made our own everything from camera IR packs to you name it. We made it, and so we set all these up. And it was only a matter of probably about a week or two that they were set up so this thing had to walk past them, because there's a shroud this way. It had to walk down this track and walk past them to be seen. So we weren't shining it back up where it's coming from. And as it comes down, you can see it's gone this way, and then it's gone, no. And he's gone all the way right around there. Wow. And we did that a lot. And, yeah. That's what. Yeah, they can see it. So every time you set up infrared, and I've ruined an area, absolutely ruined one of the best areas at Springbrook by putting trail cams around. Everything stopped. It just stopped dead. I had everything going on, and I can go by that. We've got to run out of time. I just want to do a quick shout out to a couple of friends. We have 3 podcasts predominantly in this country. One of them is a good friend and associate colleague of mine, Sarah Bignall. She has Yowie Central. It's really good stuff that she's doing over there, and fully support that. And we have Yowie Chronicles with Tony, and then we have Cade Moyer. I know you're watching, Cade. Cade Moyer, your friend Cade. With Believe, and I know he likes to get his plug out there, so go check it. Believe.
Well, thank you so much for coming on. We really appreciate it, and you've made it an incredible journey.
Unfortunately, we didn't have enough time to get through it all.
Well, we'll try again, maybe. We love you all. Thank you all for being here. Have a great night, and we'll see you next time on the Paranormal Portal.
Truth Frequency Radio is your #1 source for news and information without the hate, hype, and fear. We're proud to feature cutting-edge programs like Beyond the Veil with Chris and Cherie Geo, X Squared with Brooks Agnew, Paranormal Portal with Brent Thomas, Jeranism RAW with Jeran and Missa, Fearless with Frank Castle, Strange World with Mark Sargent,